Bum 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 bum. Okay. So, MGS3. Before we even get into the game, there are Easter eggs to be had and little secrets to talk about on this menu. All of the buttons on your controller change this menu in some way. R1 will speed up the animation. The CQC animations. R2 will go slow-mo. Triangle, get rid of the background. We click R3, change the colors. L3, change the camo pattern. We can just go for the no camo look as well, if we wish. Pretty cool. You can zoom in and out with L1. Oh yeah, you can change whether the camo is in the background or just on their bodies as well. That's cool. That looks pretty sick. Really nice. Okay. How about we get into the game? Let me just check my files here, see what I have. Operation Snake Eater completed. Yeah.
After the end of World War II, the world was split into two, East and West. This marked the beginning of the era called the Cold War.
Altitude 30,000 feet.
Approaching Soviet airspace.
20 minutes to drop off.
Commencing internal depressurization. Equipment check. Arm main parachute.
All right. You ready to go?
Drop zone still showing a high pressure mass. Cav okay.
Good. We've got high visibility.
Put out that cigar. Connecting oxygen hose to interior connector. Put on your mask. Does this panty waste know what he's doing?
Approaching release point.
10 minutes to drop off.
Hey, are you deaf?
He said put out the cigar and put on your mask.
Depressurization complete.
Checking oxygen supply.
6 minutes to drop off. Opening rear hatch.
Sunrise.
External temperature minus 46 degrees Celsius. 2 minutes to drop off. Stand up.
You'll be falling at 130 miles per hour. Try not to get frostbite from the wind chill.
1 minute to drop off. Move to the rear.
Activate bailout model.
This is one for the history books. The world's first halo jump.
10 seconds to drop off. Stand by. Status okay. All green.
Prepare for drop-off. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Spread your wings
And fly. God be with you.
Jack, I've got some important news. The head of the CIA has finally given us the green light for the virtuous mission.
Virtual mission?
No, the virtuous mission. The future of our Fox unit depends on it. If it succeeds, we'll be officially organized into a unit.
Virtuous mission? Sounds like some kind of initiation ritual.
You know, don't get cocky. This isn't a training op.
Right. So what exactly is this wonderful mission?
Well, about 2 years ago, a certain Soviet scientist requested asylum in the West through one of our moles. His name is Nikolai Stepanovich Sokolov. He's head of the OKB 754 Design Bureau, one of the Soviets' top-secret weapon research facilities, and the East's foremost expert on weapons development.
Sokolov? Isn't he that famous rocket scientist?
The very same. On April the 12th, 1961, the Soviets achieved the first manned spaceflight in history.
The Earth was blue, but there was no God.
Well spoken. The rocket that carried Yuri Gagarin into orbit was the A-1, known as the Vostok rocket. Sokolov is said to be the man most responsible for the multi-engine cluster used in that rocket. After Gagarin's flight, Sokolov left rocket development to become the head of the newly established Design Bureau.
From a lowly technician to head of a design bureau, that's quite a success story, so why'd he want to defect?
It seems he'd become afraid of his own creations.
Afraid?
Call it a crisis of conscience.
And for that, he left his country and his family behind and went over the fence?
Not exactly. One of his conditions was that his family was also to be taken safely to the West. We used a mole to get the family out first, and succeeded in sneaking Sokolov over the Berlin Wall shortly afterwards. I was the one who conducted the operation.
The security on the eastern side was still full of holes back then. Then what?
We got Sokolov over in one piece, but the whole ordeal had left him exhausted, and we checked him into a hospital in West Berlin. It took him 2 weeks and more than 600 miles to get from the research facility in the Soviet Union to Berlin. He was in no condition to say anything coherent. And it was only a week later that we had something much bigger on our hands.
The Cuban Missile Crisis.
October the 16th, 1962, President Kennedy received word that the Soviets were in the process of deploying intermediate-range ballistic missiles in Cuba. The President demanded that the Soviets dismantle and remove the missiles. At the same time, he announced a naval blockade to prevent further missile shipments from reaching Cuba. But the Soviets didn't back down, instead placing their armed forces on secondary alert. Soviet transport ships carrying missiles continued on course towards Cuba. US and Soviet forces went on alert for an all-out nuclear war. Frantic negotiations were conducted through the UN's Emergency Security Council and unofficial channels to end the hair-trigger standoff. Finally, on October the 28th, the Soviet Union agreed to remove its missiles from Cuba, and so the world avoided a nuclear holocaust. But in order to get the Soviets to pull their missiles out, we had to make a deal.
You mean the one where the US agreed to remove its IRBMs from Turkey?
No. The Jupiter IRBMs deployed in Turkey were obsolete, and we were going to get rid of them anyway. They had no strategic value whatsoever to either the US or the Russians. The Turkey deal was a ruse, a cover story that was fed to the other intelligence agencies around the world.
So what did the Russians really want?
Sokolov. They wanted us to return Sokolov.
You mean the Soviets pulled out of Cuba just to get their hands on Sokolov?
That's right.
What the hell was he working on?
At the time, we had no idea. We were running out of time. It was either give up Sokolov or risk full-scale nuclear war. In the end, we had no choice. President Kennedy gave in to Khrushchev's demand. The next day, I got Sokolov out of the hospital, handing him over to agents on the eastern side. Sokolov kept on screaming, "Save me," until he disappeared from my sight. Then, a month ago, we received some new information from one of our moles.
About Sokolov?
Yes. He was taken back to the research facility and forced to continue working on the weapon in question under KGB supervision. What's more, it's on the verge of completion.
So what kind of weapon is it? Something to do with space rockets?
No, missiles.
Same technology.
I guess you're right. We don't know the details, but it appears to be a new kind of nuclear device. For half a year now, the Soviets have been conducting frequent nuclear tests at Semipalatinsk.
Something to do with the weapon, I assume.
We're talking about a secret weapon so big that Khrushchev was ready to pull out of Cuba to get it back.
Is Sokolov still in the facility?
No. According to our intelligence, he's in Selino-Yarsk, a place in the mountains about 3 miles to the west that's known as the Virgin Cliffs.
The Virgin Cliffs. Nice name for a virtuous mission.
They moved him there just recently.
Why?
Apparently, they're conducting a field test of the weapon, but it's our best chance to get him back. This mission would never have been possible if he was still in the research facility. This is our last chance. Sokolov must have known that too when he contacted us. Listen up, Jack. Your mission is to infiltrate Selino-Yarsk in the Soviet mountains, ensure the safety of Sokolov, and bring him back to the west. If we don't get Sokolov back before that weapon is complete, we'll be facing a major crisis. The clock is ticking. Once we've confirmed the rescue of Sokolov, stand by at the recovery point. A recovery balloon will be dropped at that point. Helium will be pumped into the balloon to inflate it. The process takes about 20 minutes. Once it's complete, the gunship's arm will latch onto the balloon and pull it up.
The Fulton surface-to-air recovery system. I'm familiar with the theory.
Take it easy. It's been combat-proven.
Do you think Sokolov is up to it?
The shock will be less than during a parachute jump, and the arm can handle up to 500 pounds.
So you're planning on going over the border in a single combat talon?
She's equipped with 2 6-barrel 20mm Vulcan cannons, as well as 2 40mm machine guns.
Sounds like she could hold her own against a battalion of tanks.
Even with the fuel in the reserve tank, we're facing a 4-hour time limit. If all goes well, it shouldn't take more than a few hours.
Home in time for dinner.
But if anything goes wrong, you'll be eating dinner, breakfast, and all the rest of your meals in the jungle. Do you copy? You're already in enemy territory, and somebody might be listening in. From here on out, we'll be using code names to refer to each other. Your code name for this mission will be Naked Snake. I'll be referring to you as Snake from now on. You're not to mention your real name.
Snake?
What, you don't like snakes?
What do you mean?
You've eaten one before, haven't you?
In survival training?
I'm glad to hear that.
I don't know if I'd ever order one in a restaurant, but...
Be careful, you might not have a choice.
What about you, Major? What should I call you?
Let's see. I'll be Tom. Call me Major Tom. This will be a sneaking mission. You must not be seen by the enemy. You must leave no trace of your presence. Is that clear? This kind of infiltration is the Fox unit's speciality. In other words, weapons and equipment are procured on site. That goes for food as well. You're completely naked, just as your name implies.
Great. Now I see why you asked me if I like snakes. I suppose calling me Snake was your idea of a joke, too.
No. There's a good reason for that. I'll tell you later when the time is right.
Gotcha. Getting back to the subject, how exactly am I supposed to feed myself?
You've been issued a knife and a tranquilizer gun. Use them to hunt for food. You'll also find some medical supplies in your backpack.
Yeah, about the backpack. I lost it in a tree on the way down.
I see. Well, you'd better go back and get it then. You know where it is?
No problem. I can see it from here. It's stuck on a branch.
To climb a tree, stand in front of a tree that's covered in ivy and press the action button. I'll be monitoring your progress over the radio. We can't risk violating Soviet airspace, but I'll be in the gunship. My frequency is 140.85. I'll give you a call if I need to talk to you. If you need to talk to me, use the send function. Okay, Snake, go get your backpack.
Go get your backpack. All right. We're here. Let me thank some people before we continue. I have some donations to thank. Anon, thank you very much for the $5 to snipe early. Much appreciated. I added that. Of course, anything that you donate will also go to the sub timer. Shelby with the $20 as well, hoping this goes to Dog. Yes, all donations will, when I'm streaming, I will get all the donations. All the subs and bits and everything else, that all goes to DRK, but when I'm live on this channel, all the donations will go to me, but they'll also go to the sub timer as well. Thank you very much, Shelby. And Anon, again, thank you for the 5. Before that, we had some gift subs from Shred the Gamer. I'm pretty sure I thanked you earlier for that again. Thank you again, Shred. And here we are. I loaded up a completed file. I wasn't sure what kind of file it would be. I was hoping we'd be wearing... It'd be one where we have the Raiden mask. Because that's my favorite opening. It's interesting, when you start with the Raiden mask, you have Jack above your health bar instead of Snake. Until he takes off the mask, and then it becomes Snake. But it's a neat little detail. Because of course, they share that name, Jack. Snake and Raiden. That looks pretty. Let's get some mushrooms. And a snake. Before we climb the tree, let's see what happens if we go into the next area.
Snake, where do you think you're going? You can't expect to proceed with the mission without any weapons or equipment. First, you'll need to recover your backpack. It's caught on a tree to the south. Press the action button to climb the tree and retrieve your backpack. Is that clear?
Dr. Clark was allegedly a man in MGS1, and this game is a woman, and in the Phantom Pain, her gender and identity is unknown. Kojima fell into woke BS TM. That is one of the most stupid things I've read here in a long time. Congrats. Liquid, thank you very much for the $3. A foul wind is blowing. We shall speak again. Thank you very much, Liquid. They already confused paramedic's identity in MGS4 by announcing that she was Dr. Clark, when in MGS1 they refer to Dr. Clark as a man. It's just simply retconning the character. And then in the Phantom Pain they try to create an in-universe reason for how her identity might have been confused. That even people in Dr. Clark, you know, Dr. Clark's field of genetics was very hush-hush, that even people close to Dr. Clark may not have seen her in person. So even close friends of Dr. Clark, or people in her profession, maybe they didn't even know whether she was a man or a woman.
Snake, did you climb that tree?
Yes.
Good. So the backpack?
Not yet.
Not yet? Don't tell me you went up the tree just to take in the view. Well, I must admit that's not a bad idea. Climbing a tree does give you a wider range of view. You can use it for scouting. But what you need to do now is retrieve your backpack. Understood?
Yeah.
The backpack is on the branch pointing east on that tree, right? Walk along the branch and get it. Be careful not to fall. You should be able to grab your backpack if you hang from the branch by pressing the action button. I see you've retrieved your backpack, Snake. To equip a weapon, it's necessary to take it out of your backpack. In the survival viewer, choose Weapon from the backpack. Your available weapons will be displayed in a window in the upper left. From that list, choose the weapon you want to equip and press the Enter button. For other equipped items, just do the same thing from Item.
Got it. Use the survival viewer backpack.
Yep, that's right. Survival is fundamental to this mission. After you've been out in the field for a while, your stamina will start to drop. If your stamina gets too low, it'll affect your performance. You won't be able to shoot accurately, for example, and your wounds won't heal as smoothly. Keep an eye on your stamina so you don't run out. To recover lost stamina, you can hunt for local flora and fauna. You can use either your tranquilizer gun or your knife to hunt.
My only weapon is a Mark 22 Hush Puppy tranquilizer gun?
That's right. It's been fitted with its own suppressor. However, the suppressor will deteriorate every time you fire. Once its durability reaches 0, the noise suppression effect will be gone. So don't get too trigger-happy with it. The suppressor's durability is shown in the icon. Any weapons and equipment beyond what you're carrying now, you'll have to find as you go.
I have to find my own weapons and equipment? Whose crazy idea was this anyway?
Solo covert actions are standard Fox operating procedure. You can't leave any traces of your presence. No weapons, equipment, footprints, sweat, or bodily waste. The same goes for bullets and cartridges, too. Your presence in enemy territory is already a violation of international conventions of warfare. There aren't supposed to be any American soldiers in Russia. It could spark an international incident. You can't let anyone see you. You can't let the enemy know you're there. This is a stealth mission. You're a ghost, Snake, in every sense of the word. And there'll be no rescue if you're captured. The military and US government will deny any involvement in the affair.
Then I'll just have to take care of myself, huh?
I'm afraid so. You've been given a fake death pill for that purpose. SIS guidelines stipulate that soldiers on covert ops like this one be issued a potassium cyanide capsule. Tape it to your body so you can take it when you need to.
How generous of you.
Use it if you're taken prisoner by the enemy. It'll send you into a state of false death for a short time.
Fooling them into thinking that I'm really dead. So, how do I come back to life?
Just take the revival pill.
You mean that thing they put in my tooth before the mission?
That's the one. But be careful. If you remain in a state of false death for too long, nothing will be able to bring you back. Remember that.
I'll keep it in mind. You said this was a solo mission, right?
Right.
I guess that means I can't count on any reinforcements.
Correct. The mission rests entirely in your hands.
A real one-man army.
Relax. There's a support team ready to back you up over the radio.
Who?
I'll introduce them to you. This time, survival is of utmost importance. The first member of the support team will be in charge of monitoring your physical condition, acting as a medic, so to speak, as well as recording your mission data. She's a member of Fox as well, and she's here on the gunship with me.
She?
Hello, Snake. I'm paramedic. Nice to meet you.
Paramedic.
As in a medic who comes in by parachute.
Aren't you going to tell me your real name?
Are you going to tell me yours, Mr. Snake?
My name, huh? It's John Doe.
And they call you Jack for short. You're a regular Captain Nemo.
A name means nothing on the battlefield. After a week, no one has a name. What's your name?
Jane Doe.
Very funny.
I wasn't joking, but I'll tell you my name only if you manage to make it back alive. My frequency is 145.73.
She's also in charge of recording your mission data. Whenever you want to save, send a message over the reserved save frequency, 140.96.
So saving lets me record my mission data.
That's right. It also records the state of your health.
Good to know.
There's one more person I want to introduce you to, Snake.
Huh?
Speaking of snakes, you remember the boss, don't you? A legendary soldier and your mentor. Actually, it was the boss that got the DCI's authorization in the first place. She's going to be serving as Fox's mission advisor.
The boss is?
She also helped me plan this mission. She and I were at SAS together.
Jack, is that you? How many years has it been?
Boss?
That's right. It's me. Talk to me. Let me hear your voice.
It's been 5 years, 72 days, and 18 hours.
You've lost weight.
You can tell just by the sound of my voice.
Of course I can. I know all about you.
Really? Well, I don't know anything about you.
What's that supposed to mean?
Why'd you disappear on me all of a sudden?
I was on a top-secret mission. You didn't need me anymore.
But there were still so many things I wanted you to teach me.
No, I taught you everything you needed to know about fighting techniques. I taught you all I could. The rest you needed to learn on your own.
Techniques, sure. But what about how to think like a soldier?
How to think like a soldier? I can't teach you that. A soldier needs to be strong in spirit, body, and technique. And the only thing you can learn from someone else is technique. In fact, technique doesn't even matter. What's most important is spirit. Spirit and body are like two sides of a single coin. They're the same thing. I can't teach you how to think. You'll just have to figure it out for yourself. Listen to me, Jack. Just because soldiers are on the same side right now doesn't mean they always will be. Having personal feelings about your comrades is one of the worst sins you can commit. Politics determine who you face on the battlefield. And politics are a living thing. They change along with the times. Yesterday's good might be tomorrow's evil.
Is that why you abandoned me?
No, it had nothing to do with you. I already told you, Jack. I was on a top-secret mission. A soldier has to follow whatever orders he's given. It's not his place to question why. But you're looking for a reason to fight. You're a natural-born fighter, but you're not quite a soldier. A soldier is a political tool, nothing more. That's doubly true if he's a career soldier. Right and wrong have no place in his mission. He has no enemies and no friends. Only the mission. You follow the orders you're given. That's what being a soldier is.
I do whatever I have to get the job done. I don't think about politics.
That's not the same thing. Sooner or later, your conscience is going to bother you. In the end, you have to choose whether you're going to live as a soldier or just another man with a gun. There's a saying in the Orient, loyalty to the end. Do you know what it means?
Being patriotic.
It means devoting yourself to your country.
I follow the president and the top brass. I'm ready to die for them if necessary.
The president and the top brass won't be there forever. Once their terms are up, others will take their place.
I follow the will of the leader, no matter who's in charge.
People aren't the ones who dictate the missions.
Then who does?
The times. People's values change over time, and so do the leaders of a country. So there's no such thing as an enemy in absolute terms. The enemies we fight are only enemies in relative terms, constantly changing with the times. As long as we have loyalty to the end, there's no point in believing in anything, even in those we love.
And that's the way a soldier's supposed to think?
The only thing we can believe in with absolute certainty is the mission, Jack.
All right, but do me a favor.
What is it?
Call me Snake.
Snake. Oh, right. Your code name is Snake. It suits you well.
That's right. The legendary unit that the boss put together during World War II was a snake. The Cobra unit, a group of heroes that brought the war to an end and saved the world. As long as you've got a legendary hero backing you up, you'll be fine. Isn't that right, Snake?
Yeah, I can't think of anyone else I'd rather have with me. Oh, and one more thing, boss.
Yes?
It's good to hear your voice again.
Same here. After all, who knows if either of us will make it out alive? Snake, you are always best at urban warfare and infiltrating buildings. But this is the jungle. Survival is going to be key. Those CQC techniques I taught you are sure to come in handy.
CQC? Close quarters combat, huh? I've been in the Green Berets for the past few years. I'm probably pretty rusty.
Not to worry. I'll be here to help you remember. After all, this is your first actual survival mission. I'll be supporting you over the radio.
Where are you, boss? Next to the Major?
The boss is communicating with us by radio from aboard a Permit-class submarine in the Arctic Ocean.
My frequency is 141.80. Call me if you need my advice on battle techniques.
Gotcha.
Your mission is to retrieve Dr. Sokolov. Dr. Sokolov is being held in an abandoned factory located to the north of your current position. Avoid heavy combat and don't let anyone see you. Don't forget that this is a stealth mission.
Snake, try to remember some of the basics of CQC.
Commencing virtuous mission now.
Okay. We're back. How's it going, everyone? Let me just check in with my dashboard and make sure I don't have to thank anyone. Let me see here. Congost, I think I thanked you for your tier 1. I can't remember. Thank you very much for your tier 1. So here we are at the virtuous mission. We got a long call with the boss there. At the beginning of another mentor-student relationship. Kind of interesting, I think, coming from the end of MGS2 with Snake and Raiden. Raiden being liberated at the end of MGS2. Becoming his own man, freed from being a soldier. And it's kind of Snake who guides him along that path. And then we start with this character who doesn't seem to seek liberation in any way. He seems to want to be he wants to be the best soldier he can be. And wants his mentor to help him understand how to make that possible. Hello there. Let's put you in a cage. But yeah, I also wonder if Kojima also saw this as a continuation of, like, his relationship with his team. You know, how that was something he tried to express with MGS2, how if you watch the making of MGS2, they talk about how Raiden represented his team and Snake represented him, and it was about him passing on his knowledge and experience to his team in hopes that they would go on to make the next Metal Gear. But of course, that never happened. You know, the story of MGS2 and its themes were supposed to reflect the reality of what was happening in Kojima's life with his own team. The whole story was about this passing on of, you know, the story about mentors and students and the passing on of ideas and skills and experience. And that was reflected in the development of the game as well. So I always just wonder about the boss and Snake in this game, and if that was supposed to be kind of like if this is supposed to be like a continuation in some way, in some meta sense, of Snake and Raiden's relationship in the previous game. I think it's interesting as well that he starts off with these like abandonment issues. You know, is that why you abandoned me? And like he's obsessively remembered the days and the minutes and the seconds since he last spoke to the boss. I always thought that was an interesting detail, you know, how he starts off as this abandoned child. We don't hear anything of real biological parents. We never hear a word about any biological parents ever related to Big Boss. Only has the boss. But yeah, I even wonder if that's supposed to be, if that was supposed to reflect what was going on with Kojima. You know, Kojima wanting to leave the team. And then gets pulled back to direct the game in the end. They did start MGS3 without him. Another little meta detail, which I think is interesting as well, is the whole formation of Fox. I think that's supposed to tie into the formation of Kojima Productions. You know how Zero says, if this goes well, we'll be officially organized into a unit? That Fox will be officially organized into a unit. And it just so happens that the Kojima Productions logo is the exact same as the Fox logo. It is literally the Fox logo, and it was first founded after the release of MGS3. So, is that coincidental? Maybe. Or maybe just like the Fox in the game, the formation of Kojima Productions relied on the success of MGS3. MGS3 needed to succeed as a game in order for Kojima to be allowed to found his own studio. Interesting thing to consider, anyway. Some of these cheeky autobiographical details. It's interesting as well because like MGS3, it really did have that. They really did have that atmosphere around the game when they were developing it. It was a game that really had to win back a lot of people. You know, MGS2 was a huge game and it did very well in terms of sales, but it didn't have the best reputation by any means when it came out. You know, there was a massive fan backlash, particularly in the US, against Raiden as a character. This game was very much made to be a crowd pleaser. You know, MGS2 was all about subverting expectations and really not giving the players what they wanted. acting like it on the tanker and then throwing them for a loop with the plant. But with MGS3 really is just trying to satisfy expectations. Bringing back cool protagonist. Bringing back a snake. Not the same snake, but a snake. There are lots of little things that nod towards this. Like the game gets self-aware with it several times. Where they tell you to, you know, don't think so hard all the time. Just, it's important to relax and have a bit of fun sometimes. MGS3 really has that attitude of, you know, not taking things as seriously and just having a bit of fun. There's a lot of comedy in this game. You know, so many of the optional calls are like comedic calls. So much of the stuff with Zero and Sigint, and you know, it's very laid back. It doesn't, you know, it definitely has its serious moments, particularly at the end. You know, it ends on a very tragic note, and it definitely has its moments of serious drama. But yeah, for the most part, it's a more laid back experience. I think DRK kind of resents it for that. Like he doesn't like that it you know, that it tries to be so much of a crowd pleaser. I don't mind it so much because I think it's still a really good crowd pleaser. The virtuous mission can be a bit of a pain in the ass if we want to do all of the optional calls here. It can take a while because you really have to dig through a lot of tutorials to get to the good stuff, particularly with Zero. And there's just no natural way of pacing this stuff out. So you just have to spend like hours on the virtuous mission going through this stuff. So it can be a bit of a pain in the ass, but we'll get through it. We'll get through it. Yeah, I think DRK still likes MGS3 quite a bit, but it's kind of like a bittersweet thing for him. I think he kind of resents certain aspects of it and how much they try to play up to the MGS2 haters and appease the MGS2 haters. All the Rykov stuff, and yeah, I think he just kind of laments what happened after 2. Kind of sees 3 as the beginning of the end for the series in a way, where they started to care too much about appeasing the fan base. But I think we still got a really great game in MGS3, so yeah.
Sokolov should be at the abandoned factory to the north, so head in that direction.
Did I see the gameplay leak for the MGS3 Master Collection and the save file loading of old games for Psycho Mantis to read? I haven't heard any of this stuff, no.
Snake, intelligence indicates that that area is outside the enemy's cordon, so you shouldn't have any unexpected encounters with enemy patrols. I think it will be a good idea to take this time to get accustomed to using your camouflage, hunting for food, and navigating the survival viewer. If you have any questions about camouflage or CQC, ask the boss. The boss's frequency is 141.80. Paramedic is the medical correspondent for this mission. Ask her about hunting for food and medical treatment. Also, she has documents detailing flora and fauna in the operation locale. Contact her if you need detailed information on any of the plants and animals in your area. Paramedic's frequency is 145.73.
Dread Pirate Bebop just came in with a whopping $60 donation. Thank you very much, man. Cheers. Do you want to put that towards the end's fate in any way, Dread Pirate? You can let me know in chat. That goes to old age. Okay, great, great, great. Code Stark. I'll have to take a look at that now. Oh yeah, another thing regarding the whole theory about the Fox, the formation of Kojima Productions in parallel to what happens in the story of the game. The very first logo that Kojima had for Kojima Productions was literally the opening scene of MGS3, showing the plane that he jumps out of in the Halo, doing the Halo jump. Some of you might remember it from some of the early MGS4 trailers. Remember that for the first Kojima Productions logo? It's literally the plane from MGS3 that then zooms in on the Fox logo on the plane. So yeah, it's just really interesting, you know, if all of this goes well, Fox will be officially formed into a unit. MGS3 comes out, sells well, and Kojima officially creates Kojima Productions with the Fox logo. Just kind of interesting. Maybe a coincidence, but it would be very in line for Kojima to do this sort of thing, you know? There's loads of autobiographical stuff in the games, so it really wouldn't surprise me if that was the intention, or if he you know, if it was written to be that way. The Steam versions of MGS 1, 2, and 3 are treated as separate games. WASD controls are supported. The controller is the same as the Xbox 360 version. The loading speed is ridiculously fast. Good to hear that the MGS2 codec is fast. You can play other versions and loading speeds in general, I guess. You can play other versions than the Japanese version, right? Well, okay. That's not a surprise. We can play the game in English, really? You can put in the save data for Psycho Mantis for MGS1. Oh, like, so yeah, so you can still get all the save calls. Do we know what the deal is with the pressure-sensitive controls and how they're handling all that? Gizmo, if they went subversive twice, would it have really been subversive? Well, I don't think it's a case of having to be subversive. It's more about just not trying to appease the fan base as much as they did. Again, I'm just talking about DRK here. I'm okay with the path they chose for MGS3. But I don't think it's so much that DRK wanted like another super subversive game like MGS2. I think it's just that he didn't want something that tried to pander to the fans so much. Something that tried so hard to be a crowd pleaser. Yeah, let me just take a look at this other one, the Heitai post. Master Collection MGS1 had the ability for users to create any save data of Konami's PS1. Right, okay. Cool. Are we going to include MGS3 Remake in the marathons later on? I don't know. I mean, we'll see what the game is like when it comes out. You know, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's wait for the game to come out. We'll see what it's like, and then... yeah, we'll see what happens. We're not going to be making those decisions this early before we've even played the fucking game. But, you know, I'm sure we'll be playing it a lot when it first comes out. We might include it with the marathon when it comes out. Build up to the game's release, perhaps, with a marathon. We'll see what happens. Hey, how's it going, Martian? Yeah, I mean, if they keep on remaking the games, maybe we'll end up doing remake marathons. We'll see. You know, if the MGS3 remake does well, they might do another one, especially in the current climate of remakes. We'll see. We'll see. No, I'll add that old age now in a sec.
Saving the game, Snake? Hey, Snake, you ever heard of Godzilla King of Monsters?
No, what is it?
It's a movie. You haven't seen it?
Nope.
It's about this monster called Godzilla, who grows to an enormous size in a nuclear test and goes on a rampage in Tokyo.
Nuclear test, huh? Then the Marshall Islands must be crawling with giant monsters right about now.
It's just make-believe.
Maybe that's why my pants have been so tight lately.
Snake, it's a movie, not a report out of Los Alamos.
I know. So then what happened?
Godzilla is immune to all weapons, and humanity has no way to stop the monster. Dr. Shirazawa develops a new type of weapon, but meanwhile, Godzilla is getting closer and closer to Tokyo, obliterating everything in its path. It was originally a Japanese movie, but they made an American version, too. I recommend seeing the original Japanese one if you ever get the chance. It's mostly mindless fun, but it's also got a serious anti-nuke message as well.
Where can I see the original?
You'll just have to go to Japan.
Really? That's too bad.
Well, if you wait 40 years, you might be able to see it in America, too.
Why's that?
2004 will be Godzilla's 50th birthday.
You think they're still going to be making Godzilla movies then?
Of course! Everybody loves Godzilla.
You sure know a lot about movies.
I don't suppose you're the movie-watching type, are you?
Not really.
Okay, then I'll tell you everything I know. When the going gets tough, movies can save your life. It's always good to be able to look at things from a different perspective when you get in a jam. That's the magic of movies.
No kidding. Well, I guess it might at least make a nice distraction.
That's the spirit, Snake. Have a little fun.
That's what MGS3 is all about. Fucking just have some fucking fun, man. Big Boss is watching you. Thank you for the $30 to snipe early as well just now. Much appreciated. I added both of those donations to the screen now as well. Cheers, guys. Hey, what's up, Dolphin Chemist? How's it going? It's interesting as well. Godzilla is the very first in a long list of movie calls. Godzilla is the first one that's mentioned. I think this film was very influential to Kojima. I think like a lot of kaiju stuff in Japan, like a lot of the kaiju DNA goes back to Godzilla. It's traced back to Godzilla. Always, you know, when the giant Metal Gear wrecks and its dinosaur sounds, it all, that's all Godzilla, I feel. The heavy anti-nuclear weapons themes. It's a big part of Godzilla, like Paramedic was just saying. Although I disagree with her when she says it's mainly just mindless fun, but it also has a serious anti-nuclear message. The first Godzilla movie isn't really much fun, you know. It's not like, oh, this is great fun entertainment. It's a fairly bleak movie. It's kind of grim. I think the sequels are probably more fun-loving than the original. I know the original, the director went on to make a load of other Godzilla movies after that first one. I haven't seen any of the other ones. I've seen that first one though. I've seen the more recent one that Anno directed. What was it called? Shin Godzilla. That was pretty cool. Hey, how's it going, little rocket? Martian with the fucking $69 to fight. Kind of like MGS1 and its sequels? Ooh, I wouldn't say that. I think MGS2 takes itself even more seriously than 1. MGS4 is also pretty doom and gloom, too. Martian, thank you very much for that big 69. I'll add that now in a second. Cheers.
Snake, remember that this operation is a solo sneaking mission. We'll be providing you with support over the radio, but out in the field, you're on your own. There's no backup. And there's no way you'll survive a battle with a large enemy contingent. Avoid engagement whenever possible. Your highest priority in this mission is staying out of sight.
Yeah. There's a lot of funny calls, and too, I mean, there's a lot of silly, funny nonsense in all the games. But just generally speaking.
Snake, did you find food?
Yeah,
You sound happy.
I am.
Do you know how to eat it? Then let me explain. To eat food...
Yeah.
Snake, when your stamina gets low, it negatively affects your physical abilities. You've got to replenish your stamina before it runs out.
The gauge below your life gauge is your stamina gauge.
But there's still a strong anti-nuke message in MGS throughout the series, even with its silliness. Oh, yeah. If that's all you were trying to say during that call, like if that was supposed to be a nod to MGS as well as Godzilla, yeah, I kind of feel like that probably is a bit of self-commentary as well. It's mostly mindless fun, but it's also got a serious anti-nuke message. Yeah, maybe that's also supposed to be in parallel with MGS as well. It would make sense.
Your actions can lower your stamina. The more demanding the activity, the more stamina consumed.
Exactly. Walking slowly will conserve stamina, while actions like rolling...
Snake, use the survival viewer to pick your camouflage, treat with...
Major,
What is it?
it's about your code name.
Major Tom?
Yeah, where'd you get that name?
From a tunnel.
A tunnel?
That's right. Snake, have you seen the movie The Great Escape?
No.
It's a movie about a determined group of Allied POWs trapped in a German POW camp who plan an escape. The POWs dig 3 tunnels for their escape. They named them Dick, Harry, and Tom.
I see. So Tom was an escape tunnel. Did they make it?
Out of the camp? Of course. One of the tunnels was even discovered before it was finished, but eventually they do make it out.
I get it now. So Tom was the tunnel they used to escape.
Yes, that's right.
What is it?
Well, actually, I'm not sure if I remember correctly.
Major.
Oh, it's all right. It's, Tom, Snake. Tom is the escape tunnel. Yes, no question about it.
So it's also interesting that they put a lot of focus on The Great Escape as well. The Great Escape is mentioned several times in a few different calls, tying into Zero's code name. And I think a part of the reason why The Great Escape gets such special treatment in this game is because it is the game that inspired the very first Metal Gear. It is of all the things that inspired the creation of the series the most in terms of film influences, The Great Escape is number 1. When Kojima was creating the first Metal Gear, he wanted to recreate the feeling that he had watching The Great Escape, and just that tension. Originally, you were going to be playing as a POW trying to escape. That idea still remained in the game with the prisoners, but instead you actually rescue the prisoners as Snake. But originally you were going to play as a prisoner trying to escape. Whether it was going to be escaping from outer heaven or I don't know. If the idea got that far in development. But yeah. I'd imagine you get this reference here as well, because when they were developing this game, they were creating this to be the origin of the series with regards to the timeline. So, in turn, they're referencing literally the origin of the series with The Great Escape. I would imagine, again, that's why Godzilla is also the first movie reference as well, given the importance that had. I would say Kojima ranked that up there as well with some of his biggest influences in terms of film. Or at least in terms of the films that influenced the series. There's a new Chicken Run movie coming out soon. I remember watching that back in the day. I can't remember anything about it, though. Martian, thank you again for that 69. I added it there. During the last marathon in August, the chatter donated $35 to DRK for his birthday before he was able to change the donation email. My question is, what did you do with that 35? Well, that's okay, because I forgot to change my donation email for the entirety of this month. So every donation that I got this month up until like a day or so ago went to DRK. But that's okay. I'll be able to get it sent back to me. Yeah, I forgot to change it after the end of the last marathon.
Snake, in order to carry out the mission without being spotted, you must learn to detect an approaching enemy well ahead of time. Press the first-person view button and use the first-person view to constantly check your surroundings as you proceed.
Press the first-person view button to switch to the first-person view. In first-person view, you can look at your surroundings through your own eyes. The overhead view's range is limited. If you plow ahead using only the overhead view, you put yourself in danger of running into an enemy without even realizing he was there. Make regular stops and check your surroundings with first-person view. Okay, Snake?
Are you really talking to Snake here? Snake needs to look in first-person view to use his own eyes.
You can use an equipped weapon during first-person view. This is called a first-person view attack. When using...
Yeah.
Snake, be careful. The way to change between standing, crouching, and Snake. Listen up, Snake. Keep in mind that this operation is strictly covert. Engagements should be avoided.
Yeah. Oh! It was a secret good call. This fucking game. You think it's a tutorial call, but it's not. Fuck. That's okay.
Snake, the fake death and revival pills we gave you are the latest in internal medicines developed for intelligence ops by the CIA's technology division. You can use the fake death pill to send yourself into a death-like state for a limited period of time. Use it wisely, and you should be able to fool the enemy into thinking you're really dead. It may come in handy if you ever find yourself cornered. To revive yourself from the fake death state, use the revival pill. But remember, timing is critical. The effect will be ruined if you revive right in front of your enemy.
Interesting. But how does it work?
But how does it
What do you mean?
taste?
I don't feel right taking some pill I don't know anything about. How does it make me look dead? How's it gonna affect my body?
Well, Snake, about that...
I get it. I should ask Paramedic. Paramedic.
Allow me to explain. You know how there are animals in nature that play dead, like weevils, ladybugs, chickadees, possums, and the like? Well, the fake death pill takes the natural art of playing dead and applies it to the spy world. When you take the fake death pill, it causes your body to rapidly secrete a number of chemicals. Adenosine and serotonin, as well as opioid peptides, such as methionine and kethylamine. Those chemicals act to induce a state of hibernation, causing your heart rate, your breathing rate, and your body temperature to drop dramatically. It'll truly look like you've dropped dead upon initial inspection. The revival pill, to put it simply, is a counteracting agent to the fake death pill. When you take it, it causes your body to secrete stimulants like noradrenaline and other chemicals such as naloxone,
Look at
which
Snake.
block the effects of the fake death pill. Basically, it wakes you up. Does that help?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try and explain it in more detail. The secretion of methionine and enkephalin triggered by the fake death pill causes the opioid receptors.
Oh, okay. I think I get it now.
You sure?
Yeah.
But you must want to know a little bit more. There are 3 types of receptors: delta, kappa, and mu. Methionine and enkephalin acts on the...
Paramedic, I think Snake understands now. Isn't that right, Snake?
Yeah. Clear as crystal.
But...
Major, I've got enough info about the pills, so I'm gonna get back to the mission now.
Yes, you do that.
Hey, wait a...
Henny, thank you very much for the $30.60. Proper punch up that was. I'm assuming this is to go to fight. I will add that to fight. Thank you very much, Henny. Much appreciated. I'll round that up to 31. Cheers, man. I feel like a lot of these calls in MGS3 are also nodding to MGS2. Like there are several calls like this where Snake just gets bored of long-winded babble. One of the big criticisms of MGS2 when it came out was there was way too much codec interruptions, characters babbling on. And in this game, there's several calls where like Snake starts to fall asleep or just starts to get tired of listening to Paramedic ramble on.
The battery recharges automatically when not in use. When you want to recharge the battery, unequip all electronic devices and give it some time. The higher your stamina gauge, the faster your battery recharges. If you want it to recharge faster, eat food and recover your stamina. Also, if you run, roll, or do other dramatic actions, the battery will recharge faster.
Wait a second.
What is it?
The higher my stamina, the faster my battery recharges?
That's what I said.
But what does my stamina have to do with the battery?
Oh, yes, I see what you're getting at. Let's have Paramedic explain that. Paramedic?
Yes, sir. It's because Snake's battery uses bioelectricity.
Bioelectricity.
Bioelectricity is electricity emitted from cells. When the cells of living things are stimulated, sodium and potassium ions move rapidly through the cell membrane's ion channel, creating a difference in electric potential. The battery uses that energy to recharge. So unless your cells have plenty of nutrients, the recharge won't work well.
Amazing the kind of machines that are available now.
Machines.
But this machine has not been made public. It was designed by a scientist at the CIA's Directorate of Science and Technology.
What kind of person was he?
The person who designed it?
Yeah.
I heard he was pretty strange.
Stranger than the Major?
There's nothing strange about the Major.
My tea's gone. Who drank it? How am I supposed to have tea time without tea?
Well, not too strange, at least.
Hey, my scone's gone too.
I love how high-pitched he gets there. Hey! Let's call him again. But yeah, another thing about the calls in this, almost you very rarely get interrupted by calls in MGS3. There are tons of calls, but almost all of them are optional. When you're playing through the game, you really don't get interrupted like you did in MGS2. I think there's definitely some validity to that criticism of 2 as well, particularly at the start of the plant, where the pacing can be not so great. It doesn't really affect me too much or us too much, I think, because we don't play MGS2 in a particularly normal kind of way. You know, we stop in every area and like go over all of the optional calls, and all of that stuff. But if you're playing MGS2 like a normal human being, the plant can be kind of frustrating. Particularly at the beginning when you walk 2 steps, codec call, another 2 steps, cutscene, another 2 steps, codec call, with like very little meaningful gameplay in between, unless you're deeply invested in the story, because then it can all change. But just from like a purely like game design perspective, I guess it can be quite. It's easy to see how it can be quite frustrating for players at the start of the plant. But what's interesting is if you stop and you go out of your way to even look for even more calls, you can find lots of really interesting shit. Ironically, the start of the plant is like one of my favorite parts of the entire series. I think it's completely understandable that players get frustrated by it, but at the same time, it's like I love the whole introduction to Raiden and all of the stuff that's easy to miss at the start of the plant.
Snake, what do you do when you get a new weapon or item?
I put it in my backpack first.
But you know that you can't equip items that are still in your backpack, right?
Yeah. The only things that can be equipped with the weapon and item window buttons are items on my person.
Correct. If you want to equip an item, first you have to remove it from your...
Yeah. 2 and 4 are really ignorant of the player. I think part of it is intentional with 2, like to really make you feel like you are under the thumb of everyone. Like to really make you feel like you are a pawn, in contrast to how free you were as Snake on the tanker. But I still agree that it's a valid, I don't think that that just completely excuses any criticism. I do think it's completely valid for people to think that the game interrupts you too much. That is one little thing that I find interesting, though, at the very start of the plant. You know, if you spend too long running around in the first area of the plant, the colonel will call you to tell you to hurry up and move along. It's a small little thing, but it always just makes me think of the start of the tanker. Otacon never calls you to tell you to hurry up. You know, you can walk around outside the tanker for as long as you like. You won't get Otacon saying, hey man, you need to go and start taking pictures of these metal gears. You never get that call. But on the start of the plant, you spend longer than 2 minutes in that place, the colonel is on your ass with his extremely cold, robotic voice telling you to move on with it.
Major, what kind of place is this secret design bureau that Sokolov is heading?
The Soviets have a number of secret design bureaus like this one, each engaged in cutting-edge research. OKB-1, the bureau where the Voskhod spacecraft was developed and which plays a leading role in the Soviet space program, is one of those installations. Most of them are located in secret cities built in isolated areas, and we don't even know their exact locations, much less the nature of their research. And Sokolov's OKB-754 is the most secret bureau of them all. The intelligence communities of the West have tried time and again to find out what they're working on, but they've failed consistently.
So you have absolutely no idea what Sokolov is developing?
We've got nothing.
Then how did you get the information for this mission? It can't have been from Sokolov.
From the boss.
The boss?
That's right. She has her own intelligence channels that she cultivated during the last war. She shared what she learned with us. That we were able to get the green light for this mission at all is thanks to her pull with the powers that be at the CIA. In other words, this mission would never have come together without the boss's help in a number of respects. Snake, aiming your gun during first-person view is a bit different from what you're used to in training.
When you aim your handgun in first-person view, align the front sight and the rear sight of the gun with the target, then fire.
No laser sight?
What?
A laser sight. I heard the military was developing them, but...
You want a laser sight? A well-trained soldier has no use for a laser sight. No training wheels on this mission, Snake. For the assault rifle and certain other weapons, pressing the weapon button will first ready the gun for shooting from the hip. If you're in a close quarters fight or other situation that requires immediate action, fire from that position. Observe where your shots are hitting and correct your aim accordingly.
I understand, but that doesn't sound too accurate.
Of course not. So when you require pinpoint targeting, like when firing from afar or sniping, hold the aim button to aim. Carefully align your front and rear sights to concentrate fire and gain a sharper view on your target.
In the 2 years since Sokolov's asylum operation, I've spent all my time making preparations. And now is the time to show some results. Fox is a next-generation espionage organization designed to update us for 21st century operations that I propose to the CIA. Fox sends individuals who excel in espionage and special tactics on solo sneaking missions like this one. A next-generation unit that combines the skills of Special Forces units like the SAS and Green Berets with the know-how of an infiltration and espionage unit.
Military politics never was my strong suit.
What I'm trying to say is stealth. This is a stealth mission, crucial to the coming Cold War. The CIA director has always frowned upon Fox, but if this mission succeeds, Fox will be added to the CIA as an official unit. I intend to make Fox the leader in special operations. And to that end, this mission must succeed.
Right.
I'm counting on you, Snake. Snake, the Soviet troops are not your only enemies.
How do you mean?
Nature.
Boss?
Poisonous snakes, scorpions, crocodiles, hornets. There are dozens of dangerous life forms living in Solino-Yarsk. There are even poisonous...
Yeah. Okay, how about we move on to the second screen of the game? As I was saying before, it is impossible to pace out all the optional calls on the Virtuous mission, naturally. We have to stop and just spend an age on the radio screen if we want to hear everything. But that'll do for now, I guess. Ooh, actually. Oh, that's a Russian oyster. Okay, that's okay. I want to avoid the Siberian ink cap call if possible. Here we got the Gavials. Damn, he looks peaceful. Look at those eyes. Ah! Can you safely stab him like this? I don't usually do this. Jesus, it takes a lot of stabs. Wow! What the fuck? Tougher than the Shagohod, right. Get another suppressor for our Mark 22. Oh, one shot to the head on will take them out? Yeah, I didn't remember it taking that long before. Yeah, bad humans. Now I remember doing it in the past. You can do it with one shot
Major,
head on.
I've spotted 2 enemy soldiers.
They're probably KGB troops sent to
I'll
guard
go back
Subathon.
and test it after this.
AK-47s and grenades.
Snake, your presence in Soviet territory is already a violation of international law. We can't let the Kremlin find out that the CIA and the American government are involved. Contact with the enemy is strictly prohibited. Don't engage them in battle either. This is a stealth mission. Got that?
The Major is right. The point of this mission is to sneak through the jungle without being seen. The success of the mission depends on how well you use your camouflage. Change your camouflage by selecting Camouflage from the Survival Viewer. The Uniform option lets you pick your uniform, while the Face option lets you change your face paint. Choosing camouflage that blends in with your surroundings will help you conceal yourself more effectively. Also, don't forget that anything that moves will stand out in the jungle. If you just stand up and run around like an idiot, you're bound to be spotted. But if you crawl instead, you should be able to sneak by without being noticed. You can see how effective your camouflage is by looking at the Camo Index. The Camo Index shows how well your current camouflage blends in with the surrounding area. The higher the value, the harder you are to spot, and vice versa. The key is to make yourself one with nature. Keep that in mind as you go along, okay?
Okay, before we do any of this, let's go back. Test out this thing with the gavial. Who's a good test subject? One of these guys. Okay, you son of a bitch. Turn around. Fuck. Probably gonna kill myself. Ha! Hello there. Oh, he's just gonna turn around in the other fucking direction. Okay, back to the first guy. Are you gonna stop moving? That was pretty head on, but... I don't know. Oh! Yeah, he just loves moving. Is this guy doing the same thing now as well? Ha! You fucking bitch. I don't know, bad humans. We're not having much luck here. I was just trying to see if you could one-shot the croc if you're head on. But doesn't seem to work. Maybe if you're kneeling. He's pretty bloodied up now. Pretty roughed up. You wake him up straight away by walking over him, don't you? Yeah. Is there any call about a sleeping Gavial, I wonder?
I see you've captured a giant anaconda. The giant anaconda is believed to be the largest snake in the world in terms of weight and diameter. It's not poisonous, but its large size makes it extremely powerful. They say it even eats crocodiles. Its only natural predator is man.
And snake.
And snake.
Got it. So how does it taste?
I knew you were going to ask me that.
I'm glad I didn't disappoint you. So?
Well, the guide says it tastes all right.
Good. I'll have to try some.
I see you caught yourself a reticulated python. The reticulated python is said to be the longest snake in the world. The biggest ones can grow up to 10 meters in length. Although they're not poisonous, they're still very dangerous, so be careful around them. They have a highly ferocious temperament, and they can swallow whole, even large animals like deer and pigs. Their most distinguishing feature is the mesh pattern of their scales. This pattern acts as a highly effective natural camouflage. If you think there might be a reticulated python about, pay close attention to your surroundings. Otherwise, you could get bitten before you even know it's there. It's a huge snake, but you should be able to capture it alive by using the tranquilizer gun. I'll bet if you capture one and throw it at an enemy, it'll give him a good scare.
Right. But how do they taste?
Huh?
Do they taste good?
You're actually going to eat one.
Why else would I be asking?
Cannibal.
What was that?
Nothing. Let's see what the guide says. Ah, you're in luck. It says they taste pretty good.
Good. I can hardly wait.
Hey, nice one, bad humans. Let's, so it seems like it just has to be a very particular strike at, like, the top of his head. This one's gonna die soon anyway. I've hit it so many times. Yeah, we'll show off the grenade thing later on. Ah! You son of a fucking bitch! I think you kneeled, didn't you, bad humans? Was it because I wasn't doing a full hold before? I thought I was definitely doing full holds before. I know I wasn't there at the start. I think it was that I just wasn't doing a hold before, maybe. No, I definitely was doing holds when I was lying down. But maybe not when I was kneeling. I think that was the problem. When I was kneeling, I wasn't going for holds. Oh, yeah. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so it's like it's a standing hold that you need to do. When you're, well, I guess when you're crawling, you can't get at the right part of the hitbox or whatever. Ha! Okay, but I've become a I've become a gavial killing master. Are you doing the same thing as me? I just one-shotted all the gavials in the area, yeah. It's pretty satisfying. Oh, hi there, man.
Speak. We won't hand over Sokolov. Speak. Let go of me. Speak. We won't hand over.
Freeze.
You stay there, you little bitch. Up here we can get an SBD. We'll be finding lots of stuff on the Virtuous mission. You can get so many weapons. Where it almost feels too good to be true. And that's because it is. Because once the Virtuous mission ends, you lose all this stuff and it takes a while to get it all back. You can't get it as quickly then on Operation Snake Eater. This is where we come from in Operation Snake Eater, up there. We get dropped down into that area. Put on some decent camo. Oh, the Patriot. Yeah, we're playing on a completed file. Give me that back. Can you beat boss fights by throwing poisonous animals at them? Well, there is, of course, the fear fight, which heavily revolves around food and poisoning, if you want to go for the stamina kill. Is it possible to finish other bosses with like a poisonous snake or something? You know, I'm not sure. Let's throw the python at this guy and just let it play out this time.
What's wrong?
Get him! Ah, really cool. He has the standoff with the snake. What about the anaconda? Oh, we didn't get the video. Huh.
Freeze! Freeze!
Take it easy. Love how you can circle the enemy like this in MGS3 when you're holding them up.
Don't shoot me, please!
Pick up the stuff they drop. Continue to shake them down. What else do you have? Stun grenades. Oh. That's what we're after. Is this the only magazine on the Virtuous mission? Do any of the other guards drop one? I can't remember. This is where I always get it. Let's test out that SVD. Someone woke up. Did you not hear that? Bump, bump. He looked quite calm. Bum, bum, bum. Let's get naked. Let's equip our magazine. And our cigar. And there we go. Peak masculinity. Let's see if the boss approves of all this behavior.
Camouflage is an indispensable tool when you're sneaking through the jungle. To use camouflage, first press the Start button to go to the Survival viewer. Then select Camouflage and press the Enter button. Select Uniform to select Battle Fatigues, and Face to select Face Paint. Choose battle fatigues that match the surrounding environment.
Yeah.
Visit.
Yeah.
You can only use
Yeah.
Snake, did you take off your uniform?
Yeah,
What's the matter?
just needed to loosen up.
I know there's a naked option under uniform in the camouflage window that lets you take off your uniform. But without a uniform on, your camo index will remain low, and you'll burn through your stamina more quickly. So stop acting like a fool and put some camouflage on now. Did you hear me?
Yeah.
What is that you have in your hands? Honestly, when did you start reading magazines like that? Didn't I teach you how to take care of business without having to rely on that sort of thing? Anyway, I'm sure some of the enemy grunts will find that sort of magazine as appealing as you seem to. Place it on the ground and you might be able to divert their attention.
So yeah, she even taught Snake how to masturbate. Without the need for such things.
Are you smoking a cigar?
Uh-huh.
I don't approve of you smoking during the mission.
Hey, you used to smoke them.
Never mind what I did.
Oh.
But that being said, cigars can be useful in a number of different ways, like getting rid of leeches.
Did you say leeches?
Yes. If a leech clamps onto you, try pressing the lit end of a cigar into it. The leech should cringe and detach itself from you. If you try to yank it off by yourself, you run the risk of it leaving its teeth inside you. With the cigar method, you won't have that problem.
Fascinating.
And unlike a cigarette, a cigar burns slowly, so you can use it in place of a torch in dark places.
I never knew a cigar had so many different uses.
Now you know, but quit smoking them during the mission. Hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I see you're not wearing any face paint. Selecting no paint.
Yeah.
Normally, in my day, I did my share of sneaking into enemy territory.
You mean since World War II?
Yeah, mostly snatch missions.
Snatch mission. That's where you abduct an enemy officer without killing him, right?
Right. That's where I got the original idea for CQC. In a snatch mission, taking out the target's escorts by shooting them is not an option. If the enemy hears the gunshot, they'll know there's an intruder and tighten security. And the target will sense danger and try to get away.
You needed a way to take out the guards and secure the target without making a sound.
That was the idea. The CQC style that you and I developed is based on the techniques I cultivated during those missions. So...
First time I've heard this.
Huh?
You've never told me any of this before.
I didn't?
No. Why? Why didn't you tell me this before? Why now?
I have my reasons. This is a
Interesting call there, the end of it. Does she feel that she's spending her last moments with Snake, possibly? Sharing things she wouldn't normally share, you know, like someone on their deathbed or someone approaching death.
Choose battle fatigues that...
Yeah.
It takes more than just clothes to make... Camouflage is... Hunters have known about camouflage since ancient times. But it's only quite recently, since the 18th century, that it's been applied to military operations. The first camouflage introduced to the military was a solid-colored uniform designed to blend in with the battlefield. It was really more of a protective coloring than true camouflage. Camouflage in the modern sense of the word wasn't introduced until the First World War. During that war, weapons such as aircraft, cannon, and warships were painted in camouflage colors. But it was almost never used to disguise individual soldiers. The widespread use of camouflage began in World War II. The Germans and the Russians in particular made active use of it in battle. Nowadays, with the Cold War raging, the Eastern Bloc has been hard at work developing all sorts of camouflage patterns. In the West, the French implemented it in their paratrooper corps, and SAS during the Wars of Independence in Indochina.
I never saw it used in Korea, though.
America has lagged behind other countries in incorporating camouflage. They're only just beginning to consider introducing it into certain units.
Why is that?
Apparently, there are those in the U.S. military who consider camouflage too passive a technique.
Morons.
You're telling me. But now more and more people are beginning to appreciate how useful and important camouflage can be. I'm sure the brass will see the light soon enough.
Okay, I think we can continue a little bit before we do another load of calls. And just now, again with regards to that call with the boss sharing stuff that Snake hadn't heard before, asking why are you telling me this now, just made me think of her speech at the very end of the game, you know, where she has that line after she gives her big monologue. I've never spoken this much about myself before. Thank you for listening to me. It's a part of her character as well, I guess, maybe, that she was always someone that kind of kept everything locked up inside, didn't express herself to others too much. Looking good, Snake. So, here, if we shoot the nest, Snake was right checking out that nest. Because it really does work well here. It clears out the entire fucking area. You send that one guy running, and then he's kind of like a tumbleweed. He picks up these next two guys, and then the three of them go running. And then they pick up this guy, and then four of them go running. And they all run through to the next area. And that clears out every single guard in this place. But only for a limited time. They will come back. But they all run through there. That's a loading screen. You keep going up there and it'll take you into Razvet. But if we wait another couple of seconds, you even get a little audio cue warning you of guards approaching, which is a neat detail. There we go. Do you hear it? I didn't want to say anything there just because I didn't want to interrupt the sound. So that's your little cue that they're coming back. Yeah, see, there they are all lined up. Interesting little difference with regards to enemy behavior. You don't really have stuff like that in the previous games. Guards fleeing through loading zones into other areas and then coming back. Pretty cool. Here they are, donk walking. Let's see if we can do something here with the bridge. Another thing you can do is take out the ropes.
What's wrong?
The other guy is like, fuck this. Damn, he did well. He kept his balance. I don't think that counts as a kill. I'm not fully sure, but I think that's probably an indirect kill. Ba-ba.
What's wrong?
Ba-dum-ba-bum. You'd think he should be able to hear this from that range, but it sounds pretty loud. Oh. Oh. Drop down here, we can get another weapon. fancy pull-up animation. At the M16. Bum ba-dum 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 bum bum. Now let's take a look. Pretty cool. We get the fancy camo on the gun as well. Can switch between 3-shot burst, single shot, fully automatic. Oof. And now I'm going to reload the area so we can get the weapon calls with the boss. But then we're going to kill ourselves afterwards to trick the game into thinking we haven't done those calls, so we can then get Sigint's weapon calls later. Because if you don't do that, you can only do one or the other. The boss is your weapons expert on the Virtuous mission. Sigint is your weapons expert on Operation Snake Eater. And if you do the weapon calls with the boss, you won't be able to do the weapon calls with the Sigint. The Sigint. You won't be able to do the weapon calls with Sigint. Unless we trick the game, which is what we're going to do. Because they will have some slightly different things to say about some of the weapons.
I see you've got your hands on an SVD. The SVD is the Soviet Union's most advanced automatic sniper rifle. It's said to be better designed and more durable than anything the West has.
It looks kind of like an AK-47.
The shape is similar, but the internal mechanism is one of a kind. It uses 7.62 by 54 millimeter rimmed cartridges, which are more powerful and precise than the ones the AK uses. It can be a powerful weapon if you know how to use it. Sniper rifles aren't meant to be used on the move. When you equip one, you'll immediately go into first-person view. The more stable your stance, the less your hands will shake when you're aiming the rifle. Make sure you're lying down before attempting to make a long-distance shot. To use the scope, press the aim button. You can also use the action button to change the level of magnification. By taking out enemies from a distance with the sniper rifle, you can shift the odds in your favor. Use it well.
Unfortunately, the boss has nothing to say about the Patriot, but Sigint will have something to say. He has a great call about the Patriot.
The weapon you're equipped with now is called the XM16E1. It's a new type of rifle currently being developed by the U.S. Army.
If it's still in development, then what's it doing here?
My guess is they captured it when it was being battle-tested in Southeast Asia. But the one you've got there is quite a bit different from the ones I've been hearing about. For one thing, it's camo-painted, and it's fitted with a 3-shot burst mechanism. It even looks like you could attach a suppressor. All of these modifications are geared towards jungle combat. This doesn't look like the work of the Soviets. My guess is they were added on site by an American gunsmith during Army field trials. Open the weapon window and press the Enter button to attach or remove the suppressor. Press the Action button to switch between semi-auto, full auto, and 3-shot burst modes. Make use of each of these functions as the situation warrants.
I like how they give you the ability to find all these different weapons on the Virtuous mission, just to give you like a little taster And then they take it all away from you for Operation Snake Eater, and then it takes a while before you can get these weapons again. You can't get this weapon until you reach Grannon's lab. At least I think that's the earliest place to get this. We'll be able to get the shotgun in Razvet as well. The M37 right at the end of the area. You don't get that until before the pain on Operation Snake Eater. Takes quite a while. The SVD before the warehouse.
I see you found yourself an RGD-5. RGD stands for Rochnaya Granata Degtyaryeva in Russian. It basically means hand grenade of the Degtyarev design. It's the standard issue blast fragmentation grenade of the Soviet Army.
It's lighter than the M26.
And it carries fewer explosives as well. But I'd say it's more or less equal to an M26 in terms of performance. Be careful though, the safety pin ring is on the opposite side. You'll be fine as long as you keep the safety lever pressed down with your finger.
I'll keep that in mind.
Blast fragmentation grenades use a combination of blast and shrapnel to kill their targets. This makes them effective against standing targets, but significantly less effective against targets lying on the ground. Remember that.
Ninja, no, I was talking about that a minute ago. She has no call about the Patriot, unfortunately. Oh, I didn't get the thermals in the previous area, did I? I think she will also comment on your thermals. Let's go back and get those. That's okay, Ninja. I figured you just arrived. Yeah, another thing we can get here on the Virtuous mission super early. Although I guess it doesn't take that long to get the thermals either on Operation Snake Eater. Don't think she talks about the camera, does she? What about the Pentazeman? Oh no! I fucking reloaded the area! I didn't even think! Oh well, we're gonna have to do without some of Sigyn's calls this time then. I left the area, I meant to kill myself. I got too distracted by the thermals. Okay, well, I'll kill myself after we do the next few, so we can still get Sigyn's thermal calls. Let's see if she talks about the camera.
To place a...
Doesn't seem like it.
The sooner... Those things you're wearing, those are...
Thermal goggles. Some kind of electronic gadget that shows the distribution of heat sources in image form.
I know they're based on the same principle behind the FLIR system on gunships, but to think they actually made it small enough to carry with you.
They're not just making good rockets, huh? Never underestimate the power of Soviet science.
Tell me about it. In any case, those thermal goggles should allow you to easily see through enemy camouflage and spot traps. Just don't leave them on for too long, or you'll drain the batteries.
David, am I looking forward to the remake? There's no part of me that really desires an MGS3 remake, but like, sure, like, I hope it's good. I'll play it. I'm an MGS streamer. So yeah, like, I'll play it when it comes out. But like, it's not something I'm really all that invested in, you know? I'm not like, oh, this better be great. I've really wanted an MGS3 remake for all these years. Like, I'm perfectly fine with the game we have. And I think it'll be hard for a remake to top what we have. But yeah, it could be interesting. We'll see. I hope it's good. It'll be interesting to see what the differences are. I hope it is. I hope there are some significant differences, so it won't just be the same thing. It'd be cool to see them improve on some of the mechanics. Or add some interesting, you know, new things. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. It'll be interesting to see how the game plays, you know? I can't imagine it will control like this game. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it works mechanically. Like, will if the boss fights will be the same? What they do with the survival mechanics, the food and the curing, how they'll change that. I'm intrigued to see if they, yeah, I'm intrigued to see if they change anything with the food and cure mechanics, and if so, what they change. It'll be interesting to see if they streamline menus and how they streamline menus. That was one big criticism MGS3 got when it came out. Was that there was a bit too much menuing in the game, and I agree with that criticism. But at the same time, I hope they don't streamline it too much to the point where we lose all the unique things about the survival viewer. You know, I like being able to stop and go into the menus and look at the food and read the descriptions and spin Snake around to make him get sick and look at the medical history and the food history and get the animations and everything. So yeah, we'll it'll be interesting to see what they do. I'm really not a big fan of the cure system in this game. I think it more often than not just serves to interrupt the game rather than add anything meaningful. Like, oh, I got shot in a boss fight, let me go into the menu and use all the items. It's really not that interesting of a system. The game does a couple of interesting things with it. Mainly when it comes to getting affected by things that you aren't aware of, things that aren't immediately obvious, like leeches. Like, why the hell is my stamina draining so quickly? What's going on? And then you have the realization, oh fuck, there's leeches. Then you burn off the leeches in the cure menu. Shit like that is cool. But yeah, I think generally speaking, it's like one of the weaker parts of the game. Still cool how it kind of ties into the whole survival theme, and you know, that probably adds to the immersion for a lot of people. But yeah, I think they could definitely improve on that. What I think would be cool would be if you got to see Snake maybe eat food in the environment, like when you stop to eat something, you actually saw Snake eat it here in the environment, and maybe you had to find a safe spot to eat. You know, you have to be careful not to eat in front of an enemy. I think that could be cool. Or if they don't do that, to maybe at least have more videos that show a Snake eating stuff. You know how there's a video for him eating like the first or second snake in the game? And then there's also a video for eating a fish, but then you don't get anything for the rest of the game. You can only see him eat that one snake, and you can only see him eat that one fish. It'd be cool just to, regardless of how they did it, it'd be cool to actually see Snake eat more stuff in the game. Because it's really satisfying watching those little cutscenes of him eating the fish and the snake. It'd be cool to just get more of that. Like what about the spiders and all the bugs and stuff? It'd be cool to see Snake look at a spider crawl around his hand and then just gobble it up, throw it into his mouth, start chewing on it like an animal. So yeah, it'd be cool to just see more stuff like that, maybe. Little tweaks to the food system, maybe improvements to the cure system. But yeah, we'll see what happens. The rats! Yeah, I want to see how Snake eats the rat. I think watching him eat the spiders could be really funny. A super special scene for eating the Tsuchinoko. But yeah, I think that could be really immersive, like if you actually had to find a safe spot to eat your food. You know, because it took a few seconds. You lost control of Snake for that couple of seconds where he eats the food. And then maybe they could have, like, unique guard reactions if a guard saw you in the middle of eating something. But, you know, I'm not going to get my hopes up for shit like that. Maybe it'll just be the exact same as this game. Wow, we're still not getting the video. Huh. Oh, I doubt that will happen where you just get phantom pain spray. I'd say the cure system will be in the game. They'll, you know, because the spray doesn't really evoke that whole survival theme. The cure system really, you know, it really ties in with the survival theme. Having to get all the unique items and bandages and chemicals and... No, I would say that stuff will be in the game in some form. But yeah, it'd be cool if they could find a way to make it at least less intrusive. Like, that would be one... I think I'd be much happier with the cure system if you didn't have to open the survival viewer all the time. Just, it's so intrusive, I think, you know, and it's not even something you really need to think about. Like, it's just you open the menu, it's like go through all the stuff. I don't know. Boss, tell me about this Pentasmin.
When you aim your handgun in first-person view, align the... Stalking is a movement technique that eliminates even the sound of your footsteps.
Yeah.
In the jungle, it's absolutely crucial to keep your position secret.
Yeah, she doesn't have Pentasmin calls. Paramedic. Maybe Paramedic has it.
I see you've captured an Indian gavial. The Indian gavial is a crocodile that originally lived in freshwater regions in India and Nepal.
Why are Indian...
You know what? We'll listen to that another time. Let's kill ourselves to reset the area now that we've done all the boss stuff. Did we do the stun grenade call? I can't remember.
I see you found some Russian oysters.
That's certainly a strange-looking grenade you've got there.
Yeah, I've never seen one like this. What is it?
It must be a new type of grenade developed by the Russians. From what I can tell, it's a non-lethal weapon that uses a flash of light and intense sound to overpower the senses of human targets. You can probably use that grenade to knock out the enemy without killing them. It might prove useful.
So this is another detail in MGS3 with regards to the radio system. You see how each character has 4 slides, 4 images that you can look at, and the 4th one has some extra information on it. You can unlock more of those images. The more optional calls you do, the more of those slides you unlock. And each new one also comes with more information. We just saw the boss's 5th one there. The boss only gets 5 because she isn't in the game for very long as a support team member. But everyone else gets 7 total images. And 4, 5, 6, and 7 all come with different bits of information. Sorry, Snake.
What's going on? Snake! Snake!
Dog, I wonder if that's some kind of dynamic weather, such as the rain effects in the jungle in the new remake. Oh, do you know what? This is making me think of something else now. You know how at the start of Operation Snake Eater, they say that you have like a time limit to complete the mission? I forget what the time limit is now, like a couple of days, a few days. Imagine if they put that in the game as like an optional difficulty, where you have the real time limit that's tied to your in-game clock and tied to a day and night, or tied to like the day-night cycle in the game and however long that day-night cycle took. There's no chance in hell we're getting that, but that just made me think of that. Because whenever they bring that up at the start of Operation Snake Eater, I think to myself, was this originally an idea where Kojima wanted the whole game to be a time limit that's tied to your in-game clock? I have a feeling that might have been one of his ideas early on in development. Because, you know, this game fucks around with the in-game clock a lot. You know, and they mention how, you know, when you save and quit the game and you leave the game, that's supposed to be Snake sleeping in the world of the game. You know, they even have an in-universe explanation for what happens when the player saves and quits. And then when you come back a couple of days later, your food will have gone rotten. Snake will be a little bit... He'll have his health restored because that's what happens when he sleeps. You know, they do all that stuff in this game with the in-game clock. And then you have the End who will die of old age. But I guess they would have to change that, right? If the mission has to take a few... If the mission can only take a few days, but it takes a week for the End to die of old age. And yeah, originally Kojima wanted the End fight to take way longer. He wanted the fight to take like a week for the player to finish. Let's see. Let's do another save call.
Do you want to save? Snake, do you know the creature from the Black Lagoon?
Nope, never heard of it.
These scientists are investigating a place deep in the Amazon called the Black Lagoon, and they get picked off one after the other by this fishman thing. And there was this scene when the heroine is going for a swim, and the creature sneaks up on her from underwater. Oh, I thought my heart was going to stop. I mean, of course, the 3D effects in It Came from Outer Space were a lot more intense, but...
It wouldn't be referring to you coming from outer space, would it?
How rude! Why do you say that?
Because no one on Earth could be as charming as you.
Fine. I'll just get to the point, Snake. Be careful of what's around you when you're in the water. Just imagining you swimming in those jungle rivers makes me think of you being attacked by a fishman.
I appreciate the concern.
Fishmen aren't the only things that'll attack you in the water. Really be careful out there.
Okay.
And don't be attacking any pretty girls going for a swim, either.
Are you calling me a fishman?
You started it.
How on earth would they have made the End fight last a week? Yeah, it was probably something that they couldn't even realistically implement. But, yeah, that was his desire at one point. have this like grueling sniper battle that lasted a week. Let's do a few more calls with the boss.
I see you've got the survival knife equipped. The survival knife is a necessity in the field.
That's not a knife, that's
Press
a
the weapon
snake.
button to swing the
That's
knife.
a milk snake.
Press it repeatedly to perform a combo attack. The knife lets you kill an enemy silently.
That looks like a knife
so
to
you
you?
should find it useful when the situation calls for stealth. In addition to fighting the enemy, you can also use the knife to capture wild animals. That one knife can provide you with everything you need to survive in the field. Use it well. To place a weapon on your person,
Yeah.
the sooner you find the enemy, the better you'll be able to deal with the situation. So be sure to make use of sensors like... When you aim your handgun in first person... Stalking is a movement technique that eliminates even the sound of your footsteps. Stalking involves putting your weight on your rear foot, then stepping forward slowly with your front foot. Before putting down the front foot, use the tip of your foot to check for dangerous objects or branches that might create a noise when stepped upon. Once you've determined the spot is safe to step on, slowly lower your foot to the ground, placing it down from the outside edge first, and then slowly lowering your weight onto the foot. Throughout the entire process, you have to strain your calves to retain balance. But all you need to do is press the directional button in the direction you wish to move. When stalking, you can move without creating sound with your footsteps. And since your posture is low while stalking, you are that much less likely to be spotted by the enemy. Since you move cautiously while stalking, you will be able to detect a trap on the ground before it is set off. However, the slow, concentrated movement while stalking consumes high amounts of stamina.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Switch between walking and running with the left stick and stalking with the directional buttons depending on the situation.
Huh, that's cool. Stalking requires more stamina. I completely forgot about that. Yeah, Master Miller would be impressed, or Liquid. We're told to do this in MGS1, but we just don't have the means to do it. We're also told to wear our socks over our shoes, but we can't do that either. We can't do that in this game either. But finally, we do have the ability to stalk. In MGS1, you can't even walk. You can't even do this in MGS1. All you can do is run. And this. Snake is incapable of walking in that game.
Not too bad.
Just looking at how fast it depletes when stalking. Yeah, it's pretty significant, actually. Never really pay attention to it. Huh.
Select map. In the jungle, it's absolutely crucial to keep your position secret from the enemy. Sometimes even the smallest sound.
Yeah.
Keep in mind that your weapons and equipment each have their own weight. Storing a heavy item on your person will cause your stamina to drain more quickly. If you're getting tired or... There is one weapon greater than any other in battle. Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
What?
Do we have to go through this again?
Yes.
Will. An unflinching will to survive, no matter what.
Exactly. The will to carry out your mission and return home alive will see you through even the most desperate of situations. It's the most potent weapon in your arsenal. Don't forget that, no matter what. Treetops, bushes, hollow logs. There are plenty of places in nature you can use to hide yourself. Search each area carefully. If you want to survive in the jungle, you're going to need to hone all of your senses. An unnatural movement in the undergrowth, a tiny shadow peeking out through the trees in the distance. Always keep an eye out for any signs of the enemy's presence. Your sense of hearing is equally important. Visibility is poor in the jungle, so you've got to learn to pick up the enemy's presence from the sounds you hear around you. Always be listening for that one snap of a twig among the chirping of the birds and the babbling of the brooks. Your sense of smell is also important. Body odor, sweat, gunpowder, food. These faint smells wafting in the wind will tell you where the enemy...
No.
No?
I can't smell.
You? What now?
I can't smell.
Not at all.
Nope.
Not even a little bit.
Not a thing.
Oh. Well then, you'll just have to trust in your instincts as a gamer.
I like that one. He can't smell because we can't smell. We can see the world of the game. We can hear the sounds. But we can't smell. So neither can Snake, I guess. Let's see. I think we're almost done with the boss's calls.
If you rapid fire the assault rifle, the recoil of the gun...
Can't take off his pants, can't smell, can't eat. Yeah, I really like when they bring humor out of the video game logic. Snake not knowing if he can take off his pants. Is it possible to take off my pants? You know, where he's in the universe of the game is behaving like a player, like the gamer who doesn't know the controls or doesn't know what they're able to do in the game. You know, they need to teach the player how to eat food, so I guess we're going to make it so Snake doesn't know how to eat food. The player might not know if it's possible to take off their pants in the game, so Snake doesn't know how to take off his pants.
Even while hanging, you can fire your handgun with one arm. And if you're attacked during a hanging maneuver, don't panic and claim the advantage.
Yeah.
Equipment captured in the field often needs to be fixed or have its parts replaced before it can be used. But you won't need to worry about that in this mission.
Why's that?
Because your adversaries are highly trained professionals. They'll no doubt have made sure their reserve gear is in working condition.
So in other words, I can use the stuff I pick up right away?
Right. One more thing. When you pick up a new item, don't forget to read its description in the window.
Snake really is like a baby in this a lot of the time. Or like a, you know, like a caveman. A primitive animal discovering the world around him for the first time.
You said the enemy is equipped with AK-47s, didn't you? The AK-47 is the official assault rifle of the Soviet Army. It's employed not only by the Soviets, but throughout the entire Eastern Bloc. It uses 7.62 millimeter by 39 ammunitions, with a magazine capacity of 30 rounds. The AK is reliable, precise, powerful, and easy to handle. In short, one of the best assault rifles there is. Don't even think about getting into a one-man firefight against an enemy unit equipped with AKs. Avoid battle as much as possible. Are we clear?
Okay, so next we'll go through Zero's calls. We have quite a few Zero calls to do. Sorry, chat, that we have to spend so much time on the radio screen here, but like I say, there's no real way to pace out these calls naturally and get all of them. So we just have to spend some time here doing them.
Snake, that region is inside the
It'd be a
enemy's
bit
area
exhausting.
of control.
I know. Time for the real deal.
But
The
there's some
enemy
good
is
stuff
running
in these
regular
calls.
patrols. You don't know when or where you might run into them. Use camouflage prudently and proceed with caution. Sokolov should be at the abandoned
Yeah.
Snake, camouflage. Snake, camouflage.
We
and
got
face
Zero's
paint
fifth
alone
image
won't
here.
make you blend in completely. In addition to the camouflage
Young
itself,
Zero with the
your
boss
physical
back in the
position
day,
is a
back in the
crucial
SAS.
dynamic you should keep in mind.
Major, you said the enemy was KGB, right?
I did.
What unit are they from? The 6th Directorate?
No, the 9th Directorate.
Let me look at the picture.
9th.
Yes,
But I thought that was...
exactly. It's the unit that protects the Kremlin and provides bodyguards for high-level VIPs.
But they're assigned to protect party and government figures. I thought that only meant high-ranking officials and their families. And now they're being sent out to stand watch over a field exercise?
That's the idea.
What's really going on?
I don't know. What I do know is that the director of the 9th Directorate is a well-known protege of Khrushchev. The Premier may have wanted to assign this mission to someone he knew he could trust.
So he can't trust any other units?
Ever since the withdrawal from Cuba, Khrushchev's position has been getting weaker day by day. This secret test is an act of desperation by a cornered man. If nothing else, the completion of Sokolov's new weapon in this test should help re-establish Khrushchev's authority in Moscow.
So what you're saying is, there's also a good chance that whoever doesn't want to see that happen is going to try and interfere.
Most likely, Khrushchev must have anticipated this and sent his most loyal unit, his trump card, to make sure that all goes well. Snake, I don't recommend running around wildly. You need to determine when it's best to run and when it's best just to walk. Move the left stick slightly to walk. You won't move very far.
Yeah. Rossi, I don't remember thanking you earlier for your 10 months. I probably did, though. Thank you again, anyway. Thanks for the shout-out again.
Snake, there are other ways to recover your stamina besides eating.
Such as?
Such as taking a rest.
A rest?
To take a rest, all you have to do is save and exit the game. The next time you load your save data and continue the game, your stamina and life will have recovered. How much they recover depends on how long of a rest you take.
So the longer I rest, the more I'll recover.
That's right. If you're so exhausted that you don't even have the strength to find food, save the game and take a rest and you'll be back on your feet.
I hope that never happens.
So do I. But you never know. Just don't forget, okay?
I won't.
That was me, Scar Alien. Yeah, we put Mother Teresa on Raiden's dog tags. Maybe next time we'll put the Pope on the dog tags. Or, you know, one of the older popes.
In most areas outdoors, your footsteps will create some noise.
Shut up.
Major, tell me about Sokolov's past work.
I assume you already know that Sokolov was the developer of the multi-engine cluster. The multi-engine cluster is exactly that, a system for fitting a single rocket with multiple engines. The Vostok rocket, for instance, had 32 engines. With the technology they had, it was difficult for the Soviets to develop large engines with massive thrust. So instead, they decided to focus on using multiple smaller engines to achieve the desired thrust. With this method, though, maintaining the fuel balance between the various engines was a major problem. Sokolov was the man who provided the solution.
And that's what earned him the job as the head of the design bureau?
Apparently so.
So this secret weapon is some kind of ballistic device?
That's my best guess. We don't know for sure, but...
You'll find out soon. As soon as I get Sokolov out of here.
I'm counting on you.
Gandhi, Bad Humans. Great idea. Great idea. No. Never heard the name before.
With an equip... The degree to which you move the left stick not only changes... Part of your mission is to demonstrate to the brass the core concepts behind Fox. Leave no evidence. That's the essence of Fox. And avoid engagement with the enemy.
Understood.
Not only that, I mean leave nothing behind, including weapons, equipment, footprints, sweat, even bodily waste.
Yeah, when I do my business, I bury it good.
What?
What's wrong?
That's the American way.
American way for what?
To handle defecation. You're gonna bury it?
Yeah.
Bring it home with you.
What?
That's what we did in SAS. The US Army is sloppy. They do things well, but not perfectly. Here in Fox, we're doing things my way. Got it?
Yes, sir.
Speaking of MGS3 remakes, this is, of course, the feature that we really need to see in the MGS3 remake. Skullface following you along throughout the whole game, hiding in the bushes behind you, picking up your shit and putting them into plastic bags at the end. That's what we really need to see. What are you fucking babbling about here, bad humans? I was hoping you were going to put Snake's Revenge antagonist Hyarola Kakamami? I don't understand this reference. What are you talking about? Snake's Revenge Colonel Vermin Katafi? What are these memes? Yeah, so they should put a shitting mechanic into the MGS3 remake, and maybe that could affect your stats at the end of the game, like your rank. If Skullface had to clean up 20 piles of shit, then you couldn't get Foxhound rank at the end. Like, you could only... They could have, like, you know, on the results screen, they could have 5 empty bags. And if the 5 bags were full of shit on the results screen at the end, you wouldn't get Foxhound. It would have to be, you have to have at least 1 empty bag on the results screen in order to get Foxhound at the end. And all of, you know, maybe you could put like a cute little poop animation inside the bags. Similar to what you have on the fly camo, maybe, inside the game. Maybe they could tie the fly camo into Skullface's character somehow, where maybe that's how you would get the fly camo. Oh, yeah! That's how you get the fly camo. You knock out Skullface. Skullface first needs to pick up at least 5 or 10 pieces of your shit, because that's when he starts to get covered in flies. Skullface gets the fly camo by picking up a certain amount of your shit, and then you need to trank him and shake him down after that point to get the fly camo. God, I am a fucking genius. Hire me, Kojima Productions, or whoever you are now at Konami. Whatever you're calling yourself these days. Not Kojima Productions.
Snake, if you step in any water or mud, your feet will get wet. If you walk like that, you'll leave footprints behind and the enemy may follow them straight to you. Try to avoid walking through any water or mud as much...
RD Development 5B. Yes. That's, yeah, man, that would be amazing. I'm just imagining Skullface behaving like the guy that tracks you in Act 3 of MGS4. You know the dwarf gecko dressed up in the trench coat and the fedora. You turn around, you try to shoot him, and then he just inches back into the bushes and he's nowhere to be seen.
Equip food as a weapon and press the weapon button to throw the food. If you throw a live animal near an enemy, you may be able to distract him. If an enemy is really hungry, he may pounce at the prospect of food. You have minimal gear on this mission, and you have to make the most use out of anything you can procure on the ground.
Yeah.
Snake, the Mark 22 is a tranquilizer gun. Use it to put enemies to sleep without harm.
That's how you get him as well. That's how you trank him in the end. If you try and shoot him while he's lurking in the bushes, you can't. What you have to do is, you have to take a shit, right? Because Skullface has to clean up your shit, right? So that he has to leave the bushes to clean up your shit. So what you do is, you shit as bait. You take a shit, you leave the area, and that's when Skullface comes to clean up your shit, when you leave the area. He's not going to expect you to come back to the area, though. So what you do is you leave the area, then you come back immediately to catch him in the act, cleaning up your shit. Then you trank him, run over to the body, shake him down, take the fly camo, and then leave. That's what you do. Maybe that would be a bit too easy, though. Like, if that would, you know, all you had to do was leave the area and come back to catch him. No, they should probably make it more challenging. Yeah, this is starting to sound like the end boss fight, you know? Where you're creeping up behind the end and shaking him down. Skullface could be like the boss fight that persists throughout the whole game. It's like an invisible boss fight. He has a health bar, and you can slowly deplete his health bar. But you can only trank him. Yeah, you can only trank him. Yeah, something like that. We need to work on this idea.
Major, didn't you say that the boss was in the SAS with you?
Yes, we formed the 22nd SAS Regiment together. When the SAS, the British Special Air Service, was first established, they invited the boss on board as a special advisor. In fact, you might say it was the boss who put together Rayforce and L Detachment, which laid the groundwork for today's SAS. You won't find her name in the history books, but her contributions were many and great.
Yeah, the real heroes are never made public.
Not in our line of work, anyway. The dummy run on Heliopolis and the nighttime raids on German air bases in North Africa were her idea as well. Yes, she was always one step ahead of the rest of us, both in thought and action. It's true what they say. Who dares wins.
The motto of the SAS.
Precisely. The motto itself is a tribute to her service. Needless to say, the SAS has become a model for special forces units all over the world. In that sense, the boss really is the mother of special forces.
Now maybe he should drop his mask, his silly little face mask. It would work, right? Because you could wear it as a face camo. And maybe it could tie into the shitting mechanic. Maybe whenever you wore his mask, you never had to take a shit. Kind of like the opposite of Johnny's mask in MGS4. You know how Johnny stops shitting himself as soon as he takes off the mask in MGS4? This could be like the opposite of that.
Snake, let me explain the enemy's various states of alert. First of all, there's the state in which the enemy in that area doesn't know that you're there. This is called normal phase. In normal...
It would look good with the tuxedo, wouldn't it?
After you've grabbed... Press the crawl... Snake, remember that the suppressor is a limited commodity.
I know. No suppressor lasts forever.
Exactly. When the suppressor's durability wears away, it breaks beyond repair. See the weapon icon to check the suppressor's present level of durability. Remove the
Yeah.
Major, what about my code name?
You mean Naked Snake?
Yeah, what does it mean?
Yeah.
It's because snakes slither through the grass unnoticed to those around them.
No, I mean the naked part.
It means without embellishment, devoid of a specified quality. In other words, basic.
Why's that my code name?
I explained that the virtuous mission is designed to test the effectiveness of Fox, right?
Right.
And the procedure used for this mission will represent the modus operandi of Fox for future missions. In other words...
The essence of Fox. Naked and pure?
Exactly. And there's the fact that you went in practically naked. No weapons, no equipment.
I see. Means more than I realized.
Yes, clever, isn't it? But don't leave yourself naked to the enemy.
Roger that.
So it's an interesting call. Earlier on, at the very start of the game, in one of the scripted calls, Snake asks Zero about his code name, and he says, "I'll tell you later when the time is right." But he never actually tells you in a scripted call. You can only find out in this optional call. It's kind of interesting that they bring it up there, but it's never expanded upon, other than in the, you know, you have to seek out the information if you want it. But yeah, interesting. Kind of ties into the whole idea of the Cobra unit. We're told that we are naked and pure, devoid of a specified quality, of a specific quality. And that's obviously what the Cobra unit are all about. They all have their very specific quality, their specific emotion trait. But Snake is naked and pure. Kind of ties into what the boss says later on at the end of the Virtuous mission as well, right? What's that line she has? Volgin says, "Is he coming with us? No, this one is still just a child. Too pure for us Cobras." Snake before he becomes Big Boss. The blank slate. Uncorrupted.
Snake, certain enemy soldiers are equipped with radios.
The whole naked and pure thing kind of reminds me of the, you know, where we start the game, the Virgin Cliffs, landing on the Virgin Cliffs, the virtuous mission, like morally justified, pure. Yeah. I think they call it the untouched forest later on when we get Eva's translation.
It's possible to destroy the radio that enemy correspondents use. Snake, this operation is a... Snake, I recommend against leaving the...
Yeah. I think we're almost done with Zero's calls. Don't worry, we'll be able to move on soon. For anyone getting impatient, we will be continuing soon enough. We're getting to the back end of these optional calls now. We're getting close to the end.
Snake, the damage that an enemy takes from your gun depends on where...
Yeah.
Snake, I've completed the double check on the Fulton recovery system.
Any problems?
None. Leave your recovery to us.
Excellent.
I suppose I should explain the procedure once more before the actual maneuver.
No.
I see. Well, the Fulton recovery system allows for rapid recovery of personnel from enemy territory. It's perfect for these kinds of special operations. Basically, how it works is the plane flies by and snags a nylon lift line that the soldier has grabbed onto, and that's been elevated by a balloon. The Fulton recovery system was first designed in the 1940s as a method of picking up mail for the American Postal Service. During the Korean War, that system was redesigned to recover personnel. JAC, an ancillary organization to the CIA. Yes, good old JAC. It stands for Joint Advisory Commission Korea. Isn't that something? So,
yes, fascinating.
JAC first used the Fulton surface-to-air recovery system to extract agents from North Korea and mainland China. Let's go over the procedure once more, to be on the safe side. First, the plane drops a canister about the size of a coffin to you. Inside, you'll find a balloon, a 1,500-foot cable, and a harness that attaches to your suit.
Is he going to pass out here?
Take the items out, attach the line to your suit, fill the balloon with helium, and send the line up. The plane will approach at 125 miles per hour. Snag the cable just below the balloon with a hook on the nose of the aircraft, and whisk you away. Assuming the pickup is successful, you'll be reeled in with a winch and pulled to safety into the rear of the aircraft. Got it? Snake?
Yeah, I got it. I got it real good.
Were you listening?
Yeah.
All right, then.
There we go. Someone was talking about Volgin's line, the newborn baby line. That's a line that actually changes depending on your performance. I'm not sure if you knew that. if you as a player haven't taken much damage up to that point in the game, he will say that your body looks like a newborn baby. If you have taken lots of damage, he'll say you've seen your share of battles. But now you'll see what hell is truly like, or something like that. I forget what the quote is. You've seen your share of battles, but I'm about to show you what hell truly is. Something like that. It's very close to the quote, but not exactly. Yeah. I think you usually see the newborn baby line when we play because we generally don't take that much damage when we play.
You can get inside trees that are hollowed out from decay. Enter. Snake, when you stand up against a tree, in the corner.
Yeah.
Move the rock. If you have a gun.
There should be a call about the halo jump.
You did an excellent halo jump.
Not really. I didn't land in the right spot. A jumper who lost his pack on the first real halo jump. That'll make a good story for you.
Who cares? There are no records of your operations.
I know, but...
What, you're embarrassed?
No, not embarrassed.
It's the boss, isn't it?
Yeah.
What about the boss?
Nothing, paramedic.
Doesn't sound like nothing.
Nothing to do with the boss, I mean.
It has something to do with the boss, but you don't want to say so.
Yeah, kinda.
I understand, Snake.
The boss has done a lot of work on the military study of halo jumps. And Snake here wanted to give a perfect performance on the first real jump. You know, to show respect to the mother of the technique.
Major!
Snake, I thought you were over and out.
Wow, is that right?
You got something to say?
No.
I bet you do.
Not really. I just think it's kind of sweet of you to think like that.
I don't know whether to take that as a compliment or an insult.
It's a compliment, Snake. So tell me, is it true?
What?
Not that. Is it true that the boss really worked on research for halo jumps?
Oh, that.
Yes, it's true. Halo stands for High Altitude Low Opening. It's a jump technique developed for covert insertions into enemy territory, just like the area you're in. A plane flies at 10,000 feet or above to avoid detection by ground forces, and the jumper free falls until he's within 1,000-foot altitude above the target area, when he finally opens his chute. By using this technique, the chances of revealing the parachute landing to the enemy are marginal. The halo technique was originally developed in France. This was partly due to popularity of parachuting as a sport since the end of World War II. And the boss was an instructor for the research that was carried out there. In 1957, at the JFK Special Operations Center at Fort Bragg, the boss was invited to instruct at the first ever US military halo school. Of course, none of this is on the record, but she's the mother of modern-day special forces. Press the... While hanging, use the left...
Hanging?
You can't keep hanging forever. If there's some... Press the... Press... If you...
I think we're pretty much done now.
Major, tell me a little bit more about the space race.
In 1957, the Soviet Union succeeded in launching their first artificial satellite, Sputnik, into orbit. Having been beaten to the chase by the Soviets, the US government accelerated its own space program in an effort to catch up. The following year, the space development programs of the various service branches were united to form the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, or NASA. That same year, the Mercury program was launched with the goal of putting a man into space. 7 candidates were chosen from the military as the first astronauts. These were the men with the right stuff. But as you know, it was a Soviet cosmonaut, Yuri Gagarin, who made the first successful manned spaceflight 3 years ago. NASA's first successful ballistic flight came 1 month after Gagarin's mission, with the Freedom 7 carrying Alan Shepard into space. After that, with America still lagging behind the Soviets in orbital flight, President Kennedy made a momentous decision. That America would put a man on the moon before the end of the decade.
Yeah, I heard that speech, but a lot of guys I knew weren't real happy about it. They said no one was gonna make them go on a mission to blow up some damn moon base.
But rocket research and missile research are closely related. Imagine, if you will, a Soviet Union able to send wave after wave of nuclear missiles raining down on Washington from a base on the surface of the moon. Even if that's still a long way from reality, if we lose the initiative, we may never get it back. We're left with no choice but to keep moving forward one step at a time. The Gemini program, launched 2 years ago, represents the initial step towards establishing a moon base. And yet, I don't want to call President Kennedy a liar, but I simply can't imagine that in 6 years man will have reached the moon.
I don't know. I never even thought we'd make it up into space. I guess it all depends on whether you have the will to make it happen.
Perhaps you're right.
Okay. Let me think for a second here. I don't want to trigger the Siberian Incap calls yet. But I can't remember if there are Siberian Incaps in this section. Are these Incaps? I think they are. They are, yes. Can I avoid the calls by eating them? I'm gonna eat all the Siberian Incaps. Sick! Wow, fuck's sake. I didn't really explain why I'm doing this, but you can get a few variations on the food calls in this game. Like, you know, if you call paramedic about food before you eat it, it'll be slightly different to the call that you get after you eat it. You know, if Snake hasn't eaten the food, he'll be like, how does it taste? And paramedic will have to tell him how it tastes. But if he's already eaten the food, he'll be able to tell paramedic how it tastes. And there are other slight variations as well, like what I'm trying to do now with the Siberian Incap. If you wait until after the Granin scene before you trigger that call, they'll reference Granin when they talk about the Siberian Incap, because the call relates to alcohol consumption, and Granin obviously loves his alcohol. So there's, you know, some hidden stuff like that in the game. It's one of the really cool details about the food calls, I think. Just the fact that they have those two variations for like every food call in the game. And sometimes even more than a couple of variations. Yeah, let me go back here. Okay. Now I just want to check. Did these fucking mushrooms respawn? I'm not sure what the deal is with respawning stuff here. No, it's not. Okay. Okay, let's hope that those are the only mushrooms in the area. If they're not, and we get the call, I can always just kill myself to restart. Yeah, because I want to do a few paramedic calls here. I just don't want to trigger that specific call. Let's save as well.
You want to save? Snake, have you heard of It Came from Outer Space?
Yeah, you told me already.
So this astronomer sees a meteor, but it's really an alien spaceship, right? And the aliens start replacing the townspeople with clones and forcing them to help repair the ship. The 3D effects were quite realistic.
I've got all the real I can handle here in the jungle.
No, you don't get it. Precisely because it's realistic, with the images jumping out of the screen at you, it makes for a nice escape from reality. I have to admit it made my eyes tired, but it was really intense. Unfortunately, they don't make very many of those movies anymore.
When did it come out?
I was still in college, so probably about 10 years ago?
Guess I'm out of luck then.
You know, they're coming out with household versions of video cassette recorders. One day you'll be able to see old movies anytime you want. It'll be like having a movie theater in your own home.
Really?
It's like if you had a record with movie film etched onto it instead of music. It'll work the same way.
You're kidding.
No, really. And someday they might make movies where you control the characters yourself.
Sounds like magic.
It'll happen. Make sure you stay alive to see it, Snake. I see you've captured an Indian gavial. The Indian gavial is a crocodile that originally lived in freshwater regions in India and Nepal.
Why are Indian crocodiles way out here?
They're captive crocodiles that were brought here for research purposes but escaped and became wild again. Indian gavials are large creatures. Adult males grow to over 6 meters in length. You'll never catch one alive, even if you use the tranquilizer gun.
I tried the meat. It was great.
Well, good for you. But be careful when capturing an Indian gavial. Normally they're cowardly creatures, but the ones in the forest there are belligerent. Apparently they attack humans.
What do you mean?
They weren't the direct subject of any serious research, but some think they may have become violent as a side effect of the atomic research that was conducted nearby. Snake, that area should be inhabited by tree frogs. The tree frog is a green frog that's found throughout Asia. It's arboreal, spending most of its time in shrubs and bushes. Use the tranquilizer gun to catch one alive. I bet you could scare an enemy good if you toss one at him. But the tree frogs that live in that jungle are a lot bigger than ordinary tree frogs.
They've got an appetite, huh?
You've got a one-track mind, don't you? But seriously, that is one theory. However, there are people who think it's a mutation caused by nuclear testing and waste from the research facility.
Do you think they're safe to eat?
Is that all you ever think about?
What else is there?
Lots.
Like what?
Like why a frog would get so big in the first place. Whether it's a temporary phenomenon created by a unique environment, or a permanent mark of evolution, or a product of the toxic waste coming out of the research facility. If it is the waste that's causing it, then it means humans are interfering with the ecosystem. It really makes you think about the changing relationship between...
This isn't interesting.
Oh, fine. Be that way.
So, how about it?
You mean, is it edible?
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's probably okay.
Probably.
I don't know. The guide doesn't say anything.
Pretty useless guide, if you ask me.
Well, try one for dinner and you can help improve it.
I forget what the other version of that call is if you've eaten the tree frog before calling. I really need to do another playthrough like that sometime where we specifically go through it to get all the variations on the food calls, see which ones are the best.
The gauge below your light. You should be able to find
No!
some uncapped mushrooms growing in that area.
Okay, I'm gonna kill myself, and now we can go catch a tree frog, and we'll see what the other version of it is. Okay, I did reload this area after doing all those 0 calls, didn't I? Pretty sure I did. Right. Hold on. Yeah, I bet she'll talk about the Siberian ink caps even if you've gotten all of them. Nothing lurking around in these bushes here? No frog? Oh, there was another one here. Although she'll still probably talk about it. This bridge, pain in the balls. I hear it. Do you hear the ribbit? Can't remember the last... Ah! I can't remember the last time I used a mic. There you are, you little bastard! Can't remember the last time I used a mic to track one of the animals. That's cool. He's getting shy all of a sudden. Ribbit, you little shit! I want to hear how loud it is when you have the mic equipped. I don't think he's gonna do it.
What can I say?
I think we need to do this more often. Use the microphone and listen in on all the animals. Maybe they only ribbit for like a few seconds for a certain amount of time. Then maybe it just stops. I'm gonna reload the area. This little bastard better be in the same position. They should have added that. If you wore the Rykov mask, you could ask the animals if they were Ames. There he is. Not that loud, really. But we're getting the ribbit. One more. I just want one more. Is he stuck? All right, we're finished.
I'm gonna puke. I've had enough.
Not too good, okay. Okay, now let's test. See if we still get the Siberian Incap call, even if there are no Siberian Incaps left. I think we've eaten them all here now. I'm intrigued to see what the variation on the tree frog call is.
I see. Snake, that area should be inhabited by tree frogs. The tree frog is a green frog that's found throughout Asia. It's arboreal, spending most of its time in shrubs and bushes. Use the tranquilizer gun to catch one alive. I bet you could scare an enemy good if you toss one at him. But the tree frogs that live in that jungle are a lot bigger than ordinary tree frogs.
They've got an appetite, huh?
You've got a one-track mind, don't you? But seriously, that is one theory. However, there are people who think it's a mutation caused by nuclear testing and waste from the research facility.
Yeah, I ate one, but it didn't taste that great.
Is that all you ever think about?
What else is there?
Lots.
Like what?
Like why a frog would get so big in the first place. Whether it's a temporary phenomenon created by a unique environment,
So
or
nothing
a
too
permanent
significant.
mark of evolution, or a product of the toxic waste coming out of the research facility. If it is the waste that's causing it, then it means humans are interfering with the ecosystem. It really makes you think about the changing relationship between...
This isn't interesting.
Oh, fine. Be that way.
Okay. We're probably going to get the Siberian Incap call again. Let's see.
The gauge below your...
Oh, maybe not.
Eat food?
Nice. Okay. If you do eat all of the stuff, you won't get the call.
You should be able
No,
to find Siberian Incap.
you fucking bitch. Okay. Maybe there are no Siberian Incaps in this area.
I see.
You fucking... Okay, maybe in Razvet. Okay, I think we're gonna save and we're gonna go to Razvet. Maybe I'm gonna have to do the Siberian Incap call. If I want to get the other calls. I mean, it's okay. It's really not that big of a deal. I just like the variation on it later on. After Granin. Let's save. Because I'm not sure. Maybe I always do paramedics calls here before Razvet. I might not be able to do her other story-related ones in Razvet. If I can't, I might reload so I can do them.
You want to save?
It's going to be a slightly longer virtuous mission than usual. It's always pretty long, though.
Hey, Snake, have you ever seen Forbidden Planet?
No, can't say I have.
It's about this expedition that goes to the planet Altair 4 in an ultra-fast spaceship. When they arrive, they meet the survivor of the last expedition, Dr. Morbius. Dr. Morbius was exploring the planet along with his daughter Altera and the versatile Robbie the robot. Ignoring the doctor's warnings, the expedition team is suddenly attacked by an invisible creature called the Monster from the Id. The special effects they used for the science stuff were really neat. I wish I had a robot like Robbie that could make anything I wanted it to.
I'm more interested in that invisible monster. If I were invisible, I wouldn't have to bother hiding or wearing camouflage.
Maybe someday you'll be able to turn invisible.
Yeah, that'll be the day.
Okay, let's continue, finally. Here's another Siberian Incap. Will I test it? I really don't think it's... I really don't think you can prevent it by eating all of the food in the area, but I'm still... I still kind of feel like testing it. Because that has to be the last one. That has to be the last one. Oh! Wait, I had one in my inventory as well. Hold on. Okay, we're gonna go back. No trip on the bridge this time. Any Siberian Incaps lurking here? No? Okay. Have we been here for 3 hours? No, we've been on the Virtuous mission for 3 hours, though. This little shit, I want to put him in a cage as well. We'll give Sokolov a nice surprise later with that guy. Okay, let me try this now. More testing.
I see. I see. The gate. You should be.
Ow! Okay, I'm done. We're moving on to Razvet. let's eat something.
Can't complain.
Let's put on some clothes as well. Hey, no credit with the 26 months. Thank you. Maybe there was just another Siberian ink cap that I missed.
Major, I've reached the abandoned factory where Sokolov is supposedly being held. This place is a dump. I can't see Sokolov from here. The security is pretty tight. There are sentries posted around the perimeter. I wonder how many are inside.
Your objective, Sokolov, is inside the factory. They should be holding him in a room in the northeast section.
Northeast section. Got it.
Be careful. Your mission is to bring Sokolov back alive. He must not be exposed to any kind of danger. Do not approach Sokolov while in the alert phase.
Right.
Oh, and one more thing, Snake.
You mean there's more?
No, it's just that when you get to Sokolov, I want you to tell him something from me.
And that is?
Sorry for being so late.
Is that all?
Yes.
Understood. Beginning my approach to the target.
Okay. So we'll clear this place out first before we do anything. Ah. Fuck you. Ooh, that was close. Almost got into a full caution there. Nice. In the dick. In the head. In the barrel. Here we can even get the M37, the shotgun. Get a whole fucking arsenal of weapons in the virtuous mission. You dead? He's dead. So, what happens if we try and approach Sokolov while wearing the mask, I wonder? What if we don't approach as Snake?
give it to you.
Snake, when you meet Sokolov, don't go in wearing that mask.
Why?
He won't like it.
Won't like it?
No.
Why not?
Just trust me, he won't. You'll need Sokolov's full cooperation to complete this mission successfully. Don't do anything to make him lose confidence in you. When you go in to meet Sokolov, make sure you remove your disguise. Got it?
Not an MGS2 fan, eh, Sokolov? He knows. How does he know? He can smell it.
Please stop. Please stop.
What if we go around to the side of his room? That's where we were. There's the door. This is his room.
Please stop.
Or what if we take something that we prepared earlier? If we take a tree frog here, or an anaconda, how will he react to the frog? The snake?
Get it off me, get it off me.
So if you use your camera here, you can see that there's actually, you can break the illusion here. Because you can see that there's nobody in the room. But the thing is, in the original version of the game, you weren't able to look into the room like this. You know, this is the camera that the original version of the game had. Although, hey, you still can see parts of it, but you can't see the whole thing. So yeah, they can keep the illusion. Even if you go into first person and get on your toes, you can't really see in too far. Quite like how it looks with the classic camera. I should play like this more often. Looks really nice. Now, Siberian ink caps. There probably are Siberian ink caps here. Actually, before we do anything, let's go back, because there's another secret call here. If we now retreat from Razvet. We call the boss here too. No response. We'll try calling again in a minute. I often forget about this call that I'm about to do. At least I think this is how you trigger it. Once you get to Razvet, if you turn back. Rasviet.
I think I saw something. Snake, where are you going?
Oh,
Are you abandoning your mission?
absolutely not.
I didn't think so.
I didn't think you thought so.
Sokolov is back there in the factory. Head back north.
Roger.
There it is. Oh. Okay. Yeah, that's a pretty well hidden one. You have to go to Razvet and then come all the way back, call the colonel. The major. Hey, you never seen that one? Yeah, it's a good one. There's another super rare one here as well that we're gonna try and get with the boss. We keep calling her here. I think you can trigger it here as well. Might need to close the menu and open it up again.
Boss?
Mysterious, huh? Spooky. And you should be able to hear the Sorrow's voice there as well, ever so faintly. I'm not sure if it's even possible to hear it in the English version. I always listen out for it and I can never hear it. But yeah, you should be able to hear the Sorrow there. It's actually the Sorrow that's on the other end of the call. I think he's saying one of his lines, sad, so sad, or something like that. Crazy little detail. I'm not sure if it's possible to hear it in English. It probably is. Does anyone know, chat? Have any of you guys heard it? In JP, it's sad, so sad. Bad Humans, I was hoping you were there. Is it possible to hear anything in English, Bad Humans? But yeah, it always seems like a bad omen, you know, kind of foreshadowing what's to come, feels like. Like the Sorrow knows what's coming.
What can I say?
Yes. I'm not sure. I forget what I even asked now. What are you saying yes to? That you can hear the Sorrow? What does he say in English? Bad Humans needs to find a way to kill these ants that have invaded the bathroom. That's what you were saying yes to? I didn't ask you about your ants in the bathroom, Bad Humans. I don't give a shit about your ants in your bathroom. All I care about is information. Metal Gear trivia and knowledge. That's all you are to me, Bad Humans. I don't give a shit about your bathroom troubles. Give me my information. Cough it up. Ooh, you're gonna turn around before I get to shoot you. Damn, he saw that.
HQ, please respond. This is HQ. What's going on? Respond.
But no, in all seriousness, I hope you can sort out that ant problem if you are having a serious ant problem.
Confirm their status.
That sounds like it might be nasty. You little bastards. Nice! Did I get all of them? I didn't.
What's wrong?
I don't even really need to do all this again, but whatever. Bump. 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 Do you believe dog cares about bad humans' ant problem? That is my favorite poll so far. That's the best poll that I've seen so far. More polls like that in the future, please. Oh no, I let them all wake up. Fuck. Oh no! Everyone is saying no. I mean, I guess it's like how much do I really care about bad humans as ant problem? As much as I can care, you know? Like I'm quite removed from the situation right now. I don't know how bad the ant problem is. If I found out that it was a really bad problem, then I'd start to feel pretty bad about it. Or, you know, I'd have, you know, I probably wouldn't get depressed over it. But, you know, I'd be able to empathize. Let's see. Let's call paramedic.
I see you've captured an...
Let's see if she'll talk about Siberian incap.
Eat food.
Ooh.
To eat.
Oh.
Paramedic.
What's up?
Are you a medic?
I think we're in luck.
I'm a well-respected physician. Or I was until I joined the CIA.
How is your reputation?
My what?
Your reputation.
Oh, that.
How was it?
Why? Don't you trust me?
That's not what I meant.
Fine then.
Uh-huh. So?
So what?
Your reputation. How was it?
My, you're relentless.
Hey, I'm a snake. So?
My reputation was spotless. I'm highly skilled, patient, and good-looking to boot. Everybody wanted to see me. What else would you expect? No, seriously.
Incidentally, her nickname back then was Quack.
Major.
Is that true?
Is what true?
About your nickname.
No. Well, maybe a few people did call me that.
So you were a quack?
No. Well, yes and no. I mean, in a sense I was, but then again I wasn't.
Snake, her skills as a doctor are beyond reproach. You have my word on that.
Yes. That's exactly what I was trying to say, Snake.
Then why did they call her Quack?
It's because she...
Never mind that. It doesn't matter. We've got a job to do and we have to stay focused. Besides, my past doesn't have anything to do with the mission and...
Because she never shuts up.
Yes, that's it.
No, that's not it. Snake, tell him that's not true. Say something.
I'd better get back to the mission.
Yes, you do that.
Yes.
Just a minute. Snake, don't you hang up on me.
Goodbye, paramedic. Bad humans. You followed up with the information. Hold on. Now you will know the sorrow of those lives that you've ended, is what he said in English. Right. And can you hear it, bad humans? Can you actually make it out if you listen carefully enough? I should really turn up my volume the next time. Maybe I have heard it before. I feel like I often miss it. And there's no fucking way you're at the ATM pulling out money to pay for ant-killing spray. You said you were in the bathroom like 5 minutes ago. Less than 5 minutes ago. Now suddenly you're at the ATM? Stop trying to make everyone feel bad for your about all your ant problems. I don't buy that for a second.
That area is home to the Sunda whistling thrush. The Sunda whistling thrush is a bird native to Java and Sumatra. It's distinguished by its large blue body and long beak. It really stands out in the forest. If you're aiming to catch one alive, use the tranquilizer gun.
Got it.
This pole.
So,
How does it taste?
yeah.
I don't know.
You don't know.
The guide doesn't say. I guess there's no reason you couldn't eat them.
Oh, I see.
But it's nice and plump, so I'm sure it'd make a hearty meal.
That's a good point.
You are at the... If you genuinely are at the ATM, I'm mildly sorry.
Snake, there are rats living in that area. The rats in that area are the descendants of wild Norway rats that were domesticated by humans as pets and lab animals. They're not poisonous, and I don't think they'll attack you, but they're quick little creatures, so you might have a hard time catching one.
So how do they taste?
Snake,
What?
they're rats.
I know what they are. Do they taste okay?
The guide says they're not that bad.
Good enough for me.
Damn bad humans. I can't believe you would say that. Come on now, you didn't need to go that far.
That area is home to the reticulated python. The reticulated python is said to be the longest snake in the world. It's not venomous, but it still poses a threat, so watch out. That area is home to the Sunda whistling.
We did that.
If you have any... Snake, there are...
Okay, right. We got lucky. There are no Siberian ink caps in this place, but now we still might not be able to get her other story-related calls. Maybe once you get to Razvet, that you might not be able to get them anymore. So let's just see.
That area...
There should be a call where he asks paramedic about the Major's code name. And you can only do that on the Virtuous mission. At least I'm pretty sure you can only do it here.
Say, Snake, about that helmet.
Oh,
and
nice.
oxygen
Okay.
mask
Yeah,
you
looks
took
like
off
we can
right
get
after
it.
You parachuted in?
Oh, those? Those are the helmet assembly and oxygen system assembly I used to make the halo jump. The helmet is fitted with a bayonet fastener that attaches to the oxygen mask. It's also got earphones and a boom mic.
I'm not interested in all that stuff.
So why did you bring it up?
It reminds me of something.
Reminds you of something.
Yeah.
The mask.
Yeah, but I can't remember what it is, and I can't stop thinking about it.
That's what you've been thinking about?
Yeah, every time I'm about to remember it, it slips away from me again. Don't you just hate that?
Mm-hmm.
I know I've seen it somewhere before. Any ideas?
How would I...
That's it!
MGS2?
What?
The fly!
Oh.
The fly.
Yeah, it finally came to me. You look just like him. Ah, I feel better.
The fly?
From the movie, The Fly? You've never seen it?
No.
Jeez, where have you been? It's about this scientist who's conducting teleportation experiments when he gets mixed up with a fly and ends up with the fly's head attached to his body.
Never heard of it.
That's too bad. That's a good movie.
Oh, yeah, of course. Chat really cares about bad humans' ant problem. Look at this. What a load of bullshit. 73% yes. 74%. Well, yeah, it's a funny call with paramedic. It really feels like they're trying to allude to Raiden's mask in MGS2 or perhaps Psycho Mantis. Like, that's what they want you to think of. And then she's like, oh, no, the fly. Anything else, paramedic?
Paramedic.
Hmm?
You said you like movies, right?
I love him.
About the Major's code name.
Major Tom?
Yeah. He sounded like he wasn't sure whether or not Tom was the name of the tunnel that worked in The Great Escape.
So I heard.
So was it?
Was it what?
Was Tom really the name of the tunnel that worked?
Right.
So it was Tom.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Why don't you know?
Why should I know?
You watch a lot of movies, don't you?
Yeah.
But you've never seen The Great Escape.
No.
Why not?
It didn't look interesting.
You don't watch movies that don't look interesting?
That's right.
And yet you've seen The Fly.
The Fly looked interesting, and it was. Something wrong.
Nothing. Tell me, what other kind of movies do you like?
Let's see. There's the Quartermass Experiment, and It Conquered the World, and Earth versus the Spider. Oh, and Mondo Kane. Did I say something weird?
Forget it.
Snake, there are rats living in that area.
Oh yeah, the subtitles are bugged for that call. That's another HD collection issue. Maybe they'll sort that out for the master collection. We'll see.
Snake, there are rats living.
I want to stick a rat up your ass, paramedic.
That area.
Okay, I think we're
That.
ready to continue now.
Snake. Snake. That.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Snake, Sokolov is imprisoned in the northeast area of the factory.
Got it. To the northeast.
Yes, and don't engage the enemy. The object of this mission is to bring Sokolov back safely and nothing more. Contact Sokolov without being spotted by the enemy and bring him out discreetly. If you must dispose of an enemy, do it with the tranquilizer gun. Snake, as I said before, this mission is only to bring Sokolov back safely. You must not put... You can climb up onto... Snake, press the...
Doesn't he have a call where he tells him about the boss? Oh, I think that's maybe after the Sokolov, yeah, that's after the Sokolov scene. Okay, I think it's finally time to continue here. This has been a very juicy, virtuous mission so far. Ah, you son of a bitch. I grabbed the attention of two of them there. Ooh, sneaky.
Nobody here.
You must be Sokolov.
Are you one of Volgin's men? You'll never get it from me.
No. I'm a CIA agent. I've come to escort you back to the other side of the Iron Curtain.
You're CIA?
Yeah. I was sent by Major Zero, the man who got you out 2 years ago.
Zero?
I have a message from him.
What is it?
He said to tell you sorry for being so late.
Did he now?
What does it mean?
It means he's a man of his word. But we've got no time for this. You have to get me out of here before they arrive.
Who's they?
Colonel Volgin of Gru. You in the West know him as Thunderbolt.
Thunderbolt? Never heard of him.
He's a member of the Army's extremist faction, a man who seeks to seize control of the motherland. Ever since the Cuban Missile Crisis 2 years ago, Khrushchev has been pursuing a policy of peaceful coexistence with the West. Despite resistance and criticism from hawks in the army and the provincial authorities, Khrushchev has managed to suppress the opposition so far. But the failure of his agricultural policies has put him in a precarious position. And on top of that, the tragedy last November.
President Kennedy's assassination.
Precisely. In a sense, Khrushchev has lost his biggest partner, and his power base is rapidly crumbling away. A certain group is plotting to use this opportunity to seize power by rallying the anti-government forces, overthrowing Khrushchev, and installing Brezhnev and Kosygin in his place. The mastermind behind this plot is Colonel Volgin of the GRU. He has control over another secret weapons research facility much like this one, OKB-812, known as the Granin Design Bureau, and is using it to further his plans. But that is not enough to satisfy him. Now he's plotting to seize the secret weapon I have been developing here and use it as leverage in his bid for power. The intelligence says that they are going to make their move during the test.
Then, the soldiers outside.
Exactly. They wouldn't need that many men just to keep me inside. Their orders were to prevent Colonel Volgin from capturing me. Even if it meant killing me in the process, or so it would seem. Volgin will come, I'm sure of it. You must get me out of here before then.
Leave it to me.
By the way, your Russian is superb. Where did you learn to speak it?
From my mentor.
Is that so? America is truly a frightening country.
Having second thoughts?
No. I have no love for this place. Let's go.
Major, this is Snake. Sokolov is safe with me. He's doing fine. No injuries.
Good work, Snake. Now hurry up and get Sokolov to the recovery point. We'll rendezvous with you there.
Roger.
What about the sentries?
I had to kill them. There was no other way. But no one will know we were involved.
I see.
What about the boss?
We lost contact with the boss some time ago.
What happened?
It's probably just a weak signal. Just hurry and get Sokolov out of there.
please.
So this is the legendary boss. Huh? We meet at last.
You're from the Ocelot unit of Spetsnaz. Huh. What's a GRU soldier doing here?
Soldier?
He's the Ocelot commander.
Ha! That's Major Ocelot to you. And don't you forget it.
Sokolov is ours. Now get out of here.
And Ocelot never lets his prey escape.
What?
I can't say it feels good to kill a comrade, even if it is for the GRU.
Sokolov, take cover.
Huh. You're not the boss, are you?
GRU operatives!
What is that stance? Huh. That gun. If you're not the boss, then die.
Major! Leave it! Shoot the other one! Whoa!
ejected the first bullet by hand, didn't you? I see what you were trying to do. But testing a technique you've only heard about in the middle of battle wasn't very smart. You were asking to have your gun jam on you. Huh? Besides, I don't think you're cut out for an automatic in the first place. You tend to twist your elbow to absorb the recoil. That's more of a revolver technique.
You filthy American dog!
But that was some fancy shooting. You're pretty good.
Pretty good.
Major, do you read me?
I read you. Snake, you all right?
I've run into a few snags. These guys were after Sokolov too. Apparently they were taking orders from a GRU colonel named Volgan.
A GRU colonel?
Part of an internal Soviet power struggle, according to Sokolov. Something between the KGB and GRU. Between Khrushchev's supporters and Volgan's.
Sokolov was being guarded by the KGB and hunted by GRU? Snake, it sounds like this could be even hotter than Cuba.
I don't like it. Something about the whole thing stinks.
I agree. You'd better hurry.
Sokolov ran off by himself, but I'll catch up to him.
We're counting on you.
All right. Back in the game. Let me see here. The End donated $5 earlier. With a message. Hold on a second. Yeah, The End donated $5 and said, "Snipe me early, you little bitch." Thank you, The End. I added that to the list. Much appreciated. Furious Thrust. Thank you for gifting a sub to Flame Boy. Also, thank you for the 45 as well. Cheers. All right, let's take a look around here. We have Ocelot here, just lying here. We can shake him down. Lonely Geekess coming in with the 5-pack as well. Thank you, Lonely Geekess. Cheers. Much appreciated. Enjoy, whoever got a free sub. And now we can see that Ocelot has a mousetrap, which is interesting if you think about it, because an ocelot is a type of cat. That's why he meows in this game too. And what do cats like to catch? Mice. And maybe you could take it even further by saying Ocelot likes to scheme and, you know, set people up. Anything else? Oh, let's drag him over here a little bit. Oh, no, that barrel is gone. Fuck. I like to drop the barrel on top of him. I don't think it's ever possible to kill him with the barrel. I'm gonna blow myself up. Oh no, we're good. Boom. Oh? It didn't even blow up by itself, huh? Huh. Anyway, let's kill him.
You've created a time paradox. Snake, you can't go changing the future like that.
Oh, hey, that's actually something I forgot to show, man. Fuck. You can create a time paradox with Sokolov as well. You know how I was throwing in tree frogs and snakes and whatnot? If you throw a grenade in at him, you can kill him there too, and you can get a time paradox. So this isn't the only time paradox you can get here. Everyone knows about the Ocelot time paradox, but I think a lot of people still don't know about the Sokolov one. Yeah, the Colonel calls us from the future. Is it the real Colonel or the AI? Okay, let's do some follow-up calls here. These ones are pretty easy to miss, because once you move into the next area, that's it. The virtuous mission is over. But if we stop here and call 0 a few times, he actually has quite a few calls here. You can get your first look at Granin here, too.
Snake, stay alert. The KGB and GRU both have their sights set on Sokolov. GRU is a military espionage outfit, the intelligence wing of the Soviet Defense Ministry's General Staff Office. It competes with the KGB, which is under the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and the two are always watching each other.
Never let the left hand know what the right hand is doing.
Exactly. Now, added to that rivalry, there's a vicious power struggle going on between the Khrushchev faction and the anti-Khrushchev faction.
So Khrushchev is using the KGB, and Volgin and the anti-Khrushchev forces are using the GRU?
That's the idea. The two factions are fighting over Sokolov. We're in an extremely dangerous situation here.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Get Sokolov out of there safely. He must not be turned over to the KGB or to the GRU. Sokolov took off in the direction of the rope bridge. Get after him. Hurry!
Lucas Bond with the $15 as well for old age. Thank you. And oh hey, Nims came in with the 5-pack as well. Nims, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Much appreciated. Wheelchair donated $5. Please snipe him early. This fat ass is too heavy for me. Thank you, Wheelchair. I will add that to the list as well. Thanks, guys.
Major, have you been able to contact the boss?
No. What about you?
No good. You really think it's bad reception?
We're looking into it.
Major.
Snake, you've got more important things to worry about than contacting the boss. Right now, Sokolov is out there wandering around the jungle alone. What are you going to do if he gets caught by the enemy? We're still looking into why we lost contact with the boss. I'll let you know as soon as we find anything out. In the meantime, it's your job to find Sokolov and get him to safety. Got it?
Major, do you know anything about this GRU Colonel Sokolov was talking about?
Yes.
Who is he?
A most dangerous man indeed. His name is Yevgeny Borisovich Volgin. His code name in the West is Thunderbolt. He's gained a reputation as the most brutal and cold-blooded of the Soviet spy masters. During the war, Volgin was assigned to the domestic branch of the NKVD. He was stationed in the rear of the Soviet line to catch and punish any troops who tried to retreat or desert. He's also notorious for his accomplishments in anti-guerrilla operations in the Ukraine and the Baltic states. Apparently, he likes to boast that he disposed of over 100,000 anti-communists. We also know that he was instrumental in putting down the 1953 insurrection in East Germany and the 1956 uprising in Hungary. He is truly a fearsome man. There's no telling what he might be plotting. Be careful.
I will. Major, what's this Grand and Design Bureau Sokolov was talking about?
OKB 812. It's the same type of top-secret facility as Sokolov's own OKB 754. The director is a man by the name of Alexander Leonovich Granin. He's Sokolov's arch-rival, and the two have competed fiercely against each other since the days of the war. To hear Sokolov tell it, though, the rivalry was really all in Granin's head. In any case, Granin seems to harbor an unusually intense hatred for Sokolov. Knowing that Sokolov was protected under the aegis of Khrushchev, Granin threw in his lot with Volgin, the vanguard of the anti-Khrushchev movement. Apparently, Granin meant to use the funds provided by these opposition forces in order to defeat his old foe. Volgin, for his part, was intrigued by the possibility of using the high-tech weapons Granin created in the fight against Khrushchev. Thus, the two formed an alliance, and Volgin took the Granin Design Bureau under his control.
But now Volgin's got his sights set on Sokolov.
Yes, it would seem that he and Granin aren't getting along so well after all. By the way, Snake, what were you doing back there?
Back where?
You were giving some kind of advice to a GRU commander, weren't you?
Yeah.
He's your enemy. What the hell were you thinking?
Really? What was all that about doing the thing with your hand on the first round or whatever?
Whenever he put a new clip in his gun, he'd always load the first round by hand, whether there was a round left in the chamber or not. It's a technique they teach in the Middle East. By making sure there's always a round in the chamber, you eliminate the risk of pulling the trigger with nothing to fire. He must have heard about it from someone or read it somewhere. In any case, he probably wanted to try it out for himself. And he was obviously motivated by vanity to show off his new technique. That's when you make mistakes. The battlefield is an unforgiving place. The only techniques you can rely on are the ones you've mastered through experience and practice.
Uh-huh. And what were you saying about him being more suited to revolvers?
When he fired, he was bending his elbow sharply to avoid the recoil. It looked like he wasn't aware he was doing it, but that habit can be either a fatal flaw or a gift.
What do you mean?
Automatic weapons use recoil to operate, so if you don't let the recoil hit you, it interferes with the operating cycle of the gun. Basically, he shouldn't be trying to avoid the impact like that. But with a revolver, there's no need to let the recoil hit you. Just the opposite. Avoiding the recoil lets you reduce the strain on your hand and arm. That kid might just be handy with a high-caliber revolver.
Handy? Are you listening to yourself?
What do you mean?
He's the enemy. Why are you giving him advice? Snake.
I don't know. For some reason, I couldn't help but point it out to him.
Snake, are you all right?
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite calls. I really like just the tone of Snake's reaction at the end there. Like he's kind of disturbed by it. Like, yeah. Why did I do that? Why did he do it? I like to think that maybe he saw something of the boss in Ocelot, like unconsciously. Maybe sees that they're both like sons of the boss in a way. I've seen other people theorize that it's that it kind of like ties into who Big Boss becomes later in the series. You know, that he kind of has like a knack for picking out these weirdos on the battlefield, like kind of foreshadowing Big Boss as the recruiter, Big Boss as the mercenary leader who will take in anyone from any background. I thought that was an interesting way to look at it as well. It's interesting as well, later on, when we get to the boss fight with Ocelot, Ocelot has that line where he thanks Snake for teaching him. And I think his choice of words there is very specific, or, you know, it's quite meaningful. He says, I want to thank you for teaching me the joy of the revolver. Teaching me the joy. And of course the boss's code name is the Joy. And Snake learned all his skills from the boss. Now he's passing some of his skills onto Ocelot. So I thought that was a fitting choice of words, you know. Thank you for teaching me the joy. Which is interesting as well, because of course we're actually teaching the biological son of the boss. But yeah, it's interesting, his reaction, how he's kind of disturbed by it, like how he's only just realizing how strange it is to, you know, his behavior there. He's kind of concerned. All right, I think we're ready to continue. Let me just call to save. I don't think we can get any new save calls at this point, but let's just check anyway.
You want to save? Hold on a sec. Snake, have you seen Earth versus the Spider?
Nope.
It's about this spider that suddenly mutates into a giant monster. They bring it into the city in a state of hibernation, but it wakes up and starts wrecking the place.
So why did the spider turn huge?
I told you, it suddenly mutated.
Yeah, right.
Snake, it's people like you that take all the fun out of watching movies. Always nitpicking and taking things too seriously. Honestly, why even bother? Look, the important thing isn't that it got big.
Then what is important?
The fact that there's a huge spider destroying the city. Suspend your disbelief. That's the whole point of movies.
Sometimes when you're passionate about something, you just want to teach everyone about it. I think it's just that simple. Maybe. But I don't know. I feel like they're hinting at something greater there. That there's more to it.
You okay? Those men were from the Ocelot unit.
Spetsnaz?
Yes. The best crew has to offer. They're coming for me. I'm finished.
Calm down. I'll get you out of here, I promise. And we've got some of the best backup we could ask for.
Look.
That's what they were making you build?
Yes. The Shagohod. The treading behemoth. A tank capable of launching nuclear IRBMs.
It can launch nuclear missiles from that kind of terrain?
Oh, yes. And without support from friendly units.
A nuclear-equipped tank capable of operating solo. Is that thing finished?
No. This is only the end of Phase 1. It won't be truly finished until we complete Phase 2.
Phase 2?
The weapon's true form. If it is completed and the Colonel gets his hands on it, it will mean the end of the Cold War.
The end of the Cold War?
Yes. And then the Age of Fear will truly begin.
A world war.
I had no choice but to cooperate. I didn't want to die. I wanted to see my wife and child again in America. Please, take me to America, quickly. They cannot complete it without my help.
Got it. Let's go.
Good work, Jack.
What are you doing here?
Sokolov comes with me.
Hornets?
My friends, let us fight together again.
I have waited long for this day.
We will fight with you once more. Welcome back, boss.
Now that all 5 of us are together, it's time we go to the depths of hell itself. It's raining blood. Is he crying?
Kuwabara, Kuwabara. Ah, what a joyful scene.
Colonel Vogan.
Welcome to my country. And to my unit.
Boss, what is this?
I'm defecting to the Soviet Union. Sokolov is a little gift from my new hosts.
Recoilless nuclear warheads. These will make a fine gift for me.
This can't be happening.
Who is he? Another one of your disciples? Are we taking him with us?
No, this one is still just a child. Too pure for us Cobras. He has not yet found an emotion to carry into battle.
What are you talking about?
Think you can pull the trigger?
He's seen my face. We can't let him live. If Khrushchev finds out about this, we're finished. He must die.
Wait. He's my apprentice. I'll take care of him. Jack, you can't come with us.
The new blood has been rejected.
Are we done here?
Now, on to Sokolov's research facility.
Shagohod is ours.
Drift away. My place is with them now.
Snake, can you hear me?
Yeah. Just barely.
Snake, listen to me. You need emergency medical treatment. Can you move? You've got to get those wounds treated. Hang in there. All right, let's get you fixed up. Paramedic?
Okay, Snake. Just relax and it'll all be over before you know it. Stay with me. I've seen people in worse shape before. Think you can handle it?
Major. The boss. She's defected.
We'll talk about that later. First, we've got to get you patched up.
Okay, here we go. First, open the survival viewer with the start button. If you select cure, you can start the treatment. Healing is divided into treatment using medicine with the item window button and surgical treatment using the weapon window button. Your injuries include a fractured left elbow and rib bone, and lacerations on your upper arms, right elbow, and abdomen. They need to be fixed using surgical treatment. Move the healing cursor with the left stick to the affected part of your body. Once you've selected the affected area, hold the weapon window button and use the left stick to select the medical item, and then press the enter button. With this method, you can use items to help your recovery process. To treat a bone fracture, first secure the affected area with a fastener and then wrap it in bandages. That should do it. For lacerations, you'll need disinfectant to clean the wound, sutures to stitch it up, styptic to slow the flow of blood, and bandages to wrap the wound. If you do everything I mentioned, the wound should heal completely. Understood?
Yeah.
Stay with me. Go into the survival viewer and treat those wounds.
All right. I wasn't cracking open a cold one. That was a can of Coke. Gonna take a little food break. Heated up some pasta with some kind of creamy sauce and mushrooms. Some Siberian ink cap mushrooms. There's a little detail here. Originally, with the Snake Eater camera, all you could do was this. Pull back the camera. And look what we have over there on the left side of the screen. Is that a skeleton? Kind of looks like it, right? If we use the new camera, the fancy new subsistence camera, get a better look at it. That's the Sorrow over there. This is where the Sorrow was killed. We'll get a closer look at him during the next scene. You get an R1 prompt in the next scene to look through Snake's eyes, and if you look over to the left, you'll get a better close-up shot of him. But yeah, there's the Sorrow. Looks like he's sort of reaching out to us. Makes me think of that call that we just got up there on the bridge above us earlier. It's kind of creepy. Alright, let's heal up these wounds. Another thing I was thinking about again just now with regards to Ocelot and Snake, I think there's another similarity between the characters in that they're both, to me, they both kind of feel like the children of the game. You know how the boss scolds Snake and disarms him? She also does the exact same thing to Ocelot throughout the game. Ocelot is the other character that also kind of gets treated like Snake in that sense, where he's kind of scolded and disarmed and slapped. You know, she does the same thing to Ocelot's weapon later, taking it apart and throwing the pieces away. So maybe that's just another thing to consider with regards to Snake and Ocelot, their relationship in this game, what they might see in each other or what Snake might see in Ocelot. Yeah, I thought that was kind of interesting, just how they're both kind of scolded in that same way. Let's see. Heal up this shit. What is this poll? Are you judging Dog for his warm Coke? It's a cold can of Coke. Who the fuck ever said it was a warm can of Coke? Oh, because I said I wasn't cracking open a cold one? That's slang for a beer. A Coke isn't a cold one. You don't call a cold can of Coke a cold one, do you? You only use that term for beer, right? It sounded warm. Okay, okay.
Good job, Snake.
We're coming to get you now. Just stay where you are. We'll drop a recovery balloon. Can you set it up?
Shagohod.
Excellent. A great success. Thanks to the boss and her cobras, I have both Sokolov and the Shagohod.
What are we going to do with the girl?
Who is she?
Apparently she's Sokolov's woman.
She's a nice catch. I'll take her. Not so fast, my dear. A kiss of death?
Are you KGB?
We may be able to use her. She has spunk.
Shall we take her back to the base?
Perhaps we should. We have no further use for Sokolov's research facility. I think it's time I gave this marvelous new toy a try.
Colonel, even if they are our enemies, they're still our countrymen.
But it won't be me that pulled the trigger. It'll be our friend, the American defector.
You're going to nuke your fellow Russians?
Remember the Alamo.
Colonel!
What a thrill, with darkness and silence through the night. What a thrill, I'm searching and I'll melt into you. What a fear in my heart, but you're so supreme. I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I fly to you. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. Someday you go through the rain, and someday you'll feed on a tree frog. It's ordeal, the trial to survive, for the day we see new light. I give my life, not
flying over the Arctic Ocean. Altitude 30,000 feet. Approaching Soviet airspace. Arriving at the designated drone launch point. Drone oil pressure and voltage are nominal. Payload oxygen supply is nominal. Power supply to payload antifreeze system shows no problems. No gusts. All systems go for drone detachment.
Thanks, Kaz.
We can't risk a halo jump this time around. Airspace security has gotten tighter since we were last here. We can't get as close to the ground as we did during the Virtuous mission. So instead, we'll be using one of our newest weapons. Snake, you're being given an honor on par with Alan Shepard. This is our last chance. Show your patriotism. If you fail, you'll be back in a hospital bed again, waiting for the firing squad. So how does it feel to be a patient in one of the most advanced ICUs in the world?
Would you do me a favor and tell the suits about visiting hours? I'll never get better with them assaulting me day and night with their questions.
Must be part of the top brass's inquiry.
More like an interrogation. According to them, I'm a traitor and an accomplice to the boss's defection.
They're just looking for a scapegoat.
Does that mean they're after you, too?
Let's just say neither one of us is going to be made a national hero out of this.
Does this mean Fox is going to die?
No. This Fox is still one step ahead of the Hounds. The reason I came to see you today, Jack, it's time for Fox to clear its name.
What are you talking about?
The situation has changed. We've still got a chance to come out of this one alive.
Yeah, what kind of chance?
Don't get too excited. Here, have a cigar. It's Cuban. This morning, I had a meeting with the CIA.
They decided when they're going to execute us?
No. Something even bigger. Yesterday, the White House received an unexpected call.
President Johnson?
Yes, I hear you, Mr. Chairman.
It was a hotline call from Khrushchev to President Johnson.
From the head of the Soviet Union?
That's right.
A few days ago, one of our country's main design bureaus, OKB 754, was destroyed in a nuclear explosion. At about the same time, our anti-aircraft radar picked up a signature that appeared to come from one of your military aircraft. Does any of this sound familiar to you? In retaliation, I have placed our armed forces on secondary alert. Depending on your response, I may be left with no choice but to order the military to maximum alert and unleash Armageddon. With the help of your predecessor, I was able to survive the Cuban incident. But my power is not as great as it once was. If I am to survive this crisis, I must have your full cooperation.
I should have contacted you myself. Did you know that one of our soldiers defected to your country a week ago?
No.
So you haven't heard then. The man who arranged the defection was a GRU colonel by the name of Yevgeny Borosovich Volgin.
Volgin? Of the Brezhnev faction. Go on. Who is the soldier?
Her name is the Boss. She's a living legend. During World War II, she was the one who led us to victory in that war. In Russia, you know her as Voyevoda.
You mean the Boss? The mother of your special forces?
Yes, that's the one. And she took 2 miniature nuclear shells along with her.
The Boss took 2 miniature nuclear shells?
I'm afraid so. I believe they were a gift for her new hosts. The Davy Crockett Atomic Battle Group delivery system was completed 2 years ago. Serious problems were found with the launcher's range and precision. Although they were mass-produced, they've never been deployed in battle.
But Sokolov's research facility was completely wiped out. The whole area is polluted.
I can only offer you my deepest condolences over this terrible tragedy.
So, the boss, with Colonel Volgan's help, stole 2 experimental nuclear shells and took them with her as gift when she defected. Then, shortly thereafter, Sokolov's design lab, a top-secret military research facility, was destroyed by one of these weapons. Am I right so far?
Yes, that's correct.
And the American government denies any involvement in the affair. Is that right as well?
That's correct. We were not involved in any way.
Then what was a U.S. military aircraft doing on our radar screen? It was clearly in a violation of our airspace. And yet you say it was not acting under your orders.
That's correct.
You expect me to believe that this was all the work of a single soldier?
I don't know what else to tell you.
The Army insists that this is all a ploy on your part.
I've said it once and I'll say it again. Our government had nothing to do with it.
And I would like dearly to believe you. However, I'm afraid my power over the military has weakened since the Cuban incident. I will need some kind of proof that this was not the action of the American government. You have 1 week. You must catch the boss yourselves and recover the remaining nuclear device. Then, you must find some way to prove your innocence.
Prove our innocence?
Yes, preferably something painful. Prove to me that this is not merely another one of your tricks.
The boss should be close to Colonel Volgan. How about a little co-action?
I would not expect too much if I were you. The political situation here is unstable. And Colonel Volgan is a member of the Brezhnev faction, which seeks to topple my government. 1 week. You have only 1 week. And if it is not too much to ask, do something about Volgan as well.
What is that supposed to mean?
Nothing. It means nothing. Call it a modest gentleman's agreement to ensure our continued relationship.
What if we can't prove our innocence?
Then I will be unable to restrain the military. I will be ousted, and they will seek their revenge.
A nuclear attack on the United States?
I leave the disposal of this situation entirely to your discretion, Mr. President.
Disposal,
If you fail, it will mean the beginning of a new world war.
To put it simply, in order to avoid a full-scale nuclear conflict, we have to prove that America was not involved in that explosion.
And eliminating the boss ourselves will prove America's innocence?
Right. The higher-ups have decided that you're the only one capable of pulling this off. You were her last apprentice. Screw this one up, and we'll both be 6 feet under. There's no choice.
Are the Russians going to be helping us?
The KGB has promised to lend us one of their communications satellites so that you and I can talk to each other.
That's it?
They've also put us in touch with a couple of insiders.
Insiders?
There was a defection in September 1960. Do you remember it?
You mean the 2 NSA codebreakers who went over to the Soviet Union?
Precisely. Since then, they've apparently been training with the KGB for exactly this kind of situation. Their code names are Adam and Eva. I've been told that Adam has infiltrated Volgan's ranks. We've also arranged for him to provide you with an escape route. You'll need to rendezvous with him when you get there.
Control. Unidentified aircraft detected. Altitude 30,000 feet. It's fast. Estimated airspeed exceeding Mach 3. Bearing south. I'm about to lose it.
This is Snake. Do you read me?
Loud and clear. Glad to see you landed safely.
I got blown pretty far off target.
Snake, let's go over your mission objectives one more time. Rescue Sokolov. Find out what's happened to the Shagohod, then destroy it. And finally, eliminate the boss.
Eliminate the boss?
This mission will be codenamed Operation Snake Eater.
Because I'll be taking on the boss in our Cobra unit, right?
Don't forget about Colonel Volgin.
I'm not a hired killer.
I know, but that was the Kremlin's demand.
Demand? You mean it wasn't just a request? What's it to us if the Khrushchev regime is threatened by the Colonel and his faction?
If supporting the current regime helps us avoid a nuclear exchange, then that's what we'll do.
And what are the CIA's demands?
Our priorities are the rescue of Sokolov and the destruction of the Shagohod.
Roger that, Major Tom.
Hold on, Snake.
What now?
I'm changing my codename. It turns out Tom wasn't the most auspicious choice.
What do you mean?
Well, the truth is, when I chose my codename, I picked the wrong one.
The wrong one?
Did you ever see the movie The Great Escape? It came out last year.
Oh, must have missed that one.
Anyway, it's based on a true story about prisoners who escaped from a POW camp in Nazi Germany. The prisoners dig 3 tunnels as part of their plan, but the Nazis find 2 of the tunnels before they're finished. The prisoners succeed in escaping by using the last remaining tunnel. The names of those 3 tunnels were Dick, Harry, and Tom.
I get it. You used the name of the tunnel they escaped in as your code name because you thought it would bring you good luck.
Yes, that's exactly right. At least, that was the plan.
But
I got the name wrong. The one they escaped in was Harry. Tom was one of the unlucky tunnels. It was discovered by the Nazis before it was finished. I watched the movie again just to make sure. In fact, I even ordered the actual film from the movie company.
yeah, it doesn't sound like the greatest name to use. So what should I call you?
You know, let's just use Zero, like we've been doing all along.
All right, then. Major Zero it is. We'll start over from square one.
From square 0. My frequency is 140.85. Oh, I almost forgot. Paramedic is with us again on this mission.
Is this her last chance, too?
If we fail, she'll have her medical license revoked. It's more or less the same kind of fate. Her frequency is the same as during the Virtuous mission, 145.73. She'll be recording your mission data as well, just like the last time. That frequency is also the same, 140.96. And there's one more person on your support team. His name is Mr. Sigint. He's an expert on the latest in weapons and equipment technology. You'll be going up against some of the world's most advanced weaponry when you infiltrate the research facility. If you have any questions, just ask him. His frequency is 148.41.
Mr. Sigint. Got it.
Adam, your KGB contact, is waiting for you at the abandoned factory up ahead.
The same factory Sokolov was being held in last week.
Yes, meet up with Adam first. He's cleared the way for you to rescue Sokolov.
How will I know this Adam guy when I see him?
You'll know once you reach the factory. The whole area's been polluted by the fallout from that nuclear blast. No one else would dare come close. The password is, "Who are the Patriots?" and Lali Lule Lo.
Lali Lule Lo. Gotcha.
You've been equipped with a 45 for this mission. Be careful, it's noisy.
I thought standard Fox procedure was procure on-site weapons acquisition.
The circumstances are different this time. You're now on an official mission for the United States government. It would be necessary to make your presence known to a certain extent, to the Khrushchev regime at the very least. But remember, this is still a sneaking mission. Snake, if you fail this mission, it will mean an all-out nuclear war. Keep that in mind and proceed with extreme caution.
Understood. Commencing Operation Snake Eater.
All right, we're back. Let me thank some people before we get into the calls here. Riggy with the 63 months, thank you very much. And Meerkat Logic, thank you for the 5-pack. Dogs Warm Coke, thank you for the $1. Snipe Early, that gives you time to put me in the fridge. The Coke was cold. The Coke was cold. Thank you, though, Dogs Warm Coke. Much appreciated. Before that, there was Kantz and his 15 months, but I'm pretty sure I thanked you earlier. Thank you again, anyway. Okay, let me add that $1. Cheers, everyone. I need to charge this controller. Let's say hello to Mr. Sigint, shall we?
Yo! You're Snake, aren't you?
And you're Sigint?
None other.
I heard that you're an expert on weapons, equipment, and cutting-edge technology.
Close.
Huh?
I am the expert on weapons, equipment, and cutting-edge technology.
Ah.
I'm the guy that designed your trank gun, active sonar, and motion detector. If you want to know anything about weapons or equipment you find in the field, just send me a message and ask. Later. Sounds like the Cobra unit's members' names came from the specific emotions they each carry into battle.
Emotions?
Yeah. For unbearable torment, the pain. For true oblivion, the end. For infinite rage, the fury. For absolute terror, the fear. And for unsurpassed bliss, the joy.
The joy?
It's another name for the boss, because of the joy she feels in battle, I suppose.
Ah.
During the war, she had a partner named the Sorrow. Sorrow and joy. They say there couldn't have been a more perfect pair.
I thought this was still the Subathon. This is still the Subathon. We're doing our 5-day marathon thing as a part of the Subathon. It's inside the Subathon. It's a marathon inside the Subathon. But it will end if the timer hits 0. Let's check back in with Paramedic, see how she's doing.
Paramedic.
Snake, it's so good to hear from you again.
Same here. It's been a week, hasn't it?
4 days, actually.
Huh?
I visited you in the hospital. You were still unconscious, though.
Then you must have seen me naked.
Yeah, but you were all wrapped up in bandages and tubes, so I couldn't do anything but look.
Better luck next time.
Let's hope so. But seriously, don't forget that you were like that until just yesterday. In fact, you really shouldn't even be on this mission. Keep an eye on your stamina gauge. If you start to run low, don't push yourself. Eat something to replenish your stamina. And try not to get yourself hurt. If you're wounded or get bitten by a venomous animal, go into the survival viewer immediately and treat yourself using Cure.
Yeah. I can see you still know how to nag.
You're welcome. And I can see you still don't know when to keep your mouth shut.
Maybe so. By the way, I heard you're going to lose your medical license if this mission fails.
Yes, there was talk of that, but the mission won't fail, will it?
Of course not.
Good. I believe in you. But you know what? I really don't care about my medical license.
Didn't they use that to force you to participate in this operation?
No, I volunteered.
Why?
So that I could watch over you.
Huh.
Snake, you're the best agent I've ever seen. But you push yourself too hard. You're reckless. Someone has to stop you from getting into trouble, to make sure you and the boss don't kill each other. So that's why I volunteered. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better guardian angel than me, right?
Thanks.
Stop right there.
Huh?
You can thank me when you get back.
All right.
Oh wow, Airbomb, I didn't know that. There's gonna be a discount on gift subs soon, regardless of like all the year round. That's cool. Zero, what's up, man?
Snake, your first task is to meet up with Adam, the contact provided by the KGB. The rendezvous point is the abandoned factory to the north of your current position. Head north.
The abandoned factory. That's where I met Sokolov during the Virtuous mission.
Correct, but we can't afford to have the same thing happen this time.
I know.
Like the Virtuous mission, Operation Snake Eater is a solo sneaking mission. There are no units in the field to back you up. Avoid engaging the enemy whenever possible. Your first priority is to remain unseen. Use the camouflage option in the survival viewer and choose your camouflage wisely. Proceed with caution. Unlike the Virtuous mission, this is a night operation. You'll get lost more easily in the dark, but it'll also make your camouflage more effective and make it harder for the enemy to see you. On the other hand, it will also be more difficult for you to see them. You'll also find that different animals are active. Some of these nocturnal animals are poisonous, so stay alert. Paramedic is with us again to provide information on the local plants and animals. Give her a call if there's anything you need to know.
Starting September 26th, gift subs are 25% off until October 1st. Oh, so it's just running for a few days? What's the deal with gift subs now? Is there no discount for gift subs for September? Oh, gift subs are full price. Oh, Jesus. Right. I thought they were half price. Only self-subs are discounted. Right, okay. Huh.
Operation Snake Eater is different from the Virtuous mission in that you won't be able to complete it in just a few hours. The time limit set by Khrushchev is 1 week. Within that time, you'll have to rescue Sokolov, defeat Volgin, destroy the Shagohod, and...
I know.
Good. In any event, you'll not be allowed to return until you've accomplished your objectives. Survival in the field will be critical in this mission, and the most important survival technique of all is, of course, finding food. You can get food in the same way you did during the Virtuous mission, by capturing it. The enemy presence in that area is still light. You should try and get as much food as possible while you can. Thanks to last week's nuclear incident, the Soviet Union is now on secondary alert. We're one step away from a nuclear war.
DEFCON 2, huh?
In American parlance, yes. From what Western intelligence has been able to gather, the radical elements in the Soviet command are showing signs of impatience. They say we're on the brink of World War III here. And with Khrushchev's position getting weaker every day, I worry whether he'll be able to hold them back.
1 week.
Yes. America must eliminate the boss by its own hand to prove its innocence. There is no other way to resolve the crisis. Everything rests on your shoulders, Snake. Failure is not an option.
I know. Major, what should I do with this wreck of a drone?
Just leave it there.
Are you sure?
Yes.
But isn't this thing top secret?
Yes, it is. After the U-2 spy plane incident 4 years ago, plans were laid out for future spy missions in Soviet airspace to be carried out by an unmanned craft. That craft was the D-21 spy drone, the basis of the one you came in on. The D-21 is launched from a craft called the M-21. The M-21 itself is a derivative of the A-12, a supersonic long-range spy plane currently being developed as the successor to the U-2. However, for this mission, we used a modified YF-12A, a long-range interceptor version of the A-12. After being released from the mothership, the drone can achieve speeds upwards of Mach 3 at high altitude using its ramjet engine. It can't be shot down by ground-to-air missiles, and it's nearly undetectable by radar. With Selinoyarsk in such a high state of alert after our last escapade, this was the only reliable way to get you in.
This is all top-secret military technology. Are you telling me I'm supposed to just leave it here?
That's right.
Why?
The purpose of Operation Snake Eater is to send an American agent into the field in order to eliminate a defector and traitor, namely the boss. Part of that mission involves making sure the Soviets find out what we're doing.
So we have to leave behind some kind of evidence that the U.S. was involved.
Don't worry. The technologically sensitive components of the craft were rigged to self-destruct when it landed. The only thing the Soviets are going to find is a pile of American-made scrap metal.
Got it. Just one thing, though.
What is it?
I think they'd better redesign the landing impact buffer. People are going to get hurt landing that thing.
I'll let them know.
Over the under. Thank you very much for the 6 months. Cheers.
Major, I appreciate you allowing me to use weapons, but shouldn't I be carrying some rubles?
You mean fake currency?
Right.
Snake, do you remember the Francis Gary Powers incident back in 1960?
Powers was flying a U-2 on a spy mission for the CIA in Soviet airspace. He was shot down and taken prisoner.
His confession brought to light the fact that the CIA was spying in Soviet airspace. As a result, the US-Soviet summit scheduled for 2 weeks later was cancelled.
Yeah, I remember.
U-2 pilots are required to carry items that mask their identity. Powers was carrying ruble, mark and lira coins, as well as French gold coins. He was also carrying 2 gold watches and 7 women's rings. All of these objects were meant to conceal his national origins. But for this mission, we've got to demonstrate to the Khrushchev regime that America is involved. There's no need to conceal your origins. And besides, all you need to do is complete your mission. As long as you're not captured or killed, the details will take care of themselves.
Okay.
The Soviet intelligence community must be up in arms about the boss's defection. The great Voyevoda has abandoned America and embraced the Soviet Union.
Voyevoda?
Apparently, that's what they call the boss behind the Iron Curtain. It means warrior or mighty soldier in Russian. When used to refer to a woman, it means something close to Lady Knight. In Russia, where they've had a number of female emperors throughout their history, it's a term of great respect. Well, poetic in a way. The boss's exploits have made her name famous in the East as well.
Okay. I think we can continue. Maybe just a little bit. Get a lot of calls at the start of Operation Snake Eater. Where'd he go? Oh, there. Different frog this time. The Otten frog, I think. He didn't look green, yeah. Look at this little chonker. What a cutie.
Snake, unlike the Virtuous mission, this is a night operation. You'll be encountering nocturnal animals that you didn't encounter your last mission. Some of them are venomous, like the king cobra, so be careful. If you get bitten by a venomous animal, the poison will spread through your body and rapidly drain your life gauge. If that's the case, go into the cure screen and survival viewer immediately and inject yourself with serum. Got it? Snake, unlike the Virtuous mission, this is a night operation.
Yes, you said that.
You'll be encountering nocturnal animals that you didn't encounter your last mission. Some of them are venomous, like the king cobra. So
yeah, right. Yeah, we said this.
Snake, unlike the Virtuous...
Are you...
I see you caught an Otten frog. The Otten frog is a large, corpulent species of frog. They're known as a delicacy, so it might be worth catching them for food. The Otten frog was originally found only on Amami Oshima in Japan. Frogs usually have 4 toes on their front legs, but the Otten frog is unique in that it has 5.
Got it. By the way, you said they were known as a delicacy, right?
Right.
So that means they must taste pretty good, huh?
I guess so. I hear that in Japan, Otten frog sashimi and sukiyaki are popular dishes.
Really?
Yeah.
Japan, huh? That place is starting to sound better and better.
Petition to save the frogs from 3 Dog. Save them or I eat frog legs. Anyone in the chat actually a fan of frog legs? Maybe I should try them next time I get the opportunity. I think I've heard people say Zaibatsu, are you a fan of frog legs? Yeah, I think frog is actually supposed to be like pretty easy to eat. Like it's not a particularly strong taste. It's kind of like chicken like. Yeah, maybe frogs taste good. Is it like chicken but better? Is it like better chicken? If I really like chicken, so if you can sell me on the idea that it's like chicken but better, then maybe I could try some frog. Frog legs are tasty. Snails are really tasty. I want to listen to the frog. I mean, snake. I got frogs on my mind. I want to listen to the snake with the mic. Yeah, I have been to France a couple of times, but I never had frog. Hey, another chonker. Damn, the flying squirrels really are fat in this. Look at this guy. Off he goes. Do it. Do it. Oh! We shoot him off. I love the way they fall off. Like Solidus at the end of MGS 2. It's a really pretty area, this. I've always really liked the atmosphere in this first area. Just really nice. The colors. That sort of cobalt-ish dark blue sky. The way the moon looks, the rays of light coming through the trees. Very nice.
Snake, unlike the Virtuous mission, this is a night operation.
Yeah, how many times are you going to tell me?
I see you caught yourself a Japanese flying squirrel. Japanese flying squirrels are non-venomous, and they shouldn't attack you. The head, front legs, hind legs, and tail of the Japanese flying squirrel are connected by a membrane of skin, which allows the squirrel to glide from tree to tree. It says here that if it catches a good wind, it can fly more than 100 yards.
Yeah, I had a hard time catching one.
So, aren't you going to ask me?
You know it. How does it taste?
Not sure.
Not sure.
The guy doesn't say anything about it.
Why not?
Gee, maybe it's because no one would ever think of eating a flying squirrel.
Then I must be the first one.
Maybe you are.
I forget what the alternate version of that one is. Maybe I could use a fake death pill and we could test it. Nah, I don't want to go through all those codec calls again.
The Davy Crockett's that the boss took with her when she defected are mortars that fire nuclear warheads. They're named after Davy Crockett, the hero who died defending the Alamo in the Texan War of Independence.
Remember the Alamo.
That's right. The warheads are equivalent to between 10 and 20 tons of TNT. Every building within 150 yards of the hypocenter is completely obliterated. But the warheads the boss had with her were some kind of experimental super bomb. So they're actually even more powerful than that. I don't even want to think about what happened if she used it again. Snake, you know what you have to do.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, now we're back in Dramuchi. This is where we were in the Virtuous mission. Down there is where you get the SBD. Except we just approached this area from another angle this time. You just heard a horse?
You just heard a horse?
Yeah.
You sure it wasn't something else?
I know a horse when I hear one.
Paramedic, are there any wild horses in Selino-Yask?
Do you really expect me to say yes?
No.
So what should I do?
There's only one way through that area. All you can do is move forward. Head towards the sound of that horse. It came from the north. Be careful.
Looks like death wasn't ready for you yet.
Boss.
That arm still hurt?
What are you doing here?
Go home. Go home. Gru and my sons are waiting up ahead. You don't have a prayer of finishing your mission. You're not even armed.
Boss!
I'm not your boss anymore. There's nothing for you here. Go home. Go back to your boss. There's no need to prove that you are virtuous here. This isn't America. That should stir things up a bit. You'd better hurry. The border is 60 miles south of here. You ought to be able to run that far.
Why'd you defect?
I didn't. I'm loyal to the end, to my purpose. What about you, Jack? What's it going to be? Loyalty to your country or loyalty to me? Your country or your old mentor? The mission or your beliefs? Your duty to your unit or your personal feelings? You don't know the truth yet. But sooner or later you'll have to choose. I don't expect you to forgive me. But you can't defeat me either. You know me too well. Just look at that bandana. If you can't put the past behind you, you won't survive long. If we meet again, I'll kill you. Now, go home.
This is Snake. Major Zero.
I read you, Snake.
I was ambushed by the boss.
You were what?
The drone's been shot to hell. It's up in flames.
That's not good. Enemy scouts are going to come looking for you.
Yeah, I know. But what was the boss doing here in the first place? There's got to be a leak somewhere.
No, that's impossible. The man the boss is working with, Volgin, isn't exactly on speaking terms with Khrushchev.
I lost my gun. The boss destroyed it.
Snake, I know how you're feeling. It's hard for me to believe, too, that a legendary hero like the boss would go over to the Russians. That she'd double-cross us like this. But that's how it is, and if you don't accept it, you'll never be able to beat her.
That's not the problem. In terms of sheer technique, I'll never be able to beat her. I know that all too well.
You've got to do it, Snake. She's your enemy and your objective.
Enemy? We were together for 10 years, and now you tell me she's my enemy?
Enough. Hurry to the factory where Adam is waiting. Scouts have probably already been sent out to investigate the explosion. You've lost your weapon, right? That means you've got no chance of winning in a battle situation. Whatever you do, don't let them see you.
Alright. I never understood how he can't just put the gun back together. Well, I guess she throws the parts away. And, although it kind of looks like she throws them nearby, right? So maybe he could still find the parts. And when she dismantles your gun in the final fight, you can put it back together again. That's something that she can do during the boss fight with her. And you have to run around and pick up the gun to get it back together. I'm actually trying to remember how that works now. You do have to pick up like several pieces of it, don't you? Normally I don't lose my guns against her, but that is a thing. I'm just trying to remember exactly how it works. Does it disassemble into several pieces that you have to pick it up? It's not just one piece, is it? I always remember having to pick up like a few pieces, but it's been a while since I've even seen that. That's something that we should actually show during the boss fight. Usually I'm just so focused on doing my routine against the boss. Although, wait, no, maybe sometimes I do. Because sometimes, I guess occasionally I just play badly against the boss and she fucks me over. Anyway, let's keep going here. For everyone commenting on the Patriot and how the bullets work and how that's not really how bullets work, don't worry, you'll get a really legit explanation here for how the Patriot works. Watch this. All your questions will be answered. Because this gun is supposed to make complete sense.
You're wearing the tiger stripe pattern camouflage.
No, tell me about the Patriot.
I heard you fought against KGB troops in the Virtuous mission. But this time you're up against Spetsnaz. Spetsnaz is the Special Forces unit of GRU, the intelligence wing of the Soviet Defense Ministry's General Staff Office. Spetsnaz troops undergo rigorous training in all types of special ops, from assassination and demolition to intelligence gathering. That and Volgan's loaded, man. His unit is one of the best equipped in the entire Soviet Union, if not the best. I heard the enemies you encountered in the Virtuous mission were only carrying weapons like AKs and grenades. Well, it ain't that simple anymore. In addition to AKs, some of the patrols you'll encounter might be equipped with Scorpion submachine guns and shotguns. The Scorpion is even lighter than the AK, making it much easier to handle. Basically, a guy with a Scorpion is not gonna miss you as often as with an AK. The shotgun is a powerful weapon. One blast is enough to floor you and you're likely to be seriously wounded. Watch for that, man.
I always get double chicken wraps from Nando's. That's my go-to.
Keep in mind that
Why aren't you talking about the Patriot?
Your field unit...
Did I not equip it? Maybe I didn't equip it. Oh, I didn't equip it, did I?
Using the Patriot, huh?
Yeah, it's the same one the boss was using.
Where'd you get it? I said, where'd you get it?
Sigint, don't get worked up over details.
What? Whatever. Anyway, the Patriot is a one-of-a-kind sidearm made especially for the boss. It's basically an XM16E1 with the barrel cut short and the stock taken off. The idea was to create a large pistol that combined the feel and quick handling of a handgun with the force of a rifle. But with a barrel that short, the recoil is unbelievable. It's tough to aim, but it more than makes up for it in firepower. From the looks of it, it's fitted with a 100-round drum magazine. And it never runs out of ammo?
Never.
Why is that?
Because the internal feed mechanism is shaped like an infinity symbol.
Ah, I get it. Yep, that'll give you unlimited ammo.
There it is. I wish they went even further when Sigint asks him how he got the gun. He should just say, you know, I'm on my second playthrough, Sigint. I'm playing on NG+, Sigint. I already completed my mission. I'm doing it again. Ah! I get it. Let's switch into a better camo here. With black and black, we can get up to like 95% camo here, I think. Yeah, almost invisible. Almost stealth camo.
What the hell is this? HQ? HQ.
This is HQ.
Patrol here. We have evidence of an enemy intruder. Commence alert formation.
Acknowledged. Sending reinforcements. Use extra caution.
Okay, go, 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 go. Bum, bum. Take it easy, take it easy. I love how the stalking animation looks here. At night, all black, the sneaky music. Classic MGS3 vibes. Pure MGS3 vibes. Battle! Ba ba bow. Ba-do.
What's wrong?
Go, go. Go, 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 go. I bet the timer's gonna reset. If they get up to the body, the timer will reset. Martian! Jesus Christ, Martian. With the 15 pack. Keeping it alive. Cheers, Martian. Bump. Bump. My balls. Bump. Bump. Your balls. Bump. Bump. Bump his balls. Bump. Ah! Fuck! Oh, you ruined the vibes. I was having such fun there. Oh my god, I destroyed like all the ropes there. Boogaloo. I shot the ground there on purpose just to reset the timer. Oh my god, look at the bridge. Bum, bum. Is this a stealth run? Well, it's an in-depth story playthrough, so it's an all kinds of run. Alerts, kills. Super messy playthrough with all kinds of stuff. Sometimes we'll be really stealthy, sometimes we won't. Bum, bum, bum. Oh my god, the state of that bridge.
Haha, so you're wearing the black camouflage. The black uniform isn't really camouflage. It was intended to have a psychological shock effect on enemies and hostage rescue operations and stuff like that. But it should also make you pretty hard to see if you wear it in a dark environment. And it might also work on black, earthy surfaces like you'd find in swamps. Wearing black face paint, huh? Painting your face with black paint should give you a high rate of camouflage in dark areas.
Hold on 1 second. Hey, what's up, J Cash? Hey, cheers again, Martian. Balloon. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, you son of a bitch. I think I'm good. Oh, I'm not good! Ah! That'll do the trick. Dump him. Chronophilia, thank you for the Prime sub as well. Lalnaya, thank you for the Prime. Jay Doran, thank you for the 100 bits. Let's save.
You want to save? Okay, good luck, Snake.
Thanks.
Oh, wow. No save call? Huh. Hey, see you later, Henry. Okay, we're back. Love when we come back here in Operation Snake Eater. It's like the opposite of what it was in the Virtuous Mission. It's the most heavily guarded area in the Virtuous Mission, and now when we come back, it's completely empty. Pick up some new items here. We get an AK. We can get our first cardboard box up here.
You've arrived at the factory, I see.
Yeah, now to meet up with this Adam guy.
Good. Go to it.
So, where is he?
We weren't given an exact location.
How about a time?
Nothing was specified.
A physical description?
I'm not sure.
How am I supposed to find him, then?
You won't need to.
Huh?
He'll find you. Why don't you try the room to the northeast where you met Sokolov? Adam might be in there. Adam is a spy sent by the KGB to infiltrate Volgin's ranks. You'll need to be extremely careful in how you approach him.
Obviously. He can't let Volgin know he's meeting me.
That's right. Adam won't show up if you're being pursued by the enemy. Before you go to rendezvous with Adam, make sure you haven't been seen by the enemy. Meet up with him in normal phase. Got it?
Major, why did the boss defect?
I don't know, but I will tell you this. America is all too eager to get rid of her.
What do you mean?
She knows too many of our secrets. If she were to relay all the top-secret information she knows to the Soviet bloc, it would put us at a severe disadvantage. It might even lead to the downfall of the West. Even if we survive, the boss is still too much of a hero to us. With her in the Soviet camp, we'd suffer a fatal loss of morale at home. There are even whispers that some of the less stalwart elements of the military might follow her example and defect themselves. I assume you're aware that since your last mission, several key figures within the CIA have been placed under house arrest.
Yeah.
The loss of the boss has been a painful one indeed.
What about you?
Me? I still can't believe it. As a comrade, I would have placed my trust in her before my own family. But now that I think about it, the boss always seemed to have an aura of mystery about her. I never would have expected it to manifest in this way, though. Oh, well, it won't do to get all misty-eyed about it. She's an enemy now, worthy of nothing more than our contempt.
Understood. Major.
Yes?
I was just wondering, why do they call you Zero?
What do you mean?
We go back a long ways, but I just realized I never asked you why you're called Zero.
You want to know where it comes from?
Yeah, if that's all right.
That's a bit nostalgic, really.
Nostalgic?
The first British intelligence outfit was established in 1909. The head of the Foreign Intelligence Division was a man named Mansfield George Smith Cumming. He was referred to simply as C after the first letter of his last name. Since then, out of respect for Cumming, the heads of the SIS have traditionally taken the name of C.
And James Bond's boss is called M.
That's right. I myself was once known as O.
And that's where Zero comes from?
David O.
Precisely. In another sense, though, it signifies a ghost, one whose true identity must remain a mystery, the primogenitor of the solo sneaking operation.
Is that so?
Kind of interesting at the end there.
I see you caught yourself a green tree python. The green tree python isn't venomous, so no need to worry. It's fairly docile, too, so I don't think it's likely to attack you. The green tree python originally comes from Australia and New Zealand. It's a really pretty green color, and it lives... Oh my god.
What's wrong?
Snake, what did I just say?
They come from Australia and New Zealand.
No, after that.
They're a really pretty green color.
I thought so. What was I thinking? Seeing a snake and calling it pretty?
What's wrong with that?
Everything. When a normal woman sees a snake, she's supposed to scream or get sick or something like that.
And you think you're normal?
What was that?
Nothing.
Ah, it's all your fault.
Jeez, I'm sorry. But enough of that.
What do you mean, enough of that? This is serious.
No, I just wanted you to tell me how it tastes.
How should I know? It was awfully pretty, though.
Silo Snake's grumble there. He's genuinely upset that he can't get some information from her on how it tastes.
I see you found some Siberian ink cap mushrooms. The Siberian ink cap is a mushroom from the ink cap family. Its life cycle is transitory.
We'll just listen to it.
As soon as the spores mature, the cap starts to turn black, liquefy, and melt away.
And that's why they call it an ink cap?
That's right. It doesn't really turn to liquid, but you get the idea. In its immature state, before it melts away, it's valued as a source of food.
I ate some, but they weren't that good.
Really? Just be sure not to eat them while you're drinking alcohol.
Why's that?
Ink caps contain coprin, which inhibits the function of aldehyde dehydrogenase. This prevents the body from breaking down alcohol, causing a buildup of acetaldehyde.
Meaning?
Meaning it will give you the hangover from hell.
Oh. Wait a minute.
What?
You think I'd drink alcohol in the middle of a mission?
Wouldn't you?
Hell no.
Well, I'm knocking a shot back now.
What?
Just teasing you. Oh, come on. Where's your sense of humor?
I need a drink.
Yeah, I forgot that I picked up ink caps. That's why I wanted to do. That's why I wanted to do a few calls with her here, because I knew there were no ink caps in this area, but I had one in my items, so we would still get the call. Yeah, I wanted to save this for post Granin, because when they start, you know, and when she advises Snake not to eat them with alcohol because it'll give you the hangover from hell. If you do the call after Granin, Snake will say, "Oh, I better go back and warn Granin about that then." It's just a cool little change they make to the call depending on where you trigger it. Go on, let's eat another one then. Hey, what's up, music box? Mine detector. Another cool detail with the food that doesn't taste so good. If you keep eating the food that tastes poor, a snake will eventually get a taste for it and it'll start to recover more stamina. I don't think his dialogue ever changes though, does it? Like, I don't think he'll eventually say it tastes great. It'll just recover more stamina. Does his dialogue does change as well, does it? I couldn't remember. Maybe we'll keep eating all of the Siberian ink cap mushrooms we find and see how it changes. Yeah, like, can you eventually get him to say that, like, can you eventually get him to say, "That tastes great," for Siberian ink cap mushrooms? Another detail which feels kind of similar is the mechanic for letting injuries heal by itself. That will gradually start to increase your max HP if you just let your wounds heal naturally. I think I did that during my last playthrough. And by the end of the game, our health bar, I think, was almost twice the size it is here now. Get some thermal goggles in here. You find loads of shit here. Thermals, mine detector, cardboard box, AK. So much stuff hanging around here.
Hey, what's that you've got there?
Thermal goggles. From what I can tell, they detect and display sources of heat.
You're kidding me. They actually made a passive infrared night vision device small enough to carry around with you?
What, is that special or something?
Is it special? Here in the West, we've just barely got the technology to install it on aircraft.
So that's what that thing is they put on the gunship. But doesn't the Army have something like that for driving vehicles at night? I thought I saw...
You mean the ANPAS-5. That's an active infrared night vision device. It fires infrared beams from an infrared projector and uses the reflections to build an image. Those goggles you've got there are completely different. Basically, when you've got those equipped, you'll be able to spot enemy soldiers in the jungle with ease, even if they're camouflaged. They might even help you find traps. But you won't be able to see the terrain as well, so watch your step.
Okay, what about our mine detector here?
Using the mine detector, huh? When you equip the mine detector, it lets you know with a sound if there are any claymore mines nearby. A mine detector is basically a metal detector, so ordinarily it reacts to scrap iron the same way it reacts to mines. They say that only about 1 out of every 100 objects it responds to is an actual mine. Not exactly what you call reliable. So they're researching other ways to detect mines, like sniffing for molecules given off by explosives and using a kind of underground radar. One of these days, they might actually make something that works. But the one you're using is apparently set up so that it only reacts when it finds a claymore on the ground. No need to worry about it being fooled by anything other than a mine.
I guess we can get him to tell us about the AK that we just picked up, too.
Got yourself an AK-47, huh? The AK-47 is the official assault rifle of the Soviet Army. The first model was completed in 1946, and in 49, it beat out all its competitors to become the standard assault rifle of the Soviet military. It uses 7.62 millimeter by 39 rounds developed in 1943, and a 30-round box magazine originally designed for a different assault rifle. You can aim it from the shoulder by equipping it in first-person view and holding down the aim button. It's sturdy and extremely reliable with high power and precision. There's no better assault rifle in the world. Snake, what are you doing?
I'm in a box.
A cardboard box? Why are you...
I don't know, I was just looking at it, and suddenly I got this irresistible urge to get inside. No, not just an urge. More than that. It was my destiny to be here, in the box.
Destiny?
Yeah, and then when I put it on, I suddenly got this feeling of inner peace. I can't put it into words. I feel safe, like this is where I was meant to be, like I'd found the key to true happiness. Does any of that make sense?
Not even a little.
You should come inside the box, then you'll know what I mean.
Man, I don't want to know what you mean. Between you and Paramedic, is everyone but me that is hooked up with a Major Strange? Yeah, well, anyway, I suppose even that dumbass box might make a decent disguise if you wear it inside a building.
Sorry I'm late.
Cut the engine. They'll hear us.
Are you the agent they sent?
Are you Adam? I thought you were supposed to be a man.
Adam couldn't make it.
All right, say the password. Who are the Patriots? Who are the Patriots? Answer me! Trapped.
Get down! There is your answer. The name's Eva.
This wasn't part of the plan. What happened to Adam?
What's your code name?
It's Snake.
Snake, huh? Well, I'm Eva. Are you here to tempt me?
What happened to Adam?
Colonel Volgan is a very suspicious man. He decided Adam wasn't the right person for this mission.
And you were?
Yes,
Why?
because I can do things he can't.
I heard you used to be a codebreaker for the NSA.
I was. 4 years ago, I defected to the Soviet Union with Adam.
Mauser military. The broom handle.
It packs quite a punch. Nice to have when you're on a bike.
You held it sideways and used the muzzle jump to create a horizontal sweep. That was impressive.
Bet you've never seen that technique in the West.
It's imitation, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a Chinese Type 17 pistol. Around here, even that's hard to come by. Don't worry, though. The one I've got for you is American-made.
.45, huh? Incredible.
Do you like it?
The feeding ramp is polished to a mirror sheen. The slide's been reinforced, and the interlock with the frame is tightened for added precision. The sight system is original too. The thumb safety is extended to make it easier on the finger. A long type trigger with non-slip grooves. A ring hammer. The base of the trigger guard's been filed down for a higher grip. And not only that, nearly every part of this gun has been expertly crafted and customized. Where'd you get something like this?
I grabbed it from a Western munitions armory. It probably used to belong to one of your officers, and there are more where that came from. You had this with you, didn't you? Better take this too.
What's that?
A disguise to make you look like a scientist.
A disguise?
Yes. You're here to rescue Sokolov, right?
Sokolov's still safe then.
Yes. He's being forced to continue his work on the Shagohod.
Where?
At the lab. They've got a whole army of scientists there developing new weapons. Security is tight, but if you disguise yourself as a scientist, you might be able to sneak in.
Can we get Sokolov out of there?
We'll see, won't we?
Tell me how to get to the lab.
The safest way in is from the rear. First, you'll need to head north through the jungle. You'll come to a heliport used for shipping materials. Pass the heliport and continue north, and there will be a large crevice. Descend into that area and you'll reach a cave. Move through the cave and you will arrive at a mangrove swamp. After the swamp, there'll be a warehouse. Make your way through the warehouse and you'll come out just south of the lab.
Got it.
And just what are you doing there?
In close-range combat, a knife can sometimes be more useful than a gun. By doing this, I'll be able to hold a knife at the same time and still keep the gun steady. That way, I can instantly switch between a gun battle and a knife fight. Right, let's get going.
Wait a minute.
What now?
You must be tired. Why don't you take a little rest?
I'll be fine.
You'll never make it in your condition. It's a jungle out there. There's still an hour before dawn. It's dangerous to be out in the jungle at night without a guide.
What about you?
I have to get back. I can't be gone for too long. They'll start to suspect something. Don't worry. I'll keep you updated over the radio.
That's it?
My orders are to provide you with information, nothing more. You look disappointed. All right, then. I'll do something special for you. I'll stand watch until dawn. Now be a good boy and lie down. What's the matter?
I don't know you well enough to trust you.
How well do you have to know me to trust me?
I don't know if I can trust anybody.
Gonna get that?
She's right, Snake. You should get some sleep. Although in your condition, you really ought to be back in the ICU. Whenever you save the game and quit, you'll go to sleep. Sleeping allows you to gain back stamina naturally. Depending on how long you sleep, you may also recover naturally from sickness and injury. When you're tired or hurt, the best thing to do is just get some sleep. So do yourself a favor and take a nap. Doctor's orders, okay?
Yeah, okay.
What's the matter?
We're surrounded. I see 4 of them.
We've got company. It's the Ocelot unit. Let's get out of here. Hurry. Don't forget your gear. Here, give me a hand. We can use this to get to the basement. Damn it! Ocelot. I'll get past them on my bike. I'll call you later.
Okay, I'll keep them busy. Huh?
Don't go dying on me now.
All right, let's do it. That not looking at Booba emote really cracks me up. What really makes it is the fact that he's wearing a tuxedo. I think that's why I find it funny. It looks like he's wearing a fancy suit, like he's a classy gentleman. A classy gentleman, don't look at Booba. He's a very sophisticated Pepe, that one. Let's see. Let's equip the Mark 22. He's too good for that. He turns his nose up at it. No, he's not really turning his nose up because it seems like he's genuinely trying not to look. Like he does want to look, but he's not going to. He knows that he has to. He has to avoid it. Because that's what gentlemen. That's how you behave like a gentleman. Oh, nice.
What's wrong?
Second, any backup?
Those rifles the Ocelots are using aren't AK-47s, are they?
No. They kind of look like AKMs, but they're different.
Different how?
They've got steel handguards and vertical type foregrips, and the muzzle suppressor is bigger.
A carbine version of the AKM, huh? Hungary has a unique modified version of the AKM called the AMD-63. I heard something before about them making a prototype carbine version of that. My guess is they probably imported some of those prototypes. If they're using a carbine version of the AMD-63 like I'm thinking, then they could be a serious threat. Those things handle better than the AK-47s, especially at close range. And don't forget, the Ocelots are elites. They're gonna be better shots than normal Spetsnaz, and you're that much more likely to get seriously hurt. Keep your eyes open. Heads up, Snake. Looks like some of those guys are equipped with M63s. The M63 is an American-made light machine gun. It's got more firepower than you might think. It can punch through a wall too, so watch out. You said some of them are using shotguns? Those shotguns are M37s. They're an American model designed for field combat. Not all that dangerous from a distance, but at close range, they'll tear you to shreds. Be careful.
Oh, this poll is pretty close. I thought everyone would be calling themselves gentlemen.
Looks like some of them are using Scorpions. The Scorpion is a Czechoslovakian submachine gun. They don't have the stopping power of a rifle, but they're easier to handle and lethal at a medium range. If you eat more than a couple of rounds, it's not gonna be pretty. Don't fool around. Snake, watch out for those grenades they're tossing. You'll be injured pretty bad if you get caught in the blast. You could get burned too. If somebody throws a grenade at you, get away from it and hit the deck. Snake, if you fire that thing without a suppressor attached, the bang and the muzzle flash will give your position away to the enemy. Attach a suppressor and you won't have to worry about all that. To attach a suppressor, open the weapon window and press the circle button.
Yeah.
Snake, they're using stun grenades. Watch out!
Stun grenades?
Yeah. It's a new weapon they invented themselves. It uses an intense blast of light and sound to knock out the enemy temporarily. If you're looking at the light from one of those things when it goes off, you can kiss your optics goodbye. If one gets tossed your way, turn around quick.
Yeah, good advice. The classic turnaround trick.
Snake, if you fire that thing...
Okay, I think we can continue. Let's see how fast we can do the rest of this. We got off to a good start. Ha!
What?
Look up to avoid the stun. You could also look up like that. You don't have to turn around. Sigint didn't mention that. There we go. 4 left. Ooh. Now we're going to get on our toes for this guy. Fuck!
Where did he go?
Ah, you bitch. The guy on the roof might see me now. Yeah, he did. Fuck. I fucked it up. Still going for the no kills. Oh, I didn't land that, huh? Look at this guy with the sniper. Oh, that really looked like a headshot. It can be really awkward from certain angles. Well, yeah, MGS 3's caution theme is S tier. The alert themes are great as well. I like that you get a few different alert themes too. How many are there in total? How many different alert themes are there? Oh my god, Snake. Really? You're not going to let me pick him up? This is me pressing forward here. What? Okay. I love the Final Forest alert theme. Maybe there's only that theme and then the regular alert theme. I thought there was another one. Is there a different one in Groznygrad? Yeah, maybe it's just the one at the end. Okay, I'm not able to pick him up. I can't approach him. They're not letting me. Oh my god. Now I can't even move right either. I'm gonna try it again. Oh god. Okay, I give up. I give up. There we go. Get another suppressor. Okay, count the shots at the start of the next scene. No. One, two, three. 4. 5, 6.
I've been waiting for this moment. That's it. That's the stance. I don't think so. What? A female spy? This bitch is wearing perfume. Stay where you are. I've had enough of your judo.
I see you've got yourself a single-action army.
That's right. There'll be no accidents this time.
You call that an accident? Well, it wouldn't have happened if you hadn't been showing off.
What did you say?
It's a nice gun, I'll give you that. But the engraving gives you no tactical advantage whatsoever. Unless you were planning to auction it off as a collector's item. And you're forgetting one more very basic thing. You don't have what it takes to kill me.
We'll see.
That thing only carries 6 shots. The Makarov carries 8. You have to get a feel for how many you have left. This is a high-class weapon. It's not meant for shooting people.
Damn! This isn't over yet.
Don't.
Why?
He's still young.
You'll regret stopping me. Damn it! I've got to get back before he does.
Alright, we're back. I love how her bike almost sounds like a fucking Metal Gear in that scene. It's like you're about to hear, it's almost like a fucking Rex dinosaur roar. Alright. Let's keep going. Remember, for the longest time, I didn't even pay attention to the gunshots at the start of that scene. I didn't think there was any, like, logical reason behind Snake's dialogue. You know, I thought it was just, you know, he just somehow knew that he didn't have ammo in his revolver. You know, it was just like an unexplained badass moment. You don't have what it takes to kill me. And then one time, I actually paid attention to the start of the scene. I was like, oh, hey, yeah, you can actually hear the 6 shots. Okay, I think we can continue. How much Mark 22 ammo do I have? Well, I think we can go back here and get a bit more ammo. Wait. That will be okay. Oh man, I'm starting to get a bit tired, but that's okay. I won't be going for too much longer. Almost the end of my shift. Shorny Prude. So where did Eva go when she came in through here? Is it an underwater bike? I guess he just flew over the lake here. Or maybe jumped up here and rode across there. A lot of gavials. There's some low water on the edges of the lake. That doesn't really last for long, though. This won't take you too far. I don't think this guy comes back up here, does he? I think I'd have to reload. What's the croc cap good for? You can pose as a crocodile and enemies will think you're a crocodile. So you can swim right up close to the enemy in certain areas, like the warehouse areas. It's really good for the warehouse areas later on in the game. You can get right up close to the enemy and they'll just think you're a crocodile. Ooh, hello there. You want a grenade? You want a grenade? Open up. There you go. That's another cool thing you can do. When they open their mouths like that. You got some frogs swim. Ooh, all three of the frogs. You got the tree frog, the poison dart frog, and the otten frog all swimming together. I don't think I ever noticed that here. That's cool. It's a frog party here.
It looks like you've got rid of all the ocelots.
Yeah.
Now proceed with the rescue of Sokolov. According to Eva, you should start by going to the crevice to the north and...
Can we trust her?
What's that?
Eva is with the KGB, isn't she? Can I really believe what she says? How do I know she won't double-cross me?
There are no guarantees in espionage, Snake, only calculated guesses. At this point in time, the KGB stands nothing to gain by stabbing us in the back.
So you're saying I can trust her?
I'm saying the chance that she'll betray you is low.
Ah.
Of course, we checked the route she gave you against our own data. It looks like a pretty solid infiltration route. It makes good use of weak spots in the enemy's defenses. You shouldn't have any problems. Follow the route Eva showed you and proceed with the mission.
Roger.
First, enter the cave through the crevice. Eva said it was to the north, so head that way. That swamp seems pretty deep. It's probably deep enough to dive underwater and swim around. Press the crawl button when you're swimming on...
Yes, I know how to swim.
Snake, you'll be helpless if a crocodile attacks you in the water. You can't see behind you when you're swimming, so if you're in a crocodile-infested swamp, keep an eye on your 6. Also, by using your sensors, you should be able to detect crocodiles before they get too close. Eva was right when she said that operating in an unknown jungle at night is extremely dangerous. In my former outfit, the SAS, we'd always be sure to set up camp before sunset and wait until daybreak before setting out again. Being able to stay in that abandoned factory made things a lot easier for you. You ought to be thanking Eva.
Henning, thank you very much for the 73 months.
Major, what's this temptation Eva was talking about?
In the Old Testament of the Bible, Eve was seduced by a snake into tasting the fruit of knowledge. By eating the forbidden fruit, Adam and Eve disobeyed God's command and were cast out from the Garden of Eden. Thus, it was the snake who led mankind into original sin.
Come to think of it, I did break a rib in the Virtuous mission. Maybe that's where Eva came from.
But the one who tempted Adam into eating the forbidden fruit was Eve. You may be working together, but she's still a KGB operative. Don't let your guard down.
I don't intend to.
Snake, you'll be helpless if a crocodile attacks you in the water. You can't see behind you when you're swimming, so if you're in a crocodile-infested swamp, keep an eye on your 6. Also, by using your sensors, you should be able to detect crocodiles before they get too close. Snake, your #1 priority in this mission is rescuing Sokolov. Eva said he is in the lab, so head over there.
Right.
Do you remember how to get to the lab?
You mean what Eva told me?
Yes.
Of course I do.
All right, repeat it for me.
Major, do you think I'd forget something like that?
Let's hear it then.
First I head north.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll come to a crevice.
And then?
And then...
All right, let's go over this one more time. First, head north through the jungle. Enter the cave through the crevice to the north. Follow the cave to the end and you'll come out in an aqueduct surrounded by mangrove. Follow the aqueduct to the north and you should arrive at a warehouse. Climb out of the water and enter the warehouse. After you've infiltrated the warehouse, pass through it to the north. Then you'll emerge in the woods again. The lab will be directly to the north. Are we clear now?
Yeah.
Snake.
I got it. Basically, I just head north, right?
Kind of feels like the game is poking fun at itself here a little bit. You know, as if you really need to pay any attention to these directions. Because like Snake says at the end, so basically I just go north. Yeah, you just keep going straight through every area. It's not like you need to be paying attention to directions or all these other optional paths. You know, there's only one way to go, straight ahead. Zero's just trying to make it more complicated than it actually is. And Snake is really right in the end. Just go fucking north. That's all there is to it. Anything else, Zero?
Snake, I heard you got a scientist disguise from Eva.
Yeah.
Go to uniform on the camouflage screen and choose scientist to disguise yourself as a scientist.
Scientist, huh?
But it won't do you any good to go around the jungle wearing a scientist disguise.
No one would be that stupid.
You're right. No one would think of going around the jungle in a scientist disguise. If they did, they'd have to be a fool. No, more than a fool. A complete dumbass. Don't you think so, Snake?
Yeah.
I love how they say that like they know. They know what Snake's thinking. They've experienced this before. It's like some kind of reverse psychology. Right, so let's put on the scientist outfit then, shall we?
Snake?
What's wrong, Major?
I should be asking you the same question. Why are you wearing that outfit?
I wanted to try it on.
Did you listen to a word that I said? What are you thinking, dressing like a scientist in the middle of the jungle? Look at your camo index. You're a walking bullseye. Get back into your camouflage, now!
Lighten up.
What was that?
Nothing.
What are you thinking? Okay, let's get back into the camouflage.
Hey, Snake, remember back at the abandoned factory when you whittled the grip of that 45 down?
Yeah,
I've never heard of a customization like that before. Why the grip?
to fit it with a knife.
A knife? You're gonna keep the knife and the gun both at the ready?
That's the idea.
Why would you want to do that?
Sometimes a knife works better in close proximity encounters. So I equip both at the same time. That way I can switch back and forth in an instant.
Badass. So that's that.
CQC.
Snake, you said Eva said her Mauser was a Type 17, right?
Yeah, what about it?
That model was produced in the 1920s in a weapons lab in the Shaanxi province in China. The cartridge part sticks out lower than the original to accommodate 45 caliber rounds. The barrel and chamber are a little bit thicker too. But most telling of all, it's got Chinese characters engraved on both sides of the frame like you saw. And that firing stance Eva was talking about where you hold the gun horizontally, that's a trademark of the Chinese. Just like you were saying, when you're firing in full auto mode, the muzzle jump effect gives you a horizontal strafing motion. They say it's especially deadly in indoor and close-range mop-up actions. The Japanese called it bandit shooting and used to dread it. Makes you wonder where she learned to shoot like that. You know that army motorcycle that Eva was riding? That's a replica of a German model.
A replica?
Yeah. After World War II,
Yeah.
the Soviets confiscated an entire assembly line from a German motorcycle factory, machines and all.
And then they took it back with them and started producing replicas?
Exactly. Originally, that motorcycle was designed to be used with a sidecar attached. That means it's got enough power to drag a 200-plus pound sidecar around.
So that's how she could pull off all those crazy stunts.
Uh-huh. Of course, it takes a lot of skill to be able to control that much power. That Eva chick is something else. The Mark 22 is a tranquilizer gun. You can use it to take enemies down without hurting them. The thing is, the amount of time it takes for the tranquilizer to work depends on which part of the body the dart hits. If you need to drop an enemy in one shot, aim for the head. The Mark 22 can also be equipped with a suppressor. With a suppressor equipped, you won't need to worry about anybody hearing the shot. But the suppressor will deteriorate each time the gun is fired. The durability of your suppressor is displayed on the weapon icon whenever the suppressor is equipped. Be sure to keep an eye on it. A suppressor can be unequipped by pressing the enter button while the weapon window is open. It's a good idea to take the suppressor off a gun when you don't need it. When you're using the...
Let's get the director's cut version of the M1911A1 analysis. The gun porn scene. The extended version, the extended cut.
Hey, you've got an M1911A1.
Yeah, a 45. 50 years since the Army adopted the first model, and they're still using them. It's a real gem of an automatic pistol.
But aren't you gonna need more than just one little handgun?
Not at all. When you're in a tight spot or fighting in close quarters, sometimes a handgun works better than a rifle. And if I equip a knife at the same time, I can instantaneously switch over to hand-to-hand combat.
I see. That 45 you've got there is a lot different from the original, though. Looks like someone did some serious work on it.
It's more than a little. First of all, the feeding ramp is polished to a mirror sheen. It's not going to have any feeding problems. The slide's been replaced with a reinforced version, and it meshes perfectly with the frame. The frame itself has been iron welded and scraped down multiple times for maximum precision. The front strap part of the frame has been checkered to make it dig into the hand. That prevents any slipping. The sight system's original too. It's a 3-dot type. It's got an enlarged front sight, giving it superior target sighting capability. The regular hammer's been replaced with a ring hammer. That enhances the cocking control and increases the hammer down speed. They also reworked the grip safety to accommodate the ring hammer. Looks like they eliminated it altogether. This is a tool for pros. The thumb safety and the slide stop are extended to allow for more precise handling. The base of the trigger guard is whittled down so you can use a high grip. And the trigger itself is a long type for easy finger access. The trigger pull is about 3.5 pounds. That's about 1.5 pounds lighter than normal. The magazine well has been widened to make it easier to put in a new magazine. The magazine catch button has been cut down low to make it harder to hit it by mistake. The mainspring housing has been changed to a flat type to increase grip, and it's even been fitted with stepping so it doesn't slip from the recoil when firing. On top of that, they added cocking serrations to the front part of the slide. That lets you load and eject cartridges faster in an emergency. Whoever did this is a professional. No question, this thing could shoot a one-hole at 25 yards in a machine rest.
Well, I'll be damned. That's some gun.
Yeah, I've never used a weapon this fine in my life.
Neoletta. Cocking serrations, cocking control, cock this, cock that. I know. It's a very pornographic call, that. Explicit.
You want to save?
Alright, let's catch up with Paramedic and our save calls here. Make sure we're keeping up to date.
Snake, have you ever seen On the Beach?
No, I don't know it.
It's about the survivors of the Third World War. The entire northern hemisphere is obliterated in a nuclear holocaust, and it's only a matter of time before the few survivors left in the southern hemisphere are poisoned by the deadly fallout. Their only hope is an American nuclear submarine that escapes to the southern hemisphere. They set out for the Arctic to investigate the fallout. The movie came out in '59, and the year that the war was supposed to happen was 1964. In other words, this year.
Nice warning. Let's hope it stays just a movie.
Anonymous gifter, thank you for gifting a sub to Cock On. Cheers, much appreciated. Okay, I think we can move along a little bit. Make contact with Eva on the radio. Then we'll have some more shenanigans to do. Let's deliberately get the leeches here so we can burn them off, even though it's scuffed on the HD collection. I want to fish as well. Oh yeah, a little thing that you might not know about this game. When you're underwater, swimming around, and you need to get back up to the surface, this is one way to do it, just by swimming up like that. But a much faster way of doing it is to just press the action button, triangle, and that will do that. Instant, almost. Even if you're facing down like that. Boom! If you really want to make the most out of your stamina gauge. Yeah, just Neat little detail. Let's check our leeches. 3 leeches. Blood-sucking leeches attached to body. Stamina will continually decrease while leeches are attached. Yeah, it rapidly starts to drain. Have I never known about that? Yeah, I mean, it's just something that you just wouldn't think of, I guess. It makes sense that you don't know about it. It's kind of it's a pretty well-hidden thing, I think. You can see the leeches attached to Snake there. You know, I don't usually stop to look at them in the environment, but look, there's one sticking out. Ugh, nasty. Ugh. Hey, we got it. Yeah, this video is kind of fucked up on the HD collection, as you will see. And the bitrate just gets worse and worse. Okay. Yeah, hopefully they fix that for the Master Collection. That'd be nice. Let's eat one of these fish. Huh. When is the Master Collection is coming out at the end of next month. End of October, like 24th of October, something like that. Look at this cutie. I'm gonna eat you later.
Snake, are you there?
Eva,
Did you miss me?
did you make it without any trouble?
No one saw me.
So you're back with Vulcan.
In a matter of speaking.
What about the boss?
Yeah, she's here too.
Better be careful.
Thanks, I will. The boss and I get along pretty well, though. I guess we traders have a lot in common.
Why would anyone want to defect? Betraying your country like that, I just don't get it.
Are you talking about the boss?
Why do you do it? Weren't you born and raised in America?
Yes, in a small rural town. I never even knew there were other countries, other cultures, other ways of thinking. Until I went to work for the NSA. And one day, I found I'd lost faith in the things I'd been taking for granted.
What did you see? What was it that made you want to change sides?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
Try me.
I saw the universe.
The universe?
Not the actual universe. The universe as the intelligence community sees it. I realized that the gravity in this universe was holding me back. That's all. People and countries are both changed by their environment and by the times.
That sounds like what the boss was saying.
There's a world of difference between this country and America. But it's only a difference of position, a difference of perspective. Coming here made me realize something. Half of what I'd been told was a complete and utter lie. The other half was a conveniently constructed lie.
Where's the truth, then?
It's hidden in the lies.
Are you lying, too?
Who knows? I've been trained to make even the most severe falsehood sound like the honest truth. Weren't you?
No. I believe because I have to, even if it is a lie. That's part of my mission.
A good
I'll
soldier.
have to remember that. If you need me, give me a call on the radio. My frequency is 142.52. See ya.
All right. Now we'll take a trip over along the rope here. Grab ourselves a croc cap. Ooh, that was a little bit close to the edge. Here we get the infamous croc cap. I always forget which Bond film this is calling back to. Think it's Octopussy. Remember Kojima talking about it in an interview? It's a scene where Bond is like swimming into some place and he has like a seagull hat, I think it is. It's not a croc cap, I think it's a seagull cap. And he's swimming in, posing as a seagull, and you use the croc cap in this kind of in the same way, the way you can swim up around enemies. Blending in. No, I don't think it's Live and Let Die. I think it is Octopussy, isn't it? Yeah, I remember Kojima saying that he laughs every time he sees that scene, and that's why it inspired the croc cap here. Octopussy is the croc disguise. I'm not even talking about a croc disguise, though. I'm talking about a seagull cap. This isn't actually referencing a crocodile from Bond. It's referencing a seagull cap. At least I think it's a seagull. Some kind of bird. And he wears it over his head very similarly to this. It's like it's a cap that he has, and the bird just sits on top of his head. And that's from Goldfinger, is it? Okay, okay. Do I have the Gakko uniform? I don't, but that's okay because we can find it here. I think this should be it here. Very easy to miss this. It blends in heavily with the environment. But here we can get the Gakko uniform. Gakko pattern camo uniform. Wearing it enables you to hear Keratan's calling. So you can use this to help you find Keratans. If you don't want to cheese it and look up online where they are. The louder the Keratan, the closer you are. Getting pretty loud here, right? Hey, and there it is. Wachabawam. Gachibabum. Gachubabum. Oh, did I get another leech there? I did, yeah. Let's equip the bug juice. This time, the bug juice will prevent leeches. Now we're gonna go back where we came from. The Master Collection. What is it releasing on? PS4, probably, I think. PS4, PS5, Steam. PS4, PS5, PC, Switch, and is it coming out on on Xbox consoles? It is coming out on Xbox as well, isn't it? Yeah. Now that we have Eva on our support team, we can go back and get some background information on all these other areas. That's one of Eva's roles. Vadonk, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Bombeds. Normally we would have no reason to come back here. Ooh, did someone, hold on a second here. My thing isn't refreshing. Did someone donate 500 bits? I'm not seeing the bits. I'm just seeing Vadonk's gifted sub. Oh yeah, I'm seeing it on the screen, but I'm not seeing it on my dashboard. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I don't know why I'm not seeing it. Yeah, bits should appear on my dashboard as well. Most of them do. J. Doran's 100 bits appeared, but those last 500 did not for some reason. Yeah, so anyway, now we're going to just backtrack a bit. Because now that we have Eva on our support team, she will be able to tell us about these areas that we came from. That's one of her roles. The first thing she'll always tell you when you call her is she'll have background information on the area that you're currently in. So now we can go back to Razvet and she can tell us about this area.
That area is known as Rasviet. It means dawn in Russian. The area got that name when the factory was first constructed. But the factory ended up being closed down, and Selino-Yarsk was reborn as a secret research center and military fortress. The crevice that leads to the cave is to the north of your current location. Keep heading north.
Eva, what kind of unit are those ocelots I fought a little while ago?
The Ocelot unit is an elite group composed of soldiers handpicked from among the ranks of Spetsnaz, the Special Forces wing of GRU. They've undergone even more rigorous training than regular Spetsnaz. Their skill with weapons is the stuff of legends. You'll find they're much better shots than the rest of GRU. Watch yourself.
Okay, now we're gonna go back even further. And she'll tell us about Dolino Vodno. Hello there. Oh yeah, this guy. This creepy guy. Look at this guy. Look at his neck. Ugh. What the fuck are you doing, man? Is this one of the skulls? Ugh. Got another guy crossing the bridge here. Oh, perfect.
That area is called Dolino Vodno. The name means Forest of the Canyon. It probably got that name from the chasm that divides the jungle in two. The rope bridge at the center was hastily constructed to enable them to patrol Dramuchi. Speaking of which, what are you doing all the way back there? Get back to the north now.
The irony here. The only reason I'm coming back here, Eva, is to get these calls. The only reason to be here is to get your calls, where you tell me to get back to where I was. This is the only new stuff that appears here. These are the only new things we can do, get these calls. Last one.
That forest is known as Dramuchi. It means the untouched forest in Russian. The name says it all. Dramuchi is a pristine jungle at the far edge of Selino-Yarsk, untouched by human hands. The forest is so dense that large units can't penetrate it, making it a natural defense. That's why Sokolov's research facility and Groznygrad were built here. But more to the point, what are you doing all the way out there? You're not thinking of abandoning the mission, are you? Get back to the north.
Yeah, and we can go back further, but these are all just other parts of Dramuchi. The first area in the game is Dramuchi, just a different part of it. Anything else, Eva?
Eva, where are you now?
I told you, didn't I? I'm right near the Colonel.
Pretty weak answer, if you ask me.
I suppose you're right.
Eva.
Snake, I'm under orders to cooperate with you, but that doesn't mean I have to tell you everything I know. I would assume the same applies to you, too.
Okay. Let's do a couple of the croc cap calls.
Snake, what in God's name?
How does it look?
It looks cool.
Huh?
It looks cool on you.
It does?
Yeah.
I don't think cool is the right word.
Why? What's wrong with it?
What's wrong? Don't you think it looks silly? Doesn't it make you laugh? Aren't you going to ask me what the hell I was thinking?
No.
Oh.
I think it really does look good. It reminds me of the alligator people.
Oh, the... what?
The Alligator People. It's a science fiction movie. You've never heard of it?
No.
Oh, well, you should see it sometime. It's about this guy who gets hurt in a car accident and tries to heal his wounds by injecting himself with a crocodile serum, but then his head turns into a crocodile head. You look just like him with the mask on. That's awesome!
Right.
Huh?
Oh, never mind. I suppose you might be able to disguise yourself as a crocodile by wearing that cap and sticking your head out of the water.
See? He knows it's a good idea. He reluctantly gives in at the end.
A cap shaped like a crocodile head, you say?
Yeah. What do you think?
I think it's a great idea. You know, animal disguises are one of the oldest tricks in the book in the intelligence world. I don't know whether it's true or not, but I've heard that during World War II, the OSS used to use cow suits. Supposedly, they sent agents out to hide in herds of real cows so they could spy on enemy units as they passed by. Nowadays, I guess most people wouldn't even give a crocodile-shaped cap a second look. They think it was just a gag item. But if you use it the right way, it can be an effective weapon for spying. I gotta hand it to you, Snake. You're one sharp guy. You okay, Snake?
Now forget it.
Huh?
Hal, yeah, I think you have to wait with Eva. I don't think it's possible to do her call first. It's been a while since I've tested that now, though. But yeah, I remember in my mind, I'm like, oh, I always have to do the other ones first because you can't do Eva's first. You have to do the others before Eva's will unlock. I think that's how it is. Might be worth testing it again, though, because it's been a long time. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how it is.
Speaking of which, what are you doing all the way back there? Get back to the north now. Tell me something, Snake. Why did you let Ocelot get away?
I thought I told you already.
Because he's still a kid?
Yeah.
Pretty lame excuse if you ask me.
You think so?
Yeah, I do.
Maybe you're right.
Juke Snookum, thank you very much for the gifted sub to Mac Danny. 3 minutes 45. Cheers, man.
Saving the game, Snake? Snake, have you ever seen the War of the Worlds?
No.
These flying saucers from Mars arrive on Earth disguised as meteorites. The saucers use their heat rays to attack the nearby towns. And then...
Something wrong?
The thing is, I was too scared to watch. I had my eyes shut almost the whole time.
Then you haven't seen it.
No, it's not that. It's based on a novel by H.G. Wells.
You haven't seen it, have you?
That does remind me, though. When I was 2 years old, my father listened to the radio drama version of the story. It was right after dinner on Sunday, and we were relaxing in the living room. They said monsters had come out of a meteorite that landed in New Jersey. It sounded just like a real live news broadcast. My father said he and my older brother actually believed it and started yelling and panicking. My mother supposedly grabbed me from my crib and took me out to the car, still wrapped up in blankets. But then, just as my dad was about to start the car, he realized that it was all just a radio drama. Because on the car's radio, they were playing Bing Crosby tunes. No matter what station he turned to, no one else seemed to be reporting on this big history-making news story.
Sounds like something out of the big broadcast.
Nobody said a word. We all went back to our rooms. My father and brother got off with a scolding from my mother, but I was the one who really suffered. After that incident, every time I acted up, my father and brother would scare me by saying, "The Martians are coming!"
That's terrible.
Isn't it, though?
So, you haven't seen the movie?
I saw it. So even nuclear weapons wouldn't work against the Martian war machines.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, Snake, if you conceal yourself like the Martians did, the enemy won't know what hit them.
Conceal myself.
Maybe not in a meteorite, but if you can hide yourself inside something a little more close at hand.
Close at hand.
Something like a box.
Ah, I get it. So, you never saw the movie?
I saw it, all right?
Hermdog, thank you for gifting a sub to Janaud. Oh yes, Flash, thank you for the 9 months. Line Modifier, thank you for gifting the sub to Captain Black Sparrow. Martian, thank you for gifting a sub to Duke Snookum. Cheers, everyone.
Speaking of which, Snake, have you heard about the massacre that happened in the forest near the village of Gnezdovo?
The Katyn Forest Massacre, right?
During World War II, the German army came upon the bodies of 4,000 dead Polish in the forest of Katyn.
Yeah, Germany blamed the Soviet Union, but the Soviet Union denied it, blaming Germany in return.
The truth is that Stalin ordered the NKVD to carry out the killings. And it's not just Katyn. In places like Western Ukraine and Belarus, there must have been at least 20,000 Poles in the prison camps.
Why are you telling me this?
Volgin was one of the people responsible. He was one of the vicious leaders behind it.
Volgin was?
He blamed it on a prisoner revolt to allay any fears, and requested they be put to death. I've heard that Volgin even removed the blindfolds from each prisoner before he beat them to death.
I knew he wasn't all there in the head, but this...
Not someone you could be friends with.
Okay, let's keep going. Oh, man. Sorry about the yawning and the tiredness, but I'm getting tired, so I have to yawn. That's okay, though. What am I at? It's almost 10 hours. DRK should be here in like an hour and a half, hopefully. Only 10 minutes, and then I go, yeah, of course, unless the timer runs out as well. Stick this guy in a cage. Oh yeah, let's show the death here. There's a really nasty death you can get with these gavials. Watch this. Check this out. Some of you might not have seen this before. Oh. Oh, he didn't get angry with me, okay. Here we go. Circling me. Oh shit, he's coming. He's coming. What? He's not doing it. Ah! Jesus Christ.
Snake? Oh my god. Snake! Snake!
Jesus. Usually they only circle you a couple of times and then they come in for the kill. He was really toying with me there. Ex Maron with the 5-pack. Thank you very much. Cheers. Finvara with the 1,000 bits as well. Cheers. Thank you. Let's eat one of these frogs.
Pretty tasty.
Ooh, fuck. Okay, I think we can finally move on to the next area. There are so many optional calls and things to do once you get to this part of the game. Getting Eva as your support team member, going back to do the calls in the previous area. Let's eat this ration.
I'm gonna puke.
Hey, how's it going, Appy? MGO in the Master Collection? No, unfortunately not. We use the mine detector here for a change. For the immersion, let's do it. We're getting close. Oh my god. That's scary. It's been a while since I used this. Another one here. Mine clearing. Old-fashioned mine clearing. Cross the fence over here by climbing the tree and then just dropping on the other side. Yeah, this guy heard the dog. He's coming up to inspect. Ooh, you heard as well. Oh wait, no. This guy actually comes up here as a part of his pattern. Never mind.
There's nothing here.
Turn off the electricity.
Snake, it looks like they've got attack dogs in that area. Attack dogs generally receive extensive military training in tracking and combat techniques. They're formidable close-range fighters and difficult to elude. Their barking can alert enemy patrols to your presence as well. Take care not to let attack dogs catch sight of you. Attack dogs may be dangerous, but they can't climb trees. If you've been cornered by attack dogs, try climbing a tree. Smoke grenades should prove useful as well.
You can throw the enemies into the electric fences here. Yeah, I'll show it in the next, when we get to the next fence. And yeah, you don't get a kill. Another indirect kill.
They sicked attack dogs on you? People have been using dogs in wars since before recorded history. The Greek and Roman armies used to send out packs of dogs with spiked collars to charge at enemy ranks. Attack dogs were regularly employed in the First and Second World Wars as well. Traditionally, dogs have been used to keep watch, send messages, and assist in search operations. Then the Soviets came up with a new idea, using them to carry bombs.
Bomb dogs?
Yeah. They were trained to dive beneath tanks carrying a payload of bombs. Apparently it worked pretty well, but the Russians messed up, man. They used their own tanks for the training. Turns out the dogs kept going after Russian tanks and blowing them up. So the plan was scrapped before it got off the ground. Well, I don't think you need to worry about those dogs exploding on you. They don't seem to be the bomb-carrying type. But they are highly trained in tracking and detection. Don't underestimate them. They're excellent trackers and ferocious fighters. Attack dogs move fast and are deadly in proximity encounters. They'll pick up your scent and use it to track you, so it'll be hard to shake them off. In a way, they're more dangerous than any human opponent. Be prepared. The Soviet-made smoke grenades you might find around there also seem to act as a mild tear gas. It might not have that much of an effect on human targets wearing balaclavas, but it ought to wreak havoc to a dog's nose. If you're being chased by attack dogs, give them a taste of a smoke grenade.
Oh yeah, I didn't do the croc cap call with Eva yet, did I? I'll do that.
Good. You made it to Bolshaya Pust. The name Bolshaya Pust means something close to the Great Cavity. It probably got that name from the crevice to the north. There's a fortified area in the southern part of Bolshaya Pust that's strung with barbed wire. To the north of that is a relay station that serves as both a depot for material shipments and a communication facility. The crevice leading to the cave is located to the north of the relay station. Head north.
I unequip the calf.
The crevice... Snake, the enemy's attack dogs are very highly trained, so be careful.
You can tell if a dog's been highly trained or not?
I can tell.
Oh,
I used to have a dog.
you had a dog.
Yeah. Oh, what's so funny about it?
Nothing. It's just hard to picture you with a puppy.
Who asked you? He was really cute, but I had a hard time housebreaking him. When he finally did learn, I was so happy. I still dream about it sometimes.
That comes back later in an Easter egg at the end of the game. If you put Eva to sleep at the end of the game during the escort sequence, you can hear her dream about her dog. You can also hear her dream about Snake and the boss.
Snake, sorry if I forgot to tell you, but they've got attack dogs prowling that area.
Yeah.
Snake. Snake? Snake?
I might have to wait until I get to the next area before I can do the cap call.
The Snake?
Oh, here we go.
Eva, what do you think?
What a dork. You must be kidding me. Are you willing to risk your life for that joke?
All right, finally I get a normal response.
What?
Everyone was giving me strange responses and acting like nothing was odd about it. I was starting to wonder myself, but now I feel better.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, but you look adorable in it. I'm sorry. I gotta go. This is too much.
All right.
Love it. Great VA. Ooh, fuck. Hello.
Huh. Guess I'm seeing things. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong?
Yeah, her laugh is great there. It sounds so authentic. What do you have? Cough it up. Get up.
Speak.
On the little island in the southern swamp, a bizarre crocodile.
Answer me.
There are guys who know alert cancellation frequencies.
Ooh, listen to this guy.
Speak.
Bastard.
Wow, this guy has some fucking info.
Speak.
Ah! It was almost very slick. No. Did I get him with the trank? I didn't. What a mess. Shoot him, please! I'm gonna die. Ba-da-ba-ba.
He's over there?
Now this guy's waking up. Oh, what a mess.
HQ, please respond.
This is HQ.
Patrol here. We've lost sight of the intruder. Going into high alert.
Acknowledged. The enemy is still nearby. Pursue and engage him.
What he said about the bizarre crocodile in the swamp to the south. I'm not sure if I know what the hell he's talking about there. Is there something unique about one of the crocodiles down in the swamp? Oh my god, Wexford. I was just visiting the office in the middle of the night because I realized that I left my wedding ring in the toilet 2 days ago. Lucky it was still there. Damn, Wexford.
What's wrong?
Jesus Christ, I didn't see you. Fucking guards everywhere, man. Jesus. I made a complete mess of this area. What is this? Thank you. He was just at an awkward angle there. Awkward elevation. Oh, actually, I'm gonna keep him alive because I didn't show the electric fence yet. I mean, I could always drag this guy up, maybe, if I want to show it. The bizarre crocodile in the swamp to the south. Is there a crocodile in here or something? Oh, the bizarre crocodile is the croc cap. Okay, okay. Damn, I was wondering, is this something that I haven't seen? Is there like some unique crocodile in the fucking swamp here? In the quicksand? Okay, I guess it's just strange the way he phrases it. But yeah, that makes sense. Oh, does he mention an island? I forget what his dialogue was exactly. I just remember him saying a bizarre crocodile. I thought he said in the swamp to the south. I guess he said in the swamp to the south on an island. That's cool, though. Cool hint. Alright, you son of a bitch. There you go, chat. Whoever wanted to see it, there you go. Now, if we were playing on new game over here, this is where you would normally find the chocolate chip camo. Yeah, it doesn't count as a kill either.
The crevice that leads to the cave is to the north.
Eva, that was some pretty nice driving.
Really?
Ballsy, yet overwhelmingly accurate. That kind of driving isn't something you can pick up in a couple of days.
I told you to trust me. I love motorcycles.
It is not easy to jackknife a bike like that.
So, you believe me now?
Think I'll pass on going tandem, though.
Oh, that's too bad.
No. Did Mrs. Wex know about your missing wedding ring, Wexford? Did she find out about it?
Tell me something, Sigint.
What's that?
What does Sigint mean, anyway?
It's short for Signal Intelligence.
Signal Intelligence?
The part
Now
of
she
intelligence
does.
that deals with electronic
Wexford
information.
brought it up in the fucking
Things like
chat to
intercepting and
begin with.
analyzing
What are you
electronic
talking about?
communications, determining enemy force strength and positioning from radar emissions and radio chatter. You get the idea. Code breaking is considered part of SIGINT as well. 40 years from now, we'll be in the age of electronic warfare. It won't be long before information replaces firepower as the most valuable commodity on the battlefield.
So you're saying they won't need guys like me anymore?
Sorry to break it to you, but that's not gonna happen. No matter how advanced our technology gets, there's still no substitute for human beings. Anyway, the Major is a man of foresight. He knew the electronic age was coming, and so he called out to me.
And you responded?
Well, I didn't have any place else to go.
You couldn't find a job?
Nope. None of the places where they do this kind of high-tech research would even let me in the door.
Why not? I know you've got social problems, but...
Come again?
Nothing. I mean, someone with your talent ought to be able to...
Yeah, well, maybe it has something to do with the fact that I'm black. The Major, though, he doesn't care about what color you are. I've never met anyone like him before. He's different, you know?
Oh, yeah, I know.
I don't think racism's gonna go away even in the 21st century. But I want to work with computers and use them to bring people closer together. In the digital world, it doesn't matter whether you're black or white, American or Russian or whatever. Everybody's gonna be the same. That's what I think.
So, really interesting call here. You know, one thing that a lot of people dislike about MGS4 is the Patriots reveal. A lot of people have trouble buying Zero as this major figure in the lore, the leader of the Patriots and all of that. Find it a bit far-fetched or a little bit too unbelievable. But this is one call that actually really ties in nicely with all that. Like it really does, the way
Wars?
Nope, never.
It's a spaghetti western.
Spaghetti Western.
It's really cool, especially the main character's stylish gunplay.
Gunplay.
I saw it in England on the Major's recommendation, but it hasn't come out in the States yet. It's so cool. They'll bring it to America, I'm sure. You have to see it sometime.
Sure.
Ah, you're wearing the chocolate chip pattern.
Chocolate chip? You mean this camouflage?
Yeah.
I've never heard of a camo pattern called that before.
Yeah, I know. I just thought it up right now. The chocolate chip pattern is probably designed to provide cover in a desert environment. It should work best against a sandy or rocky background.
Makes sense, but why'd you call it chocolate chip?
'Cause that's what it reminds me of.
What?
Those little round cookies the Major's always snacking on?
They're not cookies, they're scones.
Major!
And it's not a snack, it's afternoon tea.
Snack? Tea? Same thing?
No, it's not. Look here, afternoon tea is a fine old English tradition.
Uh-oh, here we go again. Talk to you later, Snake.
The origins of afternoon tea go back to the Victorian era. Anna Maria, the 7th Duchess of Bedford, was...
Just hangs up mid-sentence. Hey, how's it going, Vlad?
Looks like you got yourself some funky clothes there.
Yeah, it's called a sneaking suit.
Oh!
Sneaking suit? What's that all about?
Even though I don't have it equipped,
I'm not sure,
they talk about
but
it,
it
huh?
looks like what the boss was wearing.
Huh. Well, whatever it is, it's a fine piece of work. The suit seems to be made of some kind of special bulletproof fiber. Wearing it should reduce all the damage you take by half. The waterproofing and heat and moisture insulation are top-notch. Just having it on will reduce the amount of stamina you burn. It even increases your overall camo index. You got yourself a keeper, Snake.
Yeah, maybe we should make it the official uniform of Fox.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Alright, I think we can move on. I predicted MGS 1. Huh? Tell me what you know.
Answer me.
If the provision storehouse is destroyed,
Yeah?
Speak.
the machine gun with the action button,
How to man the turrets here? That's cool.
Speak.
bastard.
The provision storehouse is hinting towards destroying the provision storehouse. You can destroy the storehouses and make them go hungry, and then they'll eat anything, and you can easily poison them with anything.
Speak.
The provision...
Freeze.
Someone else saw me. Don't know where he is, though. Somebody saw something. Was this one of the guys inside there? Yeah, here he is. He's coming.
What's wrong?
Nice. Wasn't sure if I was on his head there. Hey, how's it going, Mrs. Wax? I hope you're feeling better, Mrs. Wax. Your husband was telling us about the scary news. Pop. Much better now. I'm glad. You better be careful from now on, Wexford. Don't want to get into any more trouble. Oof.
What's wrong?
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that other guy. Fuck, I'm not focusing. Yeah, come on, support unit. Anyone else? That's pretty nice, actually. I don't think I've ever done that before. Just get ready at the turret for the support unit coming in.
What's wrong?
Lots of things are wrong. Where is this guy?
HQ respond.
This is HQ.
Patrol here. We're under enemy fire. Enemy
Ah!
going into alert formation.
Bump, bump.
Acknowledged. Keep your eyes open.
It's a fun little map, this. Badaloo. Another one of these poles. Does dog care about Wexford's ring? I don't think I even said that I cared about Wexford's ring. I wasn't even trying to make a point about caring about Wexford's ring. But I did care. But, you know, it wasn't like before with Bad Humans where there was actually genuine ambiguity over whether I cared or not. Although that was actually after the fact. No, never mind. Look at this guy hunching over. Look at you. Hello. Bump, bump. Wow, 92%. Nobody thinks I care about anything. How can I express that I care? Like, how much do you want me to care about all these things?
This tastes great.
800 people voted? That is bullshit. That's complete bullshit. That's rigged. One person voted like fucking 600 times there. Wait, you can legitimately rig the vote with channel points, can you? Like one person can add 500 votes? Okay, so that's what happened there. Okay, well, I'm happy to know now. At least it was rigged. This is gonna be a thing now. Anytime I take any sort of interest in chat's personal affairs, does dog really care about this? Does dog really care what Martian dude is having for dinner tonight? I think there might be still... Is the guy in here still... I think he's done. Bum ba dum ba dum ba dum. Mark 22 ammo. Hold on. You care about Martian? Wexford, yeah, you always checking in on him, making sure he's doing okay. I think I already went up here. So, another thing we can do here is, of course, destroy the Hind. This is an optional thing we can do, and it affects the mountain area later in the game. If we destroy the Hind here, we will not have to deal with the Hind later in the mountain areas, and instead you will have to deal with flying platforms. The interesting thing is that the flying platforms are actually way harder to deal with than the Hind. So you're actually increasing the difficulty by destroying the Hind here. You're not making the game easier. Let's destroy it. Actually, let's get the calls about the Hind first.
Major.
What is it?
That attack chopper is parked on the heliport.
The one from before?
Yeah. The one that took away the Shagohod during the Virtuous mission.
Perhaps it's an armed variation of the Mi-8 hip.
No. Some of it looks the same, but the overall shape is different. It's got stub wings, and the cockpit canopy looks like an angular greenhouse.
No kidding. Then it must be some kind of new model. I've heard stories recently that the Soviets are developing a flying infantry combat vehicle. That's gotta be it.
A flying infantry combat vehicle?
Yeah, a transport chopper with troop-carrying capabilities. Think of it as an attack transport chopper version of France's AMX VCI or the Soviet BMP. They must be doing field tests on the initial prototype.
A next-generation chopper that's a little smaller than the hip. Maybe we should call it a Hind.
Not bad. It's cool with me.
Then it's settled. We'll refer to that new type helicopter as a Hind from now on.
We're getting the
Hind
origins
you see
of
parked
everything
at the
here.
heliport must not be ready to fly. You don't need to worry about it taking off. If you're going to destroy it, now might be your chance.
Bum ba dum ba doodle bum. Ba loom bum bum. Okay. Let's do it. Jesus Christ, come on! Oh my god, it takes some beating. My god. My god! Can we get a follow-up call?
Good, you've reached the relay.
Oh, I actually should have done a call with Eva as well. I think Eva talks about it too.
The crevice leading to the cave is to the north of that base. Keep heading north.
Eva, about the 45 and the Mark 22 you showed me.
Yeah,
You said you got them from a vault full of Western weapons, right?
that I did.
How? A vault full of secret Western technology should be under strict surveillance.
You really want to know?
Yeah,
Really?
yes.
Well, I'm not telling anyway.
Why not?
It'd be a waste of time.
A waste of time.
Even if I explained how I did it, you'd never be able to do it yourself.
What does that mean?
Exactly what it sounds like.
Bad humans. Yeah, I'll try that next time.
Snake, there's a provision storehouse in the center of that area and an armory to the northeast. By destroying them, you should be able to cut off supplies to the enemy in that area.
Hermdog, thank you for gifting a sub to Dillian Zealous. Here we can get some calorie mates. Oh, I need to go and get the TNT as well, right? Q8! HK coming in with the 10-pack. Thank you very much. Cheers. Finvara as well with the 1,000 bits. Thank you. Let's equip some of this TNT. TNT.
Looks like you've got some TNT. TNT is short for trinitrotoluene, a pale yellow crystalline compound made from a trinitrified mix of nitric acid and sulfuric acid. It's used throughout the world as a military explosive. It has a low sensitivity and is chemically stable, making it easy to handle. It's also got a low melting point and can easily be shaped by boiling or steaming it. But because the sensitivity is so low, you need a booster to actually get it to explode.
No problem. It came with its own remote control detonator.
Good. Then all you have to do is press the weapon button to place the TNT, and then press the CQC button to set it off. The map screen in the survival viewer will display the locations where you've planted TNT. Take warning though, the radio signal for the detonator is pretty weak. Don't forget that pressing the CQC button will only set off TNT that's planted in the same area.
Whoa! The lighting shift there. That was some weird camera issue. Boom! And we destroy the provisions. Not particularly useful in this area. It's fun to fuck around with later, though, when we get to the warehouse. What this does, it makes the soldiers go hungry. And then when you return to the area later, they'll all be hungry. And when they're hungry, they will eat anything. You can poison them with food that you wouldn't normally be able to poison them with. If they see any kind of food lying around, they'll eat it. So you can just throw poisonous food and they'll eat it. It'll kill them.
I see you have a calorie mate.
Calorie mate?
The thing you're holding now?
Oh, the little block that looks like a cookie?
Try it, it's pretty good.
Okay. But what is this thing? Never seen anything like it.
Calorie Mate is an energy supplement that contains all the proteins, lipids, vitamins, carbohydrates, and minerals needed for a balanced diet. It's a well-balanced food. Because of that, it's just perfect for giving your body the nutrition it needs in combat.
It sounds like a space-age food.
Real astronaut food is not very good, but that should taste fine.
Yeah, and it'll help balance out all this jungle food I'm eating.
It's easy and quick to eat, so it's perfect when you're running late for an important mission in the morning.
I've never been late for a mission.
Really? Aren't you always keeping people waiting?
Huh?
It's easy to keep track of your calorie intake and receive the nutrition your body needs, so it's good for losing weight, too. All of the geisha girls in Japan use it for watching their calories.
Is that why they're all so slim?
Right. And any diet where you eat nothing at all is bad for the body.
I see. You seem to know a lot about Japan, don't you?
Yes, I love Japan. I see you've caught a a milk snake. The milk snake closely resembles the coral snake, but it's actually not venomous. Even so, you'll still take damage if it bites you, so don't get too close.
So is there a way to tell the difference between a milk snake and a coral snake?
It's pretty difficult. They really do look almost exactly alike. I guess if I had to pick something, I'd say it's that the milk snake is much less aggressive.
Okay.
Ah, I just thought of a better way. You're going to love this.
What?
Eat it.
Eat it?
Yeah. The guide says milk snakes don't taste very good.
Is that right? But if I've already caught and eaten it, what does it matter which kind of snake it was?
It doesn't, does it? Shoot, I thought I had a good idea.
Dr. Sasso coming in with the 5-pack as well. Thank you. And Casual Gamers Army with the fucking 10-pack on top of that as well. Cheers, guys. Cheers, everyone. Fire emoji. Thank you for gifting a sub to Ray Zandra as well. Cheers, everyone.
I see you've caught yourself an arowana. The arowana is an ancient fish that lives in tropical freshwater areas. Because of its large size, I don't think you'll be able to capture one alive. Ancient fish like the arowana are living fossils. They've hardly changed their form since the Devonian and Jurassic periods. Other ancient fish besides the arowana include the coelacanth, the starlet, and the knifefish. Almost all organisms on Earth have evolved in various shapes and forms, but these fish have kept the same form for hundreds of millions of years. Baffling, isn't it?
Sure.
Well, I can see you're not interested.
Not at all. I love ancient fish.
Why?
They taste pretty good.
Miko Zeke as well just now with the 5-pack. Thank you.
I see you've got yourself a ration. Rations are portable meals carried by Soviet soldiers.
No, they're not.
Huh?
They're disgusting portable meals carried by Soviet soldiers.
Hey, you should be grateful. Those things are designed to last. No matter how long you keep a ration, it'll never go bad. And they're surprisingly good for you, too.
I'd take a snake over this any day, even if it's a little rotten.
You are hopeless.
Even if it is a little rotten. Blue Jeweler, with the 38 months. Thank you very much. Bike Bottle with the gifted sub to Kadrak as well. Thank you. Let's see, Eva.
The crevice leak. By the way, Snake, do you have a calorie mate?
Yeah,
Is it any good?
I haven't tried it yet.
Oh.
You want it?
What?
Do you want the calorie mate?
What? What are you saying?
You want it, don't you?
I didn't say that.
So you don't want it then?
No. But if you were going to give it to me as a token of thanks for me helping you out, then of course I wouldn't refuse it.
Are you on a diet?
What did you say?
Calorie mate is supposed to be really good for losing weight.
Are you saying I'm fat?
No.
I'm not on a diet, and I don't need one. I just wanted to try the taste.
Oh, sorry.
Be careful with what you say.
Yeah, sorry.
So, is it true?
Is what true?
That it's good for losing weight.
Yeah. Calorie Mate provides a nutritionally balanced source of energy, and it makes counting calories easy. That's what's supposed to make it good for dieting.
Oh, I see.
I heard that all of the geisha in Japan use it.
Geisha?
Yeah,
I've never heard about that.
really.
Yes. I'm sure there are some geisha out there using Calorie Mate for diets, but I doubt all of them are using it.
No, I guess not.
All right, let's do another save call.
You want to save? Hold on a sec. Snake, have you seen the movie Them?
No.
It's about these giant ants that appear in the desert of New Mexico after a nuclear test. The army tries to fight them off with flamethrowers. The ants were so big that they filled up the entire screen. The whole movie theater was screaming.
An ant that big could make a good meal.
Yeah, well, if you find any, don't eat them.
Come on, they're not that bad for you.
If you end up growing huge like that, you won't have any place left to hide.
Just like a Gurlugon.
The Gurlagons from MGS2 VR. Sigint, tell me about these claymores.
Ah, you got yourself some claymores. The M18A1 Claymore is a new type of anti-personnel directional mine developed in the U.S. after the Korean War. The gently curved casing is packed with 1.5 pounds of high-grade explosives. The side facing the enemy is lined with 700 steel ball bearings. So when the mine explodes, the ball bearings simultaneously burst out of the casing. Anyone in the kill zone, be he friend or foe, is instant Swiss cheese. The mine is triggered by an electric detonator. Apparently, the detonator's got some kind of special motion detector built in.
Yeah. When the mine is planted, it reacts to anything that comes close and automatically explodes.
Just make sure you don't trip your own mine or something stupid like that.
I'll be careful.
You can pick up a planted claymore by crawling over it. Mines planted by the enemy can also be picked up in this way. So if you come across a minefield, it's a good idea to crawl through it and pick up the mines.
What are they doing making minefields out of Western mines anyway?
They're probably doing field performance evaluations on mines they either captured or stole from the West. The structure of the claymore isn't actually all that complicated. They must be learning a lot about them. It might not be long before we start seeing Claymoraski mines. Ah, you're wearing the chocolate chip pattern.
Chocolate chip? You mean this camouflage?
What? We already did this.
I've never heard of a camo pattern called that before.
Oh, right. Oh, they still, right. Okay.
Snake, there are rats living in that area. The rats in that area are the descendants of wild Norway rats that were domesticated by humans as pets and lab animals. They're not poisonous, and I don't think they'll attack you, but they're quick little creatures, so you might have a hard time catching one.
Anonymous gifter, thank you for gifting a sub to Cloudak and to Vandrohar. Thank you. Cheers. Okay, I think we might be finally ready to move on.
The
Eva, you said you got along with the boss, right?
Yeah, we get along pretty well. I admire her. Although she's supposed to be the distant hero, for some reason she's nice to me. She even carried my bags for me the other day. I was impressed.
Your bags?
Maybe because we're both defectors. We never talk much, but I get the feeling that she understands how I feel. I've had dreams about the whole thing.
All right, let's do it.
Hey, this works.
You're here at last. Looks like the boss's info was right. Twice now you've made me taste bitter defeat. I hate to disappoint the Cobras, but you're mine now. All of you, leave us. It's just you and me. No one to get in our way. Ocelots are proud creatures. They prefer to hunt alone. Shots. This time I've got 12 shots.
Here we go. And the first thing he does is sprint away. Draw, and he just fucking legs it. Tries to get behind the tree as fast as he can. Where do you think you're going? Stop that.
Fire!
And then his friends shoot at me from behind. What a bitch.
Stay out of this.
Stay out of this, yeah. One.
You won't get away from me.
Two.
Fight like you mean it.
3. 4. Myself. Up.
Get
5.
back here.
6.
making fun of me?
7. 8.
Get back here!
9. 10.
You making fun of me?
11. 12.
Fight like you mean it.
13. 14.
You making fun of me?
15. 16. Get up. Oh, nice. I hear a snake hissing.
I've never felt a tension like this before.
Love how the music transitions.
That's so different from simply changing a clip.
A couple of the tracks fade out.
This reload time is exhilarating.
So flamboyant. You don't have to watch that scene, by the way. You can skip it and then shoot him while he's reloading. But I like to indulge him every now and then. Ba-ba-doo. Oh! You gonna shoot down the nest? No, sometimes he'll shoot down the nest. Ha! Nice chip damage.
Son of a bitch!
And for some reason, he really hates it if you shoot that Markor. Remember, the Markor is special because it means snake eater. Maybe it has something to do with that. I don't know. His camo is also called the animal's camo. So maybe Ocelot just has a thing for animals as well. Although the animal's camo really does just look like an Ocelot coat, doesn't it?
Can't hide forever. Not bad.
Bam, bam, bam.
Excellent. I've never felt a tension like this before. That's so different from simply changing a clip.
Don't think they comment on the box. Look at this guy.
This reload time is exhilarating.
Bop, 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 bop. He's getting faster.
That guy is using a single-action army. It's a 6-shot 45 caliber revolver. The only drawback is that because it's a revolver, it's a pain in the ass to reload. Ocelot will be open to attack while he's reloading. Use that window to unload on him.
You can drop the hornet's nest on him. Yeah, I'll do that. He can also retaliate and drop a hornet's nest on you, too.
Ocelot has 2 single-action army revolvers. That gives him 12 bullets in all. Keep a close eye on his remaining rounds. When he stops to reload, open fire.
If you have a single-action army as well, you can get in a spin battle with him. You can spin the revolver around and then he'll counter with his spinning.
Ocelot has 2 single-action army revolvers. That gives him 12 bullets in all. Keep a close eye on his remaining rounds. When he stops to reload, open fire.
Anonymous, thank you very much for the gifted subs. Cheers.
That guy is using a single act.
Ocelot is a force to be reckoned with. Don't even think about running away. The only way to proceed with the mission is to defeat him. They say that Ocelot can hit targets hiding behind obstacles by using ricochet shots. Rocks and trees won't protect you. If you stay too long in the same spot, you'll only be making yourself an easy target. Don't stand still. Keep moving. I'm not sure why, but Ocelot seems to have a thing for his cap. You might be able to get him to let down his guard by shooting it off his head. All the exits are being blocked by members of the Ocelot unit. They're fiercely loyal to Ocelot. Even if Ocelot ordered them not to get involved, they might just step in to back him up if he gets in trouble. If you get attacked by one of the Ocelots, use a grenade or something to fight back.
Blow it down.
I'm not sure why.
Come out and face me.
Ah!
This reload time is exhilarating. I told you to stay out of this.
Ba-da-da-doo. Ah!
Amazing. I never knew reloading could be so thrilling.
I think I should be able to get him from here. With this, I hope. Yeah.
Damn it!
I need to get a close up of this.
Ah!
Boo-doo.
See my technique? Perfect.
He's gonna do the same thing here. Yeah, look. He learns from me once again. It's a really cool fight, this. I love how much better he gets over the course of the fight. He becomes so fast by the end of it, it's insane. Goes back for his hat. I guess I was far enough away from the Hornets they didn't come at me. Come on. What are you doing, Ocelot?
There you are.
You just waiting for the standoff?
Loading like this. It's a revolution.
Look at him! Oh my god! Now I just want to try and get a specific line of dialogue. It can be very hard to trigger. You can only get it when he reloads, so I'm just going to wait around for him to waste a few of his magazines. Maybe we'll get it.
Can't hide forever.
Ah, you got me.
Loading like this. It's a revolution.
Same one as before.
had enough yet? Come on. Thank you for teaching me the joy of the revolver.
There it is. Ah, fuck.
Ha! 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 Take this.
Oh, I wanted to go for the standoff. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Yes! It's the heart of a duel. Damn it. He found us. You were lucky. We'll meet again.
Now he can survive falling in there. Try doing that during the boss fight. See what happens. Okay, we're on NG+, so I already have the animals camo, but this is where you would normally get the animals camo for tranking Ocelot. An animal skin camo uniform. Wearing it removes any handshaking while aiming a gun. Yeah, is it supposed to look like a combination of animal skins, animal fur? It does look like an ocelot coat, really, doesn't it? More than anything. But it's interesting that it says animals, you know? It doesn't... That it's not specific. It doesn't say ocelot. It does have multiple types of spots. Yeah, like you have different patches. It doesn't look all the same. Like it's all from the one animal. It does look like a combination of animals. But all of the different patterns still look like they could be ocelot patterns, I think. But maybe not. Yeah, again, it's just making me think of his whole thing with the Markhor. You know, how he takes offense to the Markhor getting shot. I don't know. Let's check in with the team before we do anything.
Snake, are you okay? Snake!
Major.
Snake.
Are you all right? You're not hurt?
No. That was a hell of a drop, but I'm fine. Looks like there's no way back up, though.
I see. Well, anyway, it's good to hear you're not injured.
Slipping and falling may not have been part of the plan, but getting into that cave was. Proceed further into the cave. The cave seems to be structured like a maze, but there's an exit somewhere. Find a way out of the cave and head for the aqueduct.
All right, but it might take me a while to get through this cave.
Are you hurt?
No,
Is it the enemy? Did they set a trap for you?
not that either.
Then what is it?
It's dark in here.
Dark?
Yeah, there's no light anywhere. I should have brought a flashlight with me.
So what you're saying is that it's going to take you a while because you don't have a flashlight?
Right.
Snake, if you don't have a flashlight, you should be looking for a substitute. I tell you, American soldiers these days rely too much on ready-made equipment.
Here we go again.
What was that?
Nothing.
American soldiers rely too much on ready-made equipment. And not only that, they can't seem to grasp that one piece of equipment can have multiple functions. Back when I was in the SAS, we never had that problem. We were trained to use every piece of equipment in as many ways as possible. If you don't have a flashlight, look for something else. You need to develop flexible, innovative thinking if you want to... Hey, are you listening to me?
Yeah, of course I am.
First, take a look at what you're carrying with you now. Don't you have anything that can provide you with some light?
Alright, Neo, thank you for gifting a sub to Pandawala. And tip giving bitch, thank you for the $10. Much appreciated. Cheers.
Snake, are you all right?
Yeah, just barely. What the hell were all those hornets?
Most likely that was the Pain, one of the Cobras.
I figured as much. Are they tracking me?
I don't know. The Cobras only take orders from the boss. Not even Volgin knows what they're really up to, so I don't know anything about them either.
No kidding.
I'll try and dig up as much as I can about them. You just focus on moving ahead. Go to the end of the cave and you'll come out in an aqueduct overgrown with mangroves. This leads to the Ponizovye swamp. And Snake, be careful. That cave
is pitch dark inside.
Good. I did remember to tell you then. If it's completely dark and you need a light, try using a torch. I heard there's some emergency torches stored somewhere in that cave.
Torches. Got it. So where are they?
Huh?
Where are the torches?
How should I know? Go find them yourself.
Alright, let's take a look around this cave. So yeah, we start off with no light source really, other than the cigar will give us a little bit of light in front of us. One really cool thing that they do here is that over time the area will gradually get brighter. Little by little it'll brighten up, which is like simulating how the human eye adjusts to darkness in reality. But in the game, they just slowly brighten up the area. Really cool little touch. Down here, we can get our first proper light source, our torch. Russian glow caps. There we go. I really like this little cave level. All the optional little paths, the way it all loops around. If we go up this way, we can even get some night vision goggles up here. Yeah, the bats don't like the fire. Here we go. Gotta be careful not to fall into the hole here. Here we get the night vision. I love how these night vision goggles look. They're super old school. Look at these big chunky things.
Hey, what's that you're wearing?
Night vision goggles. This gadget lets me see in the dark by amplifying light and displaying it as images.
Amplifying light?
That's what it looks like to me.
Well, I'll be damned. They're working on something like that here in the States, but so far it's not viable unless it's coupled with an infrared searchlight. And now the Russians have something you can carry with you. Anyway, those goggles should give you a decent visual range even in dark places. But don't look at anything bright like fire or it'll get burned into your eyes and you won't be able to see for a while. Be careful.
All right. Okay, now we can swim back around to the entrance. Let's stock up on stamina because we're going to have to stay underwater for a bit of time here.
That's so great.
Yeah, I ate him. It had to happen eventually. Ooh, the water looks nice here in this lighting. That looks nice.
You want to save? Hold on a sec. Snake, have you seen 007 from Russia with Love?
Nah, I don't like those movies. Real spies are nothing like James Bond. It's pure fantasy.
Snake, I don't think the Major's going to like you saying that.
And even though it's fiction, I can't help but comparing myself to Bond.
What exactly don't you like about James Bond? I mean, is it the fantastic gadgets? The cars? The guns?
Major.
Snake, wouldn't you like to have a gun shaped like a pen?
What good is a pen gonna do me in the jungle? I'd look like a fool.
Then what about a snake-shaped gun? You could make it look like you're grappling with a giant snake and then get a shot in on the enemy while they're distracted.
Okay, now you're being ridiculous.
We'll make you a snake-shaped gun that folds up and fits into an attaché case.
Will you give it a rest?
Oh, I get it. You're worried about how to handle the ladies, aren't you?
No.
I knew it. To tell you the truth, I don't like the idea of playing hanky-panky with enemy femme fatales either. But that's part of Bond's appeal. You could learn a thing or two from him. I mean, what about this Eva? What are you planning to do with her?
I don't even trust her yet.
No, that's not what I mean. You can't let yourself get involved. This is a game of spy versus spy. She's using you just as much as you're using her.
I realize that.
You've got to grab the initiative, and to do that, you have to get the upper hand in the relationship.
That's what a spy is supposed to do. Get the upper hand. I don't think I'm cut out for that mission. Maybe if you change your code name to 00 Snake. Major. 007 is the biggest thing to come out of England since the
Major.
Mayflower. I wouldn't be surprised if they made 20 more of those movies.
Didn't you know? The Major is a huge James Bond fan. Don't get him worked up like this.
Worked up?
Maybe you don't realize this, but now that you've got him started talking about Bond, I'm going to have to listen to him lecture for a whole hour after he gets off the radio.
You have my sympathy.
It's too bad you can't enjoy such a great movie, though.
I guess I'm just one of those people who can't enjoy spy flicks.
You can't enjoy any flick, Snake. You haven't even... I don't think you've seen a film. Paramedic asks you about all these films. You haven't seen a single one of them. Big missed opportunity, though, not including the snake-shaped gun in the game. That's something they should do for the remake. Put that snake-shaped gun in the game. That'd be a great little new addition. And make sure it costs $10 and is DLC. Make sure it's a microtransaction. And make sure there's a gold version and a silver version and a bronze version, and they all have different prices. Yeah! Wrong goggles. Hey, what's up, cereal, bruh? Okay, there's another interesting call we can do here with Eva.
That cave is known as Chornaya Peshara. In Russian, Chornaya Peshara means the black cave from which cold wind blows. It's a magma cavern formed millions of years ago, back when Salinoyarsk was the site of volcanic activity. The structure of the cave is pretty complex, but you should be able to find the aqueduct if you keep moving inward. Head toward the interior of the cave.
Eva, I wanted to ask you about Ocelot.
Yeah, I know. He's pretty infatuated with you, isn't he?
That's not what I meant. Aren't the Ocelots an elite unit?
Yeah.
So how'd he get to be their commander? He can't be any older than 18 or 19. I can't believe he's already a major.
I heard from the colonel that he's been given special treatment.
Special treatment?
Yeah, he's the son of some legendary hero or something.
No wonder he seems to have the right stuff. So who is this legendary hero anyway?
Beats me. The colonel never told me. All I heard was that his mother was supposedly shot in the gut during battle, and that he was born right there with bullets whizzing past them.
A pregnant woman in the middle of a battle?
That's what I heard. They say that when they stitched her up, the scar was shaped like a snake.
Well, that's battlefield medicine for you. What about his father, this legendary hero?
He didn't tell me. I don't think Ocelot's ever met his parents.
Are they dead?
Maybe. I don't know. There were a lot of MIAs back then, during the last days of the war. Ocelot probably would have ended up the same way. But he was taken in and raised by Gru and Volgan.
Because he was special.
That's my guess.
There we go. Up here we can get an M37.
I see you've caught a king cobra. The king cobra is the world's largest venomous snake. Its large size means that it has a lot of venom to inject. One bite is supposedly enough to kill an elephant. And it's extremely vicious as well, so watch out. If you get bitten by a king cobra and injected with venom, your life will start to decrease rapidly. As soon as you're bitten, go into the survival viewer and use Cure to give yourself a serum injection. The king cobra's diet consists mostly of other snakes. Be careful, or you might end up as its next meal.
Got it. So...
What? How does it taste?
Yep.
Ugh. It seems you're the one whose diet consists of other snakes.
You're making me blush.
The guide says they taste just fine. I see you've caught yourself a Taiwanese cobra. The Taiwanese cobra is native to Taiwan and southern China. It's quite vicious and carries a potent neurotoxin in its fangs. Be careful. If it bites you, go into the survival viewer immediately and use the cure option to inject yourself with serum.
Sounds interesting.
Don't ask me.
Huh?
The guide doesn't say. If you absolutely have to know, then you'll just have to try it yourself and see.
I didn't say anything.
But you were going to ask, weren't you? About the taste?
Maybe.
I'll talk to you later, Snake.
She's getting fed up.
I see you found some Russian glow
Oh,
caps.
here we go.
The Russian glow cap is a kind of luminescent fungus, a mushroom that glows in the dark.
Why would a mushroom glow in the dark?
It's bioluminescent, just like a firefly. It uses the so-called luciferin luciferase reaction. To put it simply, luciferin reacts with luciferase in the presence of magnesium 2+ ions, breaking it down into oxyluciferin and carbon dioxide. The carbonyl groups in the oxyluciferin are initially in an electrical excited state. When they return to their base state, they give off light. Did you get all that?
Not really.
Oh.
By the way, does that mushroom recharge your batteries when you eat it?
Huh?
I mean, it seems like if you ate a glowing mushroom, it might recharge your batteries or something.
Snake, your batteries are organic batteries. They produce electricity by utilizing the potential difference between cells. Organic batteries are known for their highly efficient energy conversion, but they still rely on chemical reactions between proteins and enzymes to...
So you're saying they'll get recharged?
Believe what you want.
Great.
Tony the Tiger. Okay, let's try it out then, shall we? Russian glow cap, not eaten yet. Said to recharge the battery when eaten. Because it's a glowing mushroom, it supposedly recharges the battery when eaten. Battery recharged. My night visions are at max.
Paramedic,
What's up?
you were right.
About what?
I ate a Russian glow cap and it charged up my batteries.
Huh?
What's wrong?
That's great. Snake, can you excuse me for a second?
Sure.
Did you just hear that?
Yeah. There's no way eating a bioluminescent mushroom would cause your batteries to recharge.
What do you think it means?
Beats me. Maybe it's all in his mind.
You mean like a placebo effect?
Why not? You've seen how gullible he is.
I guess there's no harm done. Should we let him keep believing it?
Sounds good to me.
Okay, Snake, I'm back. Yes, the Russian glow cap is a glowing mushroom, so it'll recharge your batteries when you eat it.
I love Sigurd's reactions in these calls where they're talking behind the scenes. Why not? You've seen how gullible he is. Sounds good to me. So casual. Okay. Does the Pain have a unique reaction to white phosphorus grenades? I can't remember how he reacts to them. Let's test that.
I've caught you at last. We are the sons of the boss.
Yeah!
I am the Pain.
Ha!
I will guide you to a world of anguish beyond your imagination. Let's get started.
Let's do it. No, don't even think about throwing your bullshit at me. Bop, 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 bop. Let me switch the M19 out.
Snake, as long as the Pain is using his Hornets to protect his body, you won't be able to damage him with gun attacks. You'll need to use a grenade to get rid of the Hornet swarm first. Go into first-person view and throw a grenade at him. The shotgun should work as well. Get rid of those Hornets protecting him, and then attack him with a gun.
The Pain is said to possess the power to control his Hornets at will. Watch out for insect-based attacks, especially his so-called bullet bees.
If the Pain had a backstory narrated by Drebin, it would probably involve a young acrobat whose parents owned a beekeeping business. I really like that idea. Yeah, it's kind of surprising when you see him do backflips here. Like, just looking at his character design, you wouldn't size him up to be like an acrobatic character. He looks kind of chubby with that outfit he's wearing. And he starts doing all these dramatic flips. Honestly, that sounds like it could be an MGS2 backstory as well. Like Fat Man's long-lost brother or something. Instead of hanging around department store clock counters, he hung around beekeeping businesses.
The Pain doesn't just use Hornets, he's got guns and grenades in his arsenal too. Be especially careful about those grenades. Snake, watch out for those bullet bees. Bullet bee is the pet name the Pain gave to a special type of hornet that he keeps inside his body. When the Pain gives the order, they fly at their target like bullets, burrow into his body, and eat away at his insides until he's dead. If you get hit by a bullet bee, go into the survival viewer right away and heal yourself on the cure screen.
That sounds pretty fucking nasty.
That being said, despite the name, a bullet bee is really just a type of hornet. They can't follow you into the water. If the Pain launches any at you, dive under the water. The Pain can supposedly use his Hornets to create a copy of himself and confuse the enemy. If he does that, try and figure out which one is real and attack it. When he copies himself, the Hornets that normally protect him will be used to create the double. That means you'll be able to damage him with a gun. But be warned, if you screw up and shoot the double, or you take too long to shoot, you'll get hit with a counterattack. Snake, watch out for those bullet bees. Bullet bee is the pet name the Pain gave to a special type of hornet that he...
Yeah.
The Pain has the power to control swarms of hornets at will. Watch out for his hornet-based attacks.
Thanks, Eva. Great advice. Watch out for his hornet-based attacks. The Hornet Man has hornet attacks. Watch out for them.
Not even the Pain's special breed of hornets will be able to follow you underwater. You're a good swimmer, right? If you're being harassed by any hornets, dive into the water. Not even the Pain's special...
That all you have?
The Pain...
Snake, watch out for those bullet bees. Bullet bees are the name the Pain gives the special hornets he raises inside his own body. And if they get into your body, your wounds will become worse and worse until you get rid of them. If you're afflicted by bullet bees, go into the survival viewer immediately and use Cure to dig them out with your knife. Once the bullet bees are out, don't forget to apply styptic and disinfectant to the wound.
It's kind of weird that they talk about the bullet bees here, because you don't see them until phase 2 anyway. He can't attack you with them yet.
When the hornets come to attack you, you can cause the swarm to scatter by shooting at it with your gun. Also, the hornets can't follow you into the water, so you can...
Yeah.
Snake, you won't be able to see a thing with a swarm of hornets covering your head. The hornets can't follow you into the water. If you find your vision... You might be able to trap some of the hornets by throwing a hornet's nest at them. If you succeed, it should reduce the number of hornets the Pain has at his disposal. It might even make the nest taste better.
Oh yeah, that's
Try
a
it
cool
out.
thing. Fortunately, I don't have a hornet's nest.
Hornets are known to display extremely aggressive behavior in response to the color black. So don't wear black clothing. Instead, try wearing white clothing. It should reduce the severity of the hornet's attacks.
Yeah, that's another cool detail.
Using insecticidal bug juice on yourself should make the hornet's attacks less severe. Try it out.
Forgot about the bug juice.
You might be able to trap some...
Do I have Ozcam? That should work well as a white camo. Bum bum.
Grenade! Grenade!
Ah, fuck.
Take this! My brothers!
Don't roll, you bitch. Nice.
Hey!
Oh, very nice. The way it tracks that bee. Here come the bullet bees. For some reason, the bullet bees cannot get you when you're in first person. It's a bit of a bug. I think that's bugged on PS2 as well, if I remember correctly. Maybe not. Oh! Jesus, the quick grenade. He has like 3 different grenade attacks. Fuck. Boo-da-da-doo. Ah, too far. Oh no, okay. Oh. Yeah, they just eat up the grenades.
Come out and play. Go, get it.
Crazy damage, those bullet bees.
Are you just going to run away? Grenade!
Ah!
Hey! Go for. Get him!
Not taking any chances this time. Ah! Climb! Oh! The Dark Souls roll, the iframes.
Grenade!
You son of a bitch.
My hornet! Attack!
That grenade is gonna keep tracking me. You can see the trank dart still in his head there. Oh!
Is that all you got?
No! Oh! I couldn't dive off the platform because I was coughing.
Grenade!
That was pretty sick, actually. He grabbed my smoke grenades with his hornets, threw it back at me, and then he teleported at me once he had me locked down with the smoke grenade, my own smoke grenade. Nice. Finally. That second phase was a pain.
The pain! The pain! The pain!
An anonymous gifter with the 5-pack. Thank you very much. Ole is in the chat as well. Is he? How's it going, Ole? So this is where you would normally get the Pain's camo. His Hornet camo for tranking him. We're on NG+, so we already have it. It's one of the most fun camos to fuck around with. Hornet Stripe. The Pain's camo uniform. Wards off hornets, spiders, and leeches. Also allows wearer to tame hornets. It doesn't really explain everything you can do with it, but yeah. You can make friends with the hornets if you wear this. And then you can even send the hornets to attack the enemy while you wear it. While they follow you around. That's what the description doesn't mention.
Hey, this works.
Okay. Oh, Implosion, you got a free sub. How's it going? Sure. Thank you very much for the 3 months. Let's keep going. I'm getting no response from DRK on Discord. I'm hoping he'll be here soon enough to take over. I'm feeling pretty tired. Shouldn't be too much longer. Let's save.
Saving the game, Snake? Snake, have you heard of The Last War?
Nope, doesn't ring a bell.
It's a Japanese movie where the world ends in a nuclear war. Tensions between East and West reach the breaking point, and before anyone can stop it, they launch the ICBMs. Humanity is wiped out by a war that no one wanted. The movie depicts that destruction from the eyes of ordinary people. Their simple daily lives are torn apart by the terrible power of a war that has nothing to do with them.
Everybody's afraid of the next big war, but there's only so much that one person can do.
That's why the people who have the power to stop it have to.
Hey, oh nice. DRK responded. I wonder, was he listening there in the background? He responded right after. 15 minutes. Nice. Then I'll be able to get some rest. Eva.
Snake, you beat the Pain.
Not without a tough fight.
How did it feel to fight one of the boss's comrades?
What are you getting at?
I just want to know what it's like to have fought a member of the legendary Cobra unit. That's all.
What you want to know is if I can really face the boss. Is that right?
Well, that too.
Don't waste your time worrying about me. I'll get the mission done.
I certainly hope so.
So the exit of the cave is up ahead?
Right. Go to the end of the cave and you'll come out in an aqueduct overgrown with mangroves. This leads to the Ponyzovier swamp.
Your alarm just went off. Okay, okay. No worries. Paramedic, anything else for us?
That area is home to the Thai Cobra. The Thai Cobra is a large venomous snake that carries an extremely potent neurotoxin. Be careful not to get bitten. If you do get bitten, go into the survival viewer right away and use Cure to give yourself a serum injection. The Thai Cobra originally comes from Indochina, Thailand, and southern China. The ones in that area were probably imported as pets and research subjects before they escaped and turned feral.
Not as food?
Come again?
They weren't imported as food,
They're not for eating.
so they don't taste good then.
That's not my point. It's not a matter of whether they taste good or not. People don't raise snakes for food, period.
Okay. So you're saying they might be good to eat, right?
Only one way to find out. When you're bitten by a venomous animal... When you get... Snake, that area is inhabited by the poison dart frog. The poison dart frog is native to the tropical rainforests of Central and South America. They normally grow between 2 and 5 centimeters in length, but for some reason the ones in that area seem to be much bigger than that. Poison dart frogs are known to carry a potent neurotoxin called homeliotoxin. Long ago, people used the poison to coat their arrows for hunting. Watch out, because if you eat one, you'll get food poisoning. Snake, whatever happens to you, make sure you leave a descendant, okay?
Are you saying you want to have my baby?
No. I'm saying that in the 21st century, the genes of soldiers like you are going to be in high demand.
Genes?
Uh-huh. Remember when Watson and Crick discovered the double helix structure of DNA back in 1953?
No.
You know, they won the Nobel Prize in Medicine for it the year before last. Of course, you have to feel sorry for Pauling and Franklin. They were researching the exact same thing.
Sorry, I don't follow.
Inside every living creature are little blueprints called genes. Through the union of the sperm and egg cells, these blueprints are transformed and inherited by the next generation. That's why parents and children resemble each other. The concept of genes was first proposed over 100 years ago by Mendel, but he didn't know what they were exactly. For a while, it was thought that chromosomes were composed not of deoxyribonucleic acid, but of proteins called polypeptides. Later, it was shown that deoxyribonucleic acid, or DNA, was a biological macromolecule. Then 11 years ago, Watson and Crick discovered that DNA had a double helix structure.
Yeah, this is all fascinating stuff, but what exactly does it have to do with me?
The inherent characteristics of any given individual are determined by his or her genes. By duplicating a set of superior genes, a separate body with the same set of characteristics, a clone, can be created.
But genes don't control a person's fate.
That's true, but having an offspring that's genetically identical to the parent is more efficient, right? You can expect better results that way.
More efficient? You can't mass-produce human beings.
Maybe, but now that we know the true nature of genes, human cloning is that much closer to reality. Nuclear transplanting is already theoretically possible, so one day...
My genes are going to be a valuable commodity.
Exactly.
They'd never let that happen.
Wink,
Just
wink,
think,
nudge, nudge.
Even if your body dies, you survive and go on to bigger and better accomplishments. If you think about it, it's kind of an honor.
Does that kind of technology seriously appeal to you?
Well, I am a doctor. I can't condone it on moral grounds, but I'm fascinated by the possibilities. Especially when I see such an excellent specimen as yourself.
Oh.
Yeah, well, thanks for the compliment, but it doesn't make me feel any better.
Don't be so glum. It's not like it's going to happen anytime soon. We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, just another 8 years. Something like that. Don't worry. Alright, let's keep going. Ooh, do I have any stun grenades left? I do. Nice. Watch this. And there's all the bats in the area demolished. Give me all these bats. We're already full.
Disgusting.
We never did the naked call, did we? Maybe my favorite SIGINT call.
Snake, what's up? Why you naked? I know there's a naked option under uniform that lets you take off the upper part of your uniform, but without a shirt on, your camouflage sucks, and your stamina goes down faster. You don't get any advantages whatsoever.
Sure there are.
Like what?
It feels good.
Man, you do whatever you want.
I will, thanks. Just one question, though.
What?
Is there a way to take off my pants?
Say what?
My pants, can I?
Oh, hell no! This Fox unit is a nut fest!
Oh, hell no. Snake knows there's no way to take off his pants. He's played enough of the game by now to know that's not an option. Let's see. Oh yeah, I don't think we did the Gakko call either, did we?
Snake, what is that stuff you're wearing?
I don't know. It's called Gakko camo, whatever that means.
What?
Paramedic?
You've never heard of Gakko?
Nope.
Never.
You must live in a cave or something.
Well, excuse me. By the way, Snake, that outfit is really killing your camo index. Unless you want the enemy to see you, I suggest you change your clothes as...
Why?
Why? Because his camo index is...
Camo index, schmamo index.
Hold on now.
He's wearing the Gakko suit.
Why?
Because it looks cute.
Snake, talk some sense into her.
What's wrong with being cute?
Am I the only normal person around here? Snake, your face paint, it's...
I know. It's called zombie.
Zombie? What does that mean?
Beats me.
Are you serious?
Hello, paramedic.
You mean you've never heard of zombies?
Nope.
Never.
You guys don't know anything. A zombie is a dead body that's been cursed and brought back to life by a master of black magic. Supposedly, they revive the dead and use them as slaves. It's also seen as a kind of punishment. People who commit terrible crimes can be forced to labor even after they're dead.
Interesting. How do you know all this stuff?
I saw it in movies. Like White Zombie. Never seen it?
Nope.
Can't say I have.
How about Plan 9 from Outer Space?
No.
Missed it.
You can't just focus on the things you like all the time. You have to expand your horizons, try new things. You guys need to get out more.
Yeah, well, anyway, that face paint doesn't look all that useful. Go ahead and wear it if you want, but I think you should change to...
You don't need to change anything.
Why not?
It makes him look awesome. Doesn't it?
Look, arguing about it isn't going to get us anywhere. Snake, you do whatever you want.
It does make you look cool.
Biped, have you ever watched Demons 1985? Demons, directed by Lamberto Bava, son of famous Italian director Mario Bava of the giallo horror genre. I have, yes. Or giallo. Yeah, that film is referenced in Silent Hill 1 as well. Let's switch out of this. Back into Tiger Stripe. Yeah, it's been I've only seen it once. I remember enjoying it though. Much of the film takes place in a theater, doesn't it? That's what they reference in Silent Hill 1 as well, the Metropole Theater, I think it is. There's a really cool detail here with their searchlight. If we shoot the searchlight, check this out.
We're being attacked. Enemy position unknown. Going into high alert.
Acknowledged. Keep your eyes open.
The searchlight broke. Going back for maintenance.
Acknowledged. Return to your post upon completion.
I love this. You take out their searchlight, they leave the area for a couple of minutes, and then they come back with their repaired searchlight. Pretty sick. J Cash Money with the 55 months as well. Thank you. Bump, battle, bump, diddle, bump. Am I up to date on everyone and thanking everyone? I think I am. I'm probably going to make a balls out of this. Let's switch camos. Badaloo. Oof. Oh, I could have got him there. I could have got his searchlight. The other guy's coming back. Got it. Got it.
We're under fire. Enemy position unknown. Commencing alert status.
Acknowledged. Keep your eyes open.
There's a problem with the searchlight. Heading back for repair.
Sick.
Acknowledged. Return to your post upon completion.
Okay, now maybe we can do the same thing to the third guy. Ah! Wasn't paying attention to my health. Oh! Oh! Fuck!
The enemy is attacking from an unknown position. Begin the alert status.
Acknowledged. Keep your eyes open.
Oh, God! Got it! The other guy's on his way back.
Heading back for repair.
Acknowledged. Return to your post upon completion.
Who the fuck is this guy? I'm good. Almost killed myself again. Okay, now we're going to take a stop off in this section to get a sniper rifle. I thought for sure I was caught at the last second there, and I really wanted to make it through that with that strat of taking out all the searchlights. Oh God. Bum.
I see you've caught a vampire bat. The vampire bat bites its victims and sucks their blood.
Got it.
Speaking of bats.
Just save it.
Huh?
I know you're gonna talk about vampire movies. Attack of the Vampire Donuts, or Dracula versus the Space Hippos, or something like that.
Actually, I was going to say that bats are known to use supersonic waves to sense their surroundings.
Oh.
Bats use supersonic waves to sense their surroundings, so you might be able to keep them away by blasting them with a special kind of sound wave. Alternatively, you could try equipping a torch and waving it around with the CQC button. As for taste, I suppose there's no reason you couldn't eat them. Snake, do you hate vampire movies?
What?
Just now, you sounded like you really hated them.
I did?
Yeah,
Oh. Well, no one really likes them, do they?
some people do.
Like you.
Yeah, they're fascinating, you know? Like the movie Dracula.
Don't say it.
Why not?
Just don't.
Are you afraid?
What?
You're afraid of vampires, aren't you?
Don't be ridiculous.
But...
Listen, there are no such things as vampires. They're just a stupid, made-up legend. And if they do seem real sometimes.
well, sure.
You think I'd be afraid of something like that?
No.
Exactly.
Right.
I'm not afraid of vampires.
Uh-huh.
It's just that whenever somebody starts talking about vampires, I end up dreaming about them that night, and I don't need that right now. That's all.
Okay.
Surprised there hasn't been, like some kind of sketch. I don't think I've ever seen a sketch where Big Boss encounters Vamp. Big Boss playing MGS2, but he gets too scared to continue once he encounters Vamp. I forgot I was gonna say something. Oh, now I can't remember. Fuck. Oh yeah, someone was saying DRK waking up to MGS4. There's still a lot of MGS3 to go, man. If DRK gets to play MGS4, it'll probably only be like the first hour or so of the game, but I might be taking over for the end of MGS3. MGS3, there's still a lot to go here. Let's see.
Snake, that area should be inhabited by tree frogs. The tree frog is a green frog that's found throughout Asia. It's arboreal.
Yeah. We did that earlier, even though I remember I just killed myself after I triggered it last time. Yeah, last time, during the last marathon we did, I took over at around this point. And I didn't finish MGS3. DRK took over at around the bike chase, I think. Maybe a little bit before. He took over at Volgan, actually. I did quite a bit of fucking around in that playthrough, though. We did all the extra stuff with the end, getting sent back to Grannon's lab. Ah. Probably gonna get spotted here. Let's get the croc cap. Someone was asking earlier how the croc cap worked. Now you'll see. Badaloo. You can just swim around here right in front of them. They won't have a clue.
Who's that?
Except when you take out a gun, I guess. Oh no! Yeah, I forgot.
Snake! Come on, say something! Snake! Snake!
Oh, I was so confident. They won't have a clue, he says. I forgot about that. Do they always notice when you take out a gun? I didn't think they did. Guess it's been a while since I fucked around with the cap. Hold on. Let's equip that again.
Who is that?
So, completely valid crocodile. Never suspect this was a human. But if I pull out a gun... Oh! Okay, that's kind of silly.
Who's that?
Wait, crocodiles don't have guns? Grab the SPD. I really like these warehouse sections, just the atmosphere. Something nice about it. The water. You know, another thing I hope they change in the Master Collection, or what would be nice, the fucking crazy bloom and yellow that you get later on in this game, in those Groznygrad scenes, looks fucking ridiculous in the HD Collection. Looks really bad. Nice if they altered that a bit.
I see you've caught a vampire bat. The vampire bat bites its victims and sucks their blood.
Got it.
Oh yeah, we died.
Snake, be careful. That area is supposed to be inhabited by cobalt blue tarantulas. The cobalt blue tarantula is a poisonous spider with a highly potent venom. If you get bitten, go into the survival viewer immediately and use Cure to administer a serum injection. Snake, that area is home to the big-eye trevally. The big-eye trevally is a type of mackerel. The adult fish lives around coral reefs, but the young can be found in freshwater areas such as estuaries and rivers.
Good to know. So, how do they taste?
The guidebook doesn't say.
Huh. Well, if they're a kind of mackerel, they should be okay to eat, right?
You'd think so, but...
But what?
Well, I've heard stories about people getting ciguatera poisoning after eating the adult fish.
Ciguatera poisoning?
Uh-huh. Fishes that live near coral reefs are sometimes contaminated with a poison known as ciguatera toxin. It apparently gives you food poisoning when you eat it.
So I can't eat those big-eyed trevally?
I don't know whether those trevally are contaminated with ciguatera or not, but use caution just in case. Snake, it says here you can catch maroon sharks in that area. The maroon shark is found mostly in Southeast Asia, but it's not actually a shark. It's related to the carp. It's also known as the red-finned cigar shark, the river barb, and the sultan fish.
Interesting. So how does it taste?
According to the guide, it's good, but it's kind of oily and it has a lot of little bones.
Fine with me. I never worry about the little things.
So I gathered. You can capture animals alive by using the tranquilizer gun or a mousetrap.
Okay, let's keep going. So up next is where we would snipe the end early after the next cutscene. If snipe early is not in the lead after the next scene, we remove it from the list, and then it's just a battle between fight and old age. If snipe early is in the lead, of course, then we finish it there and we snipe him early. Just so everyone knows. And all bets are off as soon as it cuts back to gameplay. As soon as you see it fade from black to gameplay, that's it. Any donations that come from that point on do not count. It has to come in before we fade to gameplay. And once again, thank you, everyone, for all the generous donations so far. And all of the generosity in total. All the subs, resubs. Everyone keeping the marathon alive, the subathon alive. Let's see.
Get your hands off me. I'm not going anywhere.
Really now? How many times must I tell you?
Tanya!
Each time you resist, your lover will suffer the consequences. Is that clear?
Vulcan. Damn you!
Hold it right there, traitor.
Let's find out just how lucky you are.
Watch closely.
One of these 3 guns has a single bullet in it. I'm going to pull the trigger 6 times in a row. Are you ready? Huh. Looks like your luck hasn't run out yet.
There's no such thing as luck on the battlefield. You'd better stay in line from now on. The Cobras will take care of him.
Has the CIA dog been disposed of yet?
The pain is dead.
What? He may be a child, but he's definitely one of yours. I fear Khrushchev may have a hand in this. We have no time to lose. You must eliminate him before the final test.
Don't worry. They'll be able to handle it. I'm leaving him to you, the field.
The old man is always sleeping. Is he all right?
The end is saving what life he has left in him for battle. Normally, he's dead. But he'll wake up when the time is right. And when he does, it will be the end for the boy.
Yeah. Sokolov isn't worth your love. You can entertain me until the rain stops. Kuwabara, Kuwabara.
The sorrow, is that you?
All right, fools. We're gonna switch streamers. We'll remove Snipe Early from the list. Let me see here. Let me save one last time.
Saving the game, Snake? Snake, have you ever seen Jason and the Argonauts?
I can't say I have.
It's based on Greek mythology. There's this ship called the Argo, and it sets sail in search of the Golden Fleece. Along the way, it encounters many dangers. They run into all kinds of monsters, like bronze giants and the deadly seven-headed Hydra and the vicious bird-like harpies. The most spectacular part of all was the battle scene with an army of skeletons. It was like they were actually standing up and fighting.
Are you serious?
If you don't believe me, go see it for yourself. Then you'll understand the magic of movies. It was totally amazing.
Yeah, all right. If I make it back alive, I'll go see it.
It just came out, so I'm sure it'll still be playing.
Okay. Chat, just give me a couple of minutes here while I send this save over to DRK. And he'll pick up right where we left off. He'll be continuing on this exact save file with the rest of MGS3, or maybe not. It depends how slow he takes it. Maybe I'll be back to finish off MGS3 and start up MGS4. Yeah, I'll just play some music. Actually, let me play some music in the game. That would work. Actually, wait, no, it wouldn't work, because I need to fucking exit the game to upload the save. Aw, fuck. I really wanted to play the in-game music. Hold on.
The human race is about to slide back into the endless arms races that last century. And we cannot afford to play that Russian roulette again. It is yours to guard. We are here today to flush out and rid our country of these corrupting forces. That is our mission. You will bear that in mind. It is an undeniable fact that there is a force at work in our government and within the military, seeking to control national affairs to suit its own interests. Metal Gear Ray bears the burden of confronting this party, thwarting their plans and guiding this nation back to its original path. The future of the country rests with you tonight. I have a daughter. It is my greatest wish never to have her or her children experience the horror of nuclear war. As a father, I want to leave a better world for the future generation. As a soldier, I know that is my duty. Trust me. Trust me. Trust me. Trust me. Trust me.
Okay, everyone. Let me just check my dashboard one more time before I sign off. Oh shit, I'm glad I did, because I think we got a donation. Ruminator with the $10. Thank you very much. Regards, D-O-double-G-Z. Thank you very much, Ruminator. Much appreciated. I don't think there's anyone else here to thank, apart from everyone, of course. So thank you, everyone, for all the donations today, all the generosity. And yeah, the stream is going to go down for like 10 seconds, and then DRK will be back up to continue MGS 3. Don't go anywhere, chat. Stream is going to go down for a couple of seconds, but it'll be right back. I'll see you later. Take it easy, everyone.